What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back, speaking on sports talk. All right, man, check it out. That's right. Now, I protected Lomachenko just yesterday. And you guys know it. Came up here and I said, listen, Lomachenko ain't no damn hype job. Stop it. Got into all of these Lomachenko haters and idiots trying to call the man a hype job and all of that nonsense. But guys, I call it straight down the line. I call it just how it is. And the facts of the matter is, a lot of Lomachenko fans won't want to hear this. But here's the case. He's not being very classy in this defeat. A lot of Lomachenko fans boasted and bragged about how classy this guy was. He's a class act and this, that, and the third. Well, y'all need to come to terms that he ain't being so classy in this loss, you know? And there's different ways that we're going to talk about that today. But coming out, you know, listen, matter of fact, first off, let me get this link in the chat because I'm pretty sure we're going to get some people that's going to come in here and definitely not agree with this. Open panel, no closed panel today, no Teofimo only. That was a one-time thing. A lot of you guys didn't like that. Too bad. But it's a new day. Back to the old. Let me give some shout outs real quick. Got my man Def Boxing in the building. He didn't cry robbery. Yeah, I know. We're going to talk about all of that. Jeff, I know. It's going to be a bunch of people in here and said, D, you don't know what you're talking about, which is what I want. I really do want that. So, Jeff, you can click the link too. You're always welcome. Chain with Ice in the building. What's up, MMA champ? What's good with you? Guido. What's good, Guido? Salute my brother D Jefferson. We ready to go with the LD. Yeah. Nah, not all of them, Guido. Actually, some good channels over there, but there are some that's less to be desired. Lisa Bales, what's good with your queen? Lisa, Prime Fighting Champions, dead game. Boxing in the building. Let's go. All right. So make sure I didn't miss anybody. Prime Fighting Champions. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. All right, so we up and running. We off and running. Just ready to go. Everybody make sure they hit the like and the shares for me, and I will stop bugging you guys about that as soon as YouTube takes me off punishment. You know what I mean? And I'm definitely on YouTube punishment right now. But so here it is, man. Here's the thing. Here it is in a nutshell. I feel like in different ways, Lomachenko didn't show class concerning this fight, right? Remember when Adrian Broner came out after Pacquiao fight? Adrian Broner said, y'all know I beat that boy, right? Y'all know I beat that boy. If I'd have put up a video after that saying that Adrian Broner cries robbery, I don't think I would have anybody come in here, including you, Jeff, saying, nah, he didn't cry robbery because of the respect level. People don't really have respect for Adrian Broner, the nonsense he did, the way he carried on in his career. And if I put that exact same title up, I don't think anybody would be here to defend Adrian Broner. But you're going to have not only Jeff, but a lot of people come and defend Lomachenko on this. He didn't cry robbery. And the facts are, I agree with you, Jeff. He didn't cry robbery. But his statements and his actions alluded to that. It alludes to that. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So no, he didn't specifically say that out of his mouth. He didn't say it was a robbery. But his actions and certain statements alludes to that. Right? And that's why I put it up that way. But go ahead, Duff. What you want to say about that?
Well, I mean, my thing is, I feel he was, I could see from Lomachenko because you scored it a draw, right? Or did
No,
you
I
have
scored it
Teofimo?
7-5, 6-5 going into the 12th
12
round.
round.
And then
that's what I scored. That's
right.
what I scored at 115, 113 for Lopez. And didn't Mark have it a draw or
Mark had it. He had it six. He had it 6-5 with a swing round, which
got you.
right.
Got you. Yeah. So I mean, for it was the fight was a lot closer than the cards say.
Yeah, the cards
So
were
I think for him,
ridiculous.
you know, as the cards were bad. And I mean, as a fighter, because this interview was done right after he just fought. So if you're in the ring doing the motions, all these rounds that were close or could swing or anything, you're gonna think you won them. So I think he did think he won the fight, which I don't blame him for feeling that. I don't agree with it. But I mean, at the post fight interview, what he said was, I thought I won. I didn't agree with the cards, but it is what it is. That's their decision. So, and I mean, that's different than being like, y'all know I beat his ass. Because
Right, right, right,
especially when it's a fight where it's like, you didn't beat his ass,
right, right. That was which
But I
definitely
mean,
Adrian Broner was on drugs with that because Pacquiao whooped his ass.
yeah.
So
And
here it is,
I don't
Jeff.
know.
Real quick,
I
I didn't I didn't really put this up based on that post fight interview. Lomachenko just came out again and said that he felt like he
oh
won that.
did
Yes, yes, he did. And see, that's where I'm going with it. But here's another part that
oh
I'm
did
going with it. Right? I
okay.
want,
So
yeah.
I
See
didn't.
what
I
I'm saying?
haven't seen that. So okay.
Yeah, yeah. And so and here's another thing with it though. You know that I'm involved in boxing and MMA, kickboxing, Muay Thai, mixed martial arts all together, right? And there's something that we do. If these Lomachenko fans, and a
Yes.
whole lot of them have said, "Oh, he's a class act. Look at how he carries himself, this, that, and the third." So if you're going to make these claims about this guy, and you look at combat sports in general, and especially over in the UFC, friends fight each other, right? And then they hug it out at the end of great fight, man. Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder had nothing good to say about each other, but they respected each other after the fight. Teofimo went to show Lomachenko respect. He turned around and walked out of the ring. That's not being classy. And I don't give a fuck how many of these Lomachenko fans want to sit up here and make excuses for it. That's not sportsmanship. Not at all, fam. Even in basketball, the Detroit Pistons, Isaiah Thomas, Zeke Thomas has been hounded for this, and he hadn't played basketball in over 25 years. And to this day, he's hounded for leading that Detroit Pistons team to walk off the court without shaking hands with Michael Jordan in them because it's bad sportsmanship. Okay? And when you display bad sportsmanship, which is exactly what Lomachenko did, now you keep coming out talking about you think you won the fight. That's alluding to you feel like the fight was a robbery. Just that simple. So he didn't say that. I agree with that. But the way he's responding, the lack of sportsmanship that he showed, that's exactly what this is saying. So I invite people, let me put the link back in the chat, man. Come on up here. I don't know, Jeff, if you lost signal or whatever, but we need to talk about this. We all need to talk about this because the fact of the matter is the guy did, he's not, let's say it this way, he's not living up to the character that he's had prior to this loss, right? Hold your head up high, be a man about it, show some fucking class, don't be a fucking sore loser, show some sportsmanship. If you Lomachenko fans want to come in here and do this with me, come up here and do this with me. Okay, let's come up here and talk about it. That's what this panel is all about. Anybody and everybody can come talk about this because the guy is uncharacteristic in this loss. This is not the guy that you Lomachenko diehards, fanboys, and Lomachenko lovers. This is not the guy that you explained. This is not the classy guy that you said he was. And you got to criticize him about it. You don't have to criticize him about it. I'm going to criticize him about it. And if you don't like it, click that link and let's talk about it. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. So Brown Going One says, "Get ready for the Loma was paid." Oh, I already. You must have missed the you idiot video. It's already out. Brown Going One. Go check it out. That's the He Knows His Sports. You idiot. Because damn right, he didn't say he was paid to lose. He said Lomachenko was robbed, and Teofimo's still a super duper hype job. So I had to lay the "you idiot" down on him. Brown Going One. But yes, he did. And yes, he was another. He's the first two-time special guest of the "You Idiot" segment. That award goes to none other than he don't know a damn thing about sports. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Brown Gone One. Chamber, I said DTO versus Devin Haney. Who you pick to win? Teofimo, of course. Teofimo, of course. And most people should pick Teofimo, especially all of the Lomachenko lovers, should pick Teofimo to beat Devin Haney because of the same logic as what the hell has Devin Haney proven? Well, Teofimo has definitely proven, right, Chain with Ice? He beat Coleman, who was a champion, not a vacant title like Tank Davis to a older guy that's on his way out the door to get a baby belt. No, he beat the champion and took his belt. Right after that, he beat Vasyl Lomachenko. So Teofimo's proven, and Devin Haney's not proven at all, right? So I'm going to pick Teofimo. And every Lomachenko lover should be right behind me picking Teofimo, at least based on their logic. That Teofimo's proven and Devin Haney hasn't proven a goddamn thing. So that's how I answer that, Chain with Ice. What's up, Dead Game?
What's up, D? Can you hear me pretty decent?
Yeah, you live and clear, fam.
Look, check this out. I'm on my earpiece, so if I get a phone call, it'll cut off, and I'll just come back on with my headset. But
Oh, yeah, that's what's up.
look, man, I kind of threw this question at you the other day, man. The way he walked off the stage, it showed where he was with his class, man. I didn't like it, bro. I never do like it. Um, like I said before, man, when Miguel Cotto would do it, man, it would leave a bad taste in my mouth.
Right.
Um, but honestly, like I said the last time, it showed who he was as a man, bro. He can't take a loss. He's still in his feelings, and
Right.
that's not what a great champion should be about, man. He should have congratulated that young bull, and if he was the champion he should have just passed the torch over like a man and do his thing.
And if he was what these Lomachenko lovers have been claiming, right? Because they've said, oh, he's a classy guy. He's a respectable guy. Y'all find respect in that? You know what I mean? I want to see these Lomachenko lovers come out with a video saying that, this guy's not showing the class that we thought he had. But you're not going to hear them say that. You're not going to hear them come out with those videos. It's going to take someone like D. Jefferson to come out here and put Lomachenko under fire for this bullshit. And I'm damn sure going to put him under fire for this bullshit because I just protected him yesterday on a live. I just protected him yesterday. And you were right here, right? I was protecting the dude. So again, shout out to Hatman Boxing. Nobody's above criticism or below praise. Right? So Lomachenko's got to get this smoke right now. Because he's not acting. First off, he's showing to be a sore fucking loser. I'm gonna put it out there like that. You're showing yourself to be a sore loser. And if you're a sore loser, I don't find any class in that. Not this class that all of your lovers and your fanboys claim that you're the most classy guy in boxing. I don't see it right now, right? And like I said, he didn't say it was a robbery, but dude, you walking out the ring, you're showing no respect. After the post-fight interview, which I agree with Jeff, that's emotions are running. You just lost a fight. I can agree with a fighter saying I thought I won that fight, but to keep that nonsense up after it's all over and said and done, that's classless, and that's alluding to the fact that it was a robbery. Regardless of how anybody wants to see this, that's my perspective on it. That is alluding to the fact that you were robbed, and you're not being classy. In defeat, you're not. You're being a sore loser.
Well, I'm gonna say one more thing. Uh, a lot of his fans won't see what you're seeing, and I'm not gonna say all. I'm gonna say more than half are the same as him, man. That they don't have class themselves, and a lot of his fans are gonna fall off. They're not gonna rock with their champion. See, I rock with my champions if they take a L. So a
Right.
lot of these guys is gonna throw Lomachenko out to the curve, man, and they're gonna look for the next thing that's coming. So it really, what you're saying, they're not gonna really accept it, because a lot of them have no class themselves.
Yeah, I could get down with that, bro. I could get down with that. And one thing I will say about that is that's most diehards. That's most fanboys. Because I haven't really heard you particularly leaning on that glove gate and the cheating shit. But look at all of the Wilder fans, bro. All of these fucking excuses instead of just saying Fury got the best of them. Listen to it, man. Glove gate, boar meat, tampered gloves, the suit, the equilibrium behind the ear, somebody from Tyson Fury team drunk in the water. I know you heard all of this bullshit. That's the
I play
same situation. That's the same situation, fam.
I played with it a little bit, whenever Young Pharaoh came out, I listened to a few of his stuff. I didn't go overboard, but I did play with it a little bit just to play around with it. It was the topic of discussion, so it is what it is.
Let me ask you this, that game, because you know about the sport of boxing. Why the fuck would y'all listen to someone who doesn't know shit about boxing? Immediately, Carl said he don't know much about. Why would y'all even entertain that shit? He doesn't know shit about boxing, and he said he
Well,
doesn't.
it says a lot about the community. Um, he came in and he hijacked the movement. He hijacked the community. Um, and then he was like a bandit. He was up in and then he ran out, but he hijacked it for a while. He got a lot of views from the boxing community and a lot of subscribers, and that was his main goal and motive.
Yeah, well, he did, and I just read like I'm not listening to no one who don't know shit about boxing. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Especially when they come out and tell me they don't really know shit about boxing. I'm not running with no fucking narrative of somebody who don't know shit about this sport, fam. And that's what I just couldn't understand with the whole Young Pharaoh thing. Because nobody can deny that's where that fucking shit started from. Pharaoh. Pharaoh is where it started from. You didn't have boxers coming out and saying it, trainers coming out and saying it, sports analysts coming out and saying it. You had fucking Young Pharaoh coming out saying this, right? Come on. Come on with that.
What's going on, D?
What up, Unbiased?
Nothing, man. Look, your title, bro. I agree with it. Lomachenko. I don't like his response in his defeat. When he lost to Salido, he didn't make any excuses. I like
Exactly.
that. I like that version of Lomachenko, but I personally, man, I don't see how he could have thought he won this fight. Some people. I mean, I know you thought it was more competitive, but for
Right.
me, with the criteria of scoring a boxing fight, like he didn't have ring generalship in this fight. He didn't dictate the pace in this fight. Um, if you just look at the scoring criteria, he doesn't check the boxes. So it's hard for me for some rounds. If you're just looking at the punches landed, I mean, where it's hard to give him some rounds. And he didn't do himself any favors in this fight, fighting negative the way that he did. So,
Yes.
I don't get it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm with it. And I know that this is one of these topics, and especially the way that I titled it. I think that I know that it's one of these topics that is going to get the juices flowing. It's going to make some people upset, especially the way that I titled it. But if somebody come up here and say, "Oh, come on, D," he never said it was a robbery, I would agree. No, he didn't say that. But how many times do you guys, especially these Lomachenko fans or haters of any fighter, how many times you say, "Yeah, but actions are louder than words"? Well, what is he acting like now? He's acting like a little bitch that can't take a loss. That's exactly what he's acting like, and I don't care who don't like that. That is what Lomachenko's acting like right now. A little bitch that can't take a loss. Tell me if I'm wrong. Somebody stop me if I'm wrong. He's acting like a
No,
little
you're
bitch that can't
100%
take a
right.
loss.
You're 100% right. He's acting like a little bitch. No, I agree. You
Oh
know,
no, we're not stopping anything. We gonna talk cash
and
shit
you know what?
today.
His fans are acting like little bitches too, bro, because they're slowing down footage now. They're watching fights in slow mo.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
look at the
seen that
punch.
dumb
I'm
shit.
like,
That
what the fuck are y'all doing? Like, this shit is getting sad. It's
I
really
seen
getting
L Dog
sad.
in them. I seen him.
It's getting
I was
sad.
watching the live. I didn't comment on nothing, but I hit you in the DM and let you know that I was watching that shit.
I don't give a fuck. Let them watch that shit in super slow mo.
Question for you, unbiased. Question for you. After seeing him with his non-sportsmanlike conduct, um, being a young fighter coming up, if you were a young fighter coming up, like a Shakur, like a Devin, like a bunch of these other guys, and knowing how dangerous Lomachenko is, because he is a good fighter, and we talked about that the other day, would you fight the dude?
Oh yeah, yeah. If I'm Shakur, I'm fighting him for sure. I was, you know, after rewatching the fight, I'm gonna be honest. I think guys who are athletic as him are gonna give him some problems. Lomachenko, I'm talking about, and have some good reach. They'll give him some problems. I don't know if they could beat him, but if you're young and looking at Teofimo, he's kind of setting the standard. So if you don't take that fight, you're gonna look kind of, you know.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Right with unbiased. That note on the note. Forget about who Lomachenko is and what he can do or what he can't do. The fact that Teofimo has told all of you fucking young guns, all the way up to Dubois fighting Fujimoto's and shit, he's told all of you young guns, y'all need to step it up. So whether it be Tank Davis, Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, Ryan Garcia, turning down the Lomachenko fight just totally trashes what they're doing right now. Because Teofimo has set the standard, a new standard, which I love. This is the type of standard that can get us away from that Floyd Mayweather shit. Oh, must not go. This is what this kid has done. And they need to take note. Not worrying about a loss. How many people said Comey was going to knock Teofimo out? Y'all motherfuckers don't backtrack now because I was arguing that damn whole fight leading up to it. I had a bunch of people saying, your boy getting knocked out. He's never seen anybody like Comey. Then he comes out there and destroys them in 2 rounds. All right? How many people sat up here and said that, man, yeah, I know he beat Comey, but Lomachenko ain't no Comey. He's going to lose this fight. Now, with that being said, how many times have we heard that about Devin, Ryan, Tank, Shakur, Dubois, Ortiz, and his boots, Alalov, Makhmadov? How many times have we heard this about any of those guys? We've not heard, oh, he's going to get beat up this time because they're not stepping up to that type of challenge. And Teofimo's done it twice, back to fucking back. So he set the fucking standard and he collected all of the belts. Right? So they have to take these fights now just off principle, or they're looking bad. All of them.
I can't put Shakur in that same boat because Shakur, as soon as he hit 30, he wanted to get Pachel action. At least the young boys calling for it.
Let me tell you something, Charles D. Why I'm not letting that shit ride right there. Because so is Deron and his boots. He's calling for it. He called for fucking Spence and Crawford. So is fucking Devin Haney. He's calling for it. Right? So I don't give a fuck what they calling for. They're not doing it, fam. I'm not giving no pass on what they calling for. They ain't doing it.
Oh
Charles.
no. I'm not no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like he's really moving towards that. There's a difference between moving towards it and just talking out
What
your
fight
ass.
is he moving toward that in? What fight? The last fight he had?
Oh no. That was what? Who Shakur? That was his first fight at 30. But he was calling out Pachel. But that's
well,
the
what
like
fight
look
at
at Tank.
126?
Huh?
Well, which fight at 126 is he moving in that direction?
Who Shakur? Shakur's at 30.
I know you said that was his first fight at 30. Put it this way, Charles D.
But
Shakur
he's
ain't
calling
fought no
for it.
fucking body we thought was gonna beat him his whole fucking career.
No, but the fact that he's calling for it, that's another
But
young
that's
boy
what I'm
calling
saying,
for
bro.
it.
You gonna give him a pass because he calling for it? Devin Haney calling for it. Boots is calling for it. And I'm not giving them passes either. I'm not giving Shakur no fucking pass just because he's saying he wants these fights, fam. You're trying to give him a pass for that.
No, I'm not giving him a pass. There's a big difference between him, Boots, and what's the other person you said?
Any of them, Virgil, Dubois, Ortiz, Ryan, Tank, any of them.
All right.
Take your fucking pick, man.
Well, Tank, we don't believe. You could throw that out the fucking window.
Well, before we go into this,
Shakur, I believe if he wants
all
to
right.
go after it, I believe that one.
Before
Until
we get,
otherwise,
before we put too much into that, we'll just agree to disagree. You giving Shakur, credit. I ain't giving him no credit. No more credit than anyone else. I don't need to hear no call outs no more. Because how many times, even you have said this before too, Charles D. If they want to fight, they can make the fight. Right?
You damn right.
Okay, well, Shakur ain't making the fights, fam. Fuck all
And
what he's calling
Teo
out.
had to steal that. Teo had to steal it. They didn't want Teo versus Loma. They wanted Richard Comey versus Lomachenko. Teo had to steal that opportunity.
Exactly. That's another
That's
thing.
true. Yep, that's true.
That's another thing.
And it was 2 years worth of pressure.
And then how many people were shitting on him from what I perceive his best fight leading up to these two champion fights in his career. He was shitted on because of it. He was shitted on because of Nakatani. Nobody's seen the fact that this is a fight that's going to make him better. These other young guns, they have not faced adversity like that. They faced no adversity like that. And everybody wanted to shit on Teofimo, talking about he was exposed and he's not what we thought he was. But that fight made him better. That fight prepared him for Loma and fucking Comey. It was that fight that led him to go in there and destroy Comey, but he got shitted on for that Nakatani fight. And he still gets shitted on for it.
And then it was like, oh, well, he's asking for too much money. He's pricing himself out. How's he pricing himself out? He's a champion.
Yeah, that was bullshit.
I would have did the same. I would have did the same shit. Like, you ain't gonna pay me the same thing a challenger got paid, and I'm a champion going in for unification. Are you fucking nuts?
Right, and all these Lomachenko fans just want, that's more money than he ever made. That's more money than he ever. Shut the fuck out with that, bro.
Nah, fuck that. I'm coming in as a champion. I ain't coming in as no damn challenger.
No, I killed that fucking. I dispelled that narrative when it happened. You remember? You was on here. I was killing them on that bullshit. Then ESPN and Bob Arum comes out and pays the money. Now these fucking Lomachenko lovers want to say, well, Loma gave up money. Loma didn't give up a fucking.
Yeah, Loma didn't give up shit.
He said he didn't give up anything. Money.
No, and then on top of that shit, to kill all of that bullshit, Loma didn't even sign at that point. No one was signed at that point.
But the most important thing is Lomachenko came out himself and said he didn't give up any money. So why are they still riding on that dumb shit? When Loma said that he didn't do it, y'all gonna say Loma did something that he said he didn't do? That shit is just stupid.
And they kept comparing the paycheck, comparing the pay to Linares and all those other guys. Well, look, Teofimo got paid more than them guys, and guess what? He got more belts than them too. And he
did something that they didn't do. Beat him. You know, motherfuckers didn't beat him, and all of this Tank Davis nonsense. Well, Tank's a star. Tank Davis is a facade, fam, because he's following behind Floyd Mayweather. But Floyd Mayweather did something you ain't did, Tank. Pretty boy Floyd was fucking fighting. You ain't fighting no fucking body. So if you want to make a comparison, talking about Floyd Mayweather, the money and all of this bullshit, Teofimo is on the path of Floyd Mayweather because he's fucking fighting the fights before he gets there. Tank, you ain't did that shit. You're a fucking facade.
And Teo said that shit in the post-fight interview. Everybody want to be motherfucking Money Mayweather, but they don't want to be Pretty Boy. I was like, yes.
I was saying that shit way before that shit.
Well, we all was saying that shit, but the fact that he said, that shit in the post-interview fight, the fact that he said it in the post-interview fight, everybody's like, oh. Like, everybody been saying that shit.
They're saying that shit.
Let's be honest. Is Tank a star in this?
Who the fuck cares? Yes, he's a star, dead game. So the fuck what? He ain't doing what Pretty Boy did.
Exactly. Exactly. Now let me ask you this question: Why we on Loma?
Facade? That's what he is. But go ahead.
Why we on Lomachenko? What is next for Loma? If you was his promoter, where would you guide him? Where would you point him? Who would be his next fight for Loma? What you guys think?
All right,
go right back down to 30.
No, real quick. Before I'm gonna let y'all two answer that, and I'll answer it too. But that game, I don't want to drift off of this Lomachenko classless act. Like, I want to stick to this topic. You know what I mean? But let's go ahead and Bias, you answer that question. And Charles, you answer it. I'll answer it last. Where does Loma go from here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would go back down to 130, but I still think there are some guys he could beat at 135. But I think the size is still going to be a factor. I mean, and now there's kind of there is a little bit of a blueprint to beat him. I'll say you could kind of big man him, and some of these guys do have athleticism too. That could probably possibly match him in hand speed and have reach advantages. So I don't know. They could give him some problems, I think.
Right. What you think, Charles? Where does he go from here?
Back down to 30.
Back down to 30.
Back down to 30 where he's comfortable at. Motherfuckers is too long and rangy up there. Like I before T.O. was gonna fight him, I thought Haney would cause him the same problem. Everybody's like, well, he's got to do more than just the jab. T.O. got the first 5 or 6 rounds on the strength of the jab. Just a jab. Just a jab.
It was more. It was more.
It was more than that, but it was mainly the jab. And then anytime T.O. tried that fancy footwork, T.O. stepped with him and pushed him off. Simple. Offset him. Start from scratch.
And I asked that because
hold on. You missed one. I ain't give my answer yet.
Go ahead, man.
I think personally that he could compete at 35 or 30. Now, here's why I say that. It's the same defense that I'm putting up for Deontay Wilder. I don't really accept that Fury gave a blueprint for Wilder because I don't think none of these other fucking heavyweights can do what Fury did. I don't think none of these other heavyweights impose certain threats or certain difficulties that Fury imposes. And I will say the same about Teofimo. None of those motherfuckers hit like Teofimo. And as we can see now, Teofimo's not just no fucking puncher with a fucking puncher's chance like these fucking Lomachenko fans were saying.
Yeah,
he can fucking box, okay? So now he's a boxer with skills that imposes that power, right? They don't have it. Haney don't got fucking Teofimo's power. Ryan,
he got his boxing ability though.
Yeah, but it was both though, right? It was both that offset Lomachenko.
The thing that bothers me about Haney.
Hold on, real quick. Let me
go ahead.
So I think that he can. I picked Lomachenko over everyone else at one. I personally picked him over those guys. I think that it would be easier for him to go to 130 and just clean out that division because I hear the Vasyl shit, but I don't think Vasyl's beating Lomachenko. I think he and Shakur are the toughest guys down there. Me personally, that's what I think. But I don't think that they beat. Man, fuck Gary Russell, okay? Fuck Gary Russell.
I'm just saying he's there.
Yeah, he's there, and he's already lost to Loma. So I don't count Gary Russell. I'm tired of hearing about Gary Russell. He needs to fucking fight somebody significant or retire. Okay, so fuck Gary Russell. I'm not giving him the credit, and he's already lost to Lomachenko. So the hell with Gary Russell. I only think that Vasyl and Shakur are the dangers for Lomachenko down there at 130, and I think that he could wipe out the division. So it would probably be better if he goes to 130, but I think he could do his thing at 135 as well.
Now, the reason why I asked that is because...
hold on real quick. I just want to say this about Haney. Like, I know Haney doesn't possess the amount of power as T.O., but he is precise, good double jab. I think he's just as athletic as T.O., but I'm not going to lie and say he has the same amount of power. I won't lie and say that. But to me, he uses his feet more. And I think it'll be a different type of fight than what T.O. possessed.
Now, I'm biased. I'm going to question that with people with Haney as well, because people were sleeping on my dude Teofimo's footwork.
No, I think not explosiveness. Well, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like getting from point A to point B. It's a different type of fight. Type of fight. I agree.
Thing about the footwork with Teofimo, I was like, niggas never seen him in the Emmys because he.
Right.
No, and I was with you too.
Hold on, guys.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
Oh no! I was agreeing with you. I was saying niggas. T.O. was a boxer in the Emmys.
I've been saying
that. Everybody was sleeping on his footwork.
No, I was saying this. I was with you when you were saying you were bigging up how T.O. has good footwork and people are underestimating his footwork.
Right.
I'm saying that I think Haney uses his feet different than how T.O. does. T.O. gets to point A to point B with his explosive power extremely well. You know what I'm saying? That's why I believe Lomachenko was boxing the way that he was, because he didn't want to test that water. You know what I mean? I think Haney is going to use his feet and just box Lomachenko. It'll be like more of a chess match type fight. It might be, it's boring. I think it'll be one of those type of fights, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that. Go ahead, Big Man.
I'm one of the guys who slept on his footwork because I never really watched him in the amateurs. But if you can, I can honestly say after the fights that I've seen before this Lomachenko fight, I did question his footwork and his movement. I did see him do some stuff that didn't look good, throwing big hooks coming off of his feet, coming off the ground. So I did question, and when D told me, D made me lose some money because I bet on rounds instead of bet on him winning. But the reason why I asked that is we can all say Teofimo is a big puncher. And in the 12th round, Loma got hit with some good shots and he took them. So I do think he can face a lot of guys at 135 and dare to be great. Where if he moves down, it's a telltale sign that he's looking for some easy work. That's why I asked it.
I don't think See that I don't think so. And I've already heard channels saying that about him moving down. And the reason I don't agree with that is because he moved up outside of his comfort zone. He moved up outside of his comfort zone. He achieved. He lost to Teofimo Lopez, but let's be honest, he's natural 126, 130 pounder, not 135. So I don't think it's a knock on him at all. And just like I said yesterday, if he gets 4 belt undisputed at 130, I don't give a fuck what nobody says, bro. People not running around getting 4 belt undisputed. And there's no way you could disrespect that. No fucking way.
And another thing people wasn't paying attention to in that fight, when Loma was sliding around, Tio was shooting them uppercuts. That's what was cutting that shit off.
Yeah.
So let's get back. When you look at rounds 1 through 6, them uppercuts from the right or the left side. Every time Loma tried to slide, that uppercut was waiting for him, and he was touching him to the body.
Yeah, let's get back to the classlessness of Lomachenko. I want to stay focused on this. Did you guys notice? Did you guys notice that in the ring when you know how fighters go over to tap up the coaches and everything? Did you guys notice how immediately Lomachenko just negated all of that and left the ring?
He left out of there immediately.
I even saw right after the bell rung, they was close together, and Tio initiated the first hug. So I did check all that out, man, and that's why I brought it up the other day, man. A champion like that should take his lick and congratulate the youngster and keep it pushing. I mean, I had an issue with that, but it also was pleasing to see because it showed you who the guy really is.
Okay, but that's the bullshit that I'm talking about, because people hate on Floyd, right? But even after the fight, Floyd has grace. Floyd will say, "Hey, listen, he's an amazing fighter. You know, he was good in there. He did a tremendous job." And Floyd will tell after the fight, tell us what the other fighter was doing good in there. He bigs up his opponents, right? It's just when the other opponent might make an excuse, then Floyd will have a response to that. But Lomachenko. Tio went to go hug him, and Lomachenko just turned his back. Like that to me is just disrespectful. You know, this kid is a young guy, and he beat you, man. Just, you know what I'm saying, own up and take your L like a man.
All right, so let me answer this right quick, or let me get with Fuentes. Luis Puente in the building. What's good with you, Luis? Luis, he said Loma has a case because of the scorecards, don't you think? So, Luis, what you telling me is that Lomachenko has a case to show no class, to disrespect Teofimo, and show sportsmanship because of the scorecards? This is what you're saying, Luis?
Okay, let me be the first one to say this one. When I heard the scorecards, besides 116, 112, which I agree with,
right?
I was like, as soon as I heard 119, I was like, oh shit, they're gonna fuck Lopez out of this fight.
That's what I thought too.
As soon as I heard that shit, I was about to throw my phone.
Yeah.
And then when I heard "and the new," I was like, all right, cool. The right guy got the fight. As long as the right person got the fight, I was cool with it. But I don't agree with the scorecards besides 116, 112.
Yeah,
See,
yeah. What's
those scorecards, all it did was give the whiner something to whine about. The man who really won the fight. So
But
it
when you
doesn't
heard,
matter.
but when you
It,
heard
it,
119, you had to think right off the rip. Oh
oh,
shit! And
I
they giving
thought
that
there
shit
was
to
a
Loma.
robbery. I thought it was a
they were
robbery.
gonna rob Teofimo?
That's
That's
Yeah,
exactly what I thought.
yeah.
exactly.
Look, St. Britt says predictably, Precise rescored it and had Loma winning. That's no surprise. That's no surprise. This dude is biased toward fighters. I don't give a fuck what no one says. He actually sits up here and put mediocre fighters over Tommy Hearns, a fucking boxing great, right? Coincidentally, Tommy Hearns is another black fighter. He destroys Floyd Mayweather on everything inside the ring. Forget about him beating up women and all of the dumb shit with 50 Cent outside the ring. He destroys Floyd for everything inside the ring. He has Lomachenko, a better fighter than Floyd Mayweather. Really? Really?
Precise is a crackhead, bro.
Yeah,
He's
so
straight crackhead.
I don't when you're not honest about shit like that,
Damn.
it's no surprise to me, St. Britt, that he would go out and do something like that. No surprise at all. I even seen El Jefe and those guys, MXBC L Dog and them, watching the fight in slow motion, talking about a robbery. Well, guess what? The referee's sitting on the side of that fucking ring. They don't have multiple camera angles like you do on YouTube. They don't have slow motion where they can slow the fight down. That's why control, ring generalship, pressure, that's why all of that matters, okay? Because they can't see it in slow motion. So y'all cut out the fucking hate when it's a total of about fucking 7 to 8 punches thrown in a round, which basically was the first 3 rounds. Understand this, you
Oh,
fucking
that was like the first. That was like the first 6.
hold on, let me get this off. I want all of you fucking Teofimo haters and Lomachenko fanboys to understand this. When you don't have a lot of activity early in a fight, and one fighter is showing ring generalship, he's showing he's the one pushing the pace, keeping the pressure on, but neither of them throws a lot of punches, then it's that fighter that wins those fucking rounds. So can that shit, DSFD, you idiot, L Dog, you idiot, and whatever else idiots out there are trying to say that. Lomo lost those early rounds, okay? Because he didn't do enough.
Yo, it's like people forgot how to actually score fights.
Oh,
Like
they never knew.
it's
A
like
lot of people never fucking knew, fam.
it's like it's like the fanboyism completely took over. Like you guys need to learn how to score fights. Like if the rounds are that close to you guys, I don't know how it could be when Lomachenko's not even throwing punches. But if he's also being pressured, the ring generalship is not in his favor. Yeah. So I don't know how you can give him that round. I just don't get it.
We all watched the fight, right? Did anybody? A lot of people was like, "And Loma won the second round, definitely." Did anybody give Loma the second round? I didn't give Loma a round to like round 8.
No, I mean, Loma threw a couple of flurries in the second round,
but that wasn't enough to steal the round.
That wasn't enough, but I mean, he threw a couple of flurries, and I mean, in some people's eyes, that's all it took. But to go back on what D Jeff just said, in boxing, and it's always been that way. I would call it type of tribalism. People identify with the people they look like, or their countrymen. So I don't have a big issue with that.
I don't have a problem with that either.
It's just when it gets taken overboard and it comes to this hatred type stuff. That's where I have an issue with it.
Or when you create narratives over black fighters, or German fighters, or Mexican fighters. That's the problem as well.
But that it goes both ways. I mean, there's a lot of black fans that do the same thing, vice versa. And
well, I just gave out
agree with that.
Races. Hold on for a second. You did hear me give out different races, right, Big Game? I didn't just say black fighters. I said different races. Right. So yeah, it goes all around the board.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So Big Dan says Lomachenko got a 119, 109 scorecard against Luke Campbell, but no one ever spoke about that.
Facts.
Oh, that's a
No,
fact.
no, 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 no. But that's what didn't. I just say that when I heard that scorecard, I said, "Oh fuck, they gonna fuck Lopez out this fight."
Right, right. None of these fucking Lomachenko lovers, none of them. Because I frequent certain channels, and I ain't putting no channels out there, but I'm pretty sure y'all see me on a certain channel that we know are super Lomachenko fans. They had nothing. I didn't remember or recall any of them saying anything about 119, 109 in that new Campbell fight. I don't even recall anything being said about it.
Soon as I heard that scorecard, I was like, "Oh fuck, here come the split decision for Loma," and I'm like, he didn't do enough in the beginning to get it. Like I gave Lopez the first 6 and 12. And then there was some swing rounds you can they was going back and forth. So there's no way in hell Loma won that fight.
No. The scorecards, 117 scorecard, stupid. 119 scorecard, stupid. That's just my opinion.
That's when my eyebrows started raising. I was like, oh, here come the fuckery.
Yeah. But regardless of the scorecards being stupid and the judges being retarded, here's the fact. All of y'all crying about the scorecards, y'all know the right man won. So why y'all trying to make a point about the scorecards? Because y'all know, even though the scorecards was twisted, all of you Lomachenko lovers, y'all know that the right man won. The right man won the fight. You know how you know the right man won the fight? Because the man that lost the fight showed no class and immediately left the ring. That's how you know the right man won the fight.
And then said immediately when he did get with the mic in his face, he was like, I need to go back and look at the fight. There's nothing to look at. Nigga, you lost the first. You gave those away. You was banking on him tiring out.
And I'm a piggyback off of that real
quick. You know how Lomachenko lost. Bob Arum even came out and said, listen, that was a horrible game plan. I don't know who thought of giving up all of those early rounds. Like, even Bob Arum said it. Like, he loves Lomachenko, bro. He gave up all of those rounds. You can't be inactive, give up ring generalship, literally land 2 punches, be defensive. He was being defensive. Teo was landing on the glove, but being effective, aggressive, you could be effective, land on the glove, and still push Lomachenko around. It looks effective. If he's landing on the glove and you're flying across the ring to the judges, that's effective. Right. So
exactly,
that's the thing. You can't say, "Oh, he's not landing, but it's landing on the glove, and you're flying across the ring."
Right. Oh no, he was landing some shit flush. Them little side, like to
the body. He was landing to the body.
Yeah, he didn't
to the body. That was cool, but I like the way he offset him because anytime Loma tried that little cute side shit, he just sidestepped with him and pushed him. Boom, reset, try again.
And sometimes, go ahead, Dead Gang. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say this. Whenever Loma walked off the stage and he was getting interviewed, the guy, his translator, I forgot his name, his promoter, translator, or whatever. When Loma was talking that shit in his language, bro, dude was looking at him like, I know you're not about to say this shit. I think he kind of cleaned some of it up. I think Loma was saying more than what dude was translating. If you look at the body language and the way he was looking at Loma's like, motherfucker, you ain't about to just come out here and just do that shit. But he kind of cleaned it up, I think.
Could be. Scott Brown says, I agree. Loma is saying he was robbed, disappointed. Like Connor and be respectful in the loss to your opponent. Or like Tyson Fury, when he beat or not beat him in the draw with Wilder, right? Tyson Fury felt it wasn't a draw, but he said, hey man, this is a solid champion. You know what I mean? He came out here, he fought well, he hugged Wilder up. He didn't just turn around away from him. He turned his back on Teofimo Lopez. All of these Loma fans talking about that, bro. Where the fuck is the sportsmanship in him turning his back on the opponent that he just shared the ring with? He turned his back on him and walked away. And now people want to sit here and continue to defend that shit. It's your actions, man. You don't have to come out and say, oh, he robbed me in that fight. But you're saying you think you won the fight. You showed no class, no sportsmanship at the end of it. So your actions are saying you felt like you was robbed. That's exactly what you're saying, Lomachenko.
Yep.
He wasn't robbed at all. They definitely came in with the wrong game plan. I can agree with that one.
Let me ask you.
You gave away way too many rounds. Like you gave away the first 6.
Let me ask y'all this question. Let me ask all y'all this question. I'm gonna start with you, Charles. Had the tables been turned, those first early 3 rounds, it was Lomachenko pushing forward. Very little punches landed the same way, but it was Lomachenko pushing forward and Teofimo backing up. I can guarantee you that they would have gave Loma ring generalship. They would have gave Loma all of these other intangibles.
They
No, he ran around because Teofimo didn't do this. What do you think about that, Charles? What do you think?
Them first 3 rounds would have been in the bag for Loma if he would have did that shit.
No arguments.
It already happened.
Hell no. Hands down.
The Rigondeaux fight. If you go back and look, even though Rigondeaux quit, they did go some rounds. Check the rounds. No punches really landed, and they were giving Lomachenko all those rounds. He was the aggressor. He pushed the action.
Right.
And he wasn't even an aggressor. They was like, oh, good footwork. Oh, he's slipping. No punches is landing. So how the fuck is he getting it?
And look at the first 3 rounds. It was Teofimo won't letting Loma get on him.
No, hell no.
He wouldn't even let Loma come in. Every time Loma went, here's something else. When Loma went to change angles, right? Teofimo adjusted his footwork and took the angle away. This is why Loma couldn't throw that punch that he wanted to throw.
That's what I was saying.
Because of how Teofimo was moving.
That's what I said.
It wasn't only that, though. It was that body shot. When Loma tried to cut that angle, he ripped to the body.
Hit him with that left hook.
Yo, he took that left hook to the body.
That left hook in the second round, and then he started shooting sharp. He started shooting sharp jabs downstairs.
We talking about the first round.
The first round.
We talking about the first round. I know what Unbiased is talking about.
Oh, okay, I was talking about the second round because the second round was clear. I was like, oh, he ain't like that one.
Yeah, no. Unbiased talking about that first round because when I was doing commentary on it, I made a point about that. In that first round, Teo went upstairs. He just tapped him. He wasn't flush or anything. But he followed that with a body shot. Wow! He knocked Lomachenko back into the ropes with that shot. Lomachenko got out of the way, but it was that put it in his head. Fuck, this kid can pop. So now I have to readjust on how I'm coming in. But then you just got people saying, Loma didn't do nothing. Teofimo made him think, you idiots. It wasn't just like he didn't do nothing. Y'all not in there getting punched. Y'all don't know what's coming next if you slip up. But Loma knew what was coming next if he slipped up. So it's not just Loma not doing anything. He had more to think about. You guys didn't want to understand that it would be Teofimo that would give him something to think about. That's what y'all don't want to accept. I just want to say
and that's why Lomachenko waited till the 6th or 7th round to think, okay, he's gassing. No, he's not gassing. This shit was fucking Teo was on fucking cruise control at that point. It was just jab, sidestep, push off. You gonna reset. You gonna eat this jab a little more, and you gonna taste a little bit more than that. Like,
so what you think, guys? If it was the opposite way, those first 3 rounds, what do you think the Loma fans and all of these detractors, you think that they would have questioned the first 3 rounds or given it to Loma?
No, they would have definitely gave it to Lomachenko and said there was a masterclass. They would have said it was a masterclass for sure. Yeah.
Yep. What you think, there, gang?
Well, I mean, like I said, they had it. I mean, even if you just watch the fights and what they showed in between the rounds, it was all for Vasyl Lomachenko. So he just had to do a little something, bro. He all he had to do was a little work, and yeah, man, he would have had that fight.
Yeah.
Who would have had to do a little work? Teofimo?
Yeah, no, Loma. If Loma would have just worked a little bit, throw a few flurries, he would have got a few rounds in there. Those early rounds.
Yeah, but he did. Okay, okay, I get that point, but he wasn't getting past that jab, and Teofimo's footwork.
Look, when
just
we
as
talking
good
about
slide side, he was just as good.
Let him finish.
He was just as good, and he gave Loma something to think about. That there's a reason why Loma waited until the 7th to 8th round to open up.
All right, let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Loma is a veteran, bro. Loma is a master boxer from what we say, when we see it, and he is, bro. The dude can fight. I'm
No,
not
I'm
gonna
not.
discredit.
Yeah, I'm not
So,
shitting on him.
can you tell me why he gave this youngster so much respect? I know
First off,
he saw. Yeah, go ahead.
okay.
Hold up.
First
Oh, go
off,
ahead.
reach. He got the reach.
From the beginning, I'm talking about from round one. Why he gave him so much respect?
Let me.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. First off, the reach. He's just as fast, and he has pop. Now, I'm pretty sure Loma's camp saw him in the Emmys, and this is what I kept pointing to because everybody kept saying, and fucking Teofimo don't got no footwork. Teofimo was a boxer in the Emmys. His footwork is not as bad as everybody's saying it is. His footwork is up to par. Like, look how he was sliding with him. Look how he
Right,
was able to cut the distance off.
right. My answer to that question is this. Game. Lomachenko fans, and trust me, I had to deal with it over on 3 channels, 3 particular channels that I was going to. Unbiased was sitting there listening one night when I was a man on the island. So it's 3 particular channels I went to. It was all Lomachenko, all for Lomachenko, right? Lomachenko was saying things prior to that fight that they weren't even paying attention to. Lomachenko said it multiple times specifically. He said, this kid can box and he has a high IQ. But they never took any of that into account. So Lomachenko, in my opinion, gave him the respect going into that first round because he knew what the fuck he was dealing with before that fight. And none of the fans accepted that. That was the thing. He knew. He said it. He said it over and over. He said it in a Ukraine video where he was speaking Ukraine. He said, no, this kid is true. He was like, he's got skills and he has an IQ. And everybody knew about the power. So that's what Lomachenko knew going into this fight. But that Lomachenko fans tell like precise. That went all out the window. Even though it was Loma that said the shit. You're like, these motherfuckers praise him for having such a boxing mind. But then when he was saying shit, they dismissed it. They dismissed all of the shit that he was saying and said, no, he don't have footwork. No, his IQ ain't up to par. All of the things that Loma was saying, yes, he does. They were saying, no, he doesn't. So Lomachenko knew that. He knew that he, like Charles G just said, Anatoly and Lomachenko seen this kid in the amateurs. You know, they weren't like precise. They put up a video saying he was 28-4 in the amateurs. No, he was 150-20 in the amateurs, right? And Lomachenko and his dad knew that. They weren't basing it on no fucking 28-4, right?
Whenever
That's what the
Precise
problem
makes
is.
a prediction, he's always wrong. You guys know that, right? Like
I don't
whenever.
follow him. I don't even know. I know he was
Well, I
dead
mean, I
ass
don't
wrong
follow
about
him
this fight.
either, but I know of him because other people clown him, and I've went to his channel maybe like once or twice. But from me just hearing about him and knowing the predictions that he's made, they've been all wrong.
When you predict off of color instead of predicting off of the fight, then you probably will often make that mistake. That's what I'm going to say about that. Don't predict off of somebody's nationality. Predict off of the fight. Then you might get it closer. You utilize the sweet science in boxing to predict these fights, not someone's ethnic background or the color of their skin, right? Then you'll probably get your predictions right more. Because when you disrespect greats like Floyd Mayweather and Tommy Hearns, because I don't hear a lot of his commentary or his breakdowns, but I've heard him consistently disrespect Floyd Mayweather and consistently disrespect Tommy Hearns and then say, I know y'all gonna get in your feelings. It's not about getting in feelings. You just up here saying dumb shit. It ain't about nobody getting in their feelings. You're not saying things that's realistic. That's the thing. But he always want to use someone getting emotional. Like I don't really like that kind of shit, bro, because it's not about getting emotional or not liking what you say. You're saying shit that doesn't make sense, man. That's all it is. You can't base fights based on if the guy's a Mexican or a Russian or Eastern European or Black American. You can't base fights on that.
And
You
that's
gotta base
what's
fights on what they can do in the fucking rings, man.
and that's kind of what this shit was based on. There's Teal's too young. Okay, yeah, he's too young, but skill set.
But that's why I'm no longer just trying to say, oh, these kids are too green to fight this
No,
guy.
hell no,
This guy.
because I would
I'm
have
no
gave
longer saying
Loma.
that.
I would have gave Loma all the credit if he would have did what he did. And say if it would went what everybody was saying, like, oh, he's gonna whitewash him.
And also, you got
Movement,
to put it
foot
into
skill, all the
my
shit.
bad, Charles.
I would have gave him all the props in the world. But Tio's got to get. You gotta give it to him.
You got to understand, a lot of these kids, they grew up in the ring and they were sparring world champions when they were younger. Somebody like Haney, somebody like Tio, they sparred each other. Even Shakur, they were sparring world champions when they were
That's
younger.
what I was, and
Got a
that's and
lot of
I'm biased.
experience.
I'm biased. I've been saying this for a long time. If Floyd was real focused, Floyd could have the wickedest fucking stable. Look at they all fought in his gym.
Yeah.
All of them.
Floyd is real focused, Charles D, on money.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but if he was focused on exactly, but if he was focused on his fighters, look at the people that came out of that stable that fought out of that gym. You got Caleb Plant, you got T.O., you got Shakur, you got Devin. If this nigga would have the wickedest stable from like 126 to like 154, maybe 60.
Right.
68.
Baby Kiwi says Shakur is ready for Loma. I said it. Baby Kiwi, I don't think that you would have a whole great deal of people that would disagree with that, because Shakur is as I looked at Teofimo, a special talent. He's a special talent. He's not just some regular young gun. One thing I want to see with Shakur, or see how this develops, is when he comes into his man strength, where his power would be. Because that's my only concern with Shakur Stevenson, is lack of power. But he's not in his full man strength yet. And you know they're going to be doing training. But one thing about power, guys, is you can train on it. You can build some muscles, but you got it or you don't. That's just the thing. Sometimes you got the power or you don't. So we're just going to have to see everything else outside of power. I see Shakur developing well. But my question in the future is going to be his power.
Also, it's not power is now everything either. You could also UD and beat somebody too.
Right, that's true, but you're going to get these certain fights on bias where if you don't have the power to keep a guy deterred, I don't give a fuck how much skill you got. You're going to get beat, fam. Because all he's going to have is decent skill and enough to pressure you, and you're going to get beat, right? Skill ain't going to take you all the way. Like, you got to have a combination of some of this stuff. And that's my only concern with Shakur. I think I may be wrong, but I think right now he has a lack of power. It's a difference from having, minimal power or little power, but having a lack of power. I'll give you an example. Barbosa versus Sasado, this fight that just happened. Either one of those guys should have knocked each other out if they had any kind of power.
That was a good fight, though.
It was a great fight. If either of them had any kind of power, one of them would have been sleeping, right?
I agree. Unless they have good chins. I mean, how they chin. They both. One of them only had one loss, right? They both got chins.
Not yet. It may be chins. They might have good chins, but neither of them are over 50% fucking knockout ratio either. So they lack power, right? They lack power, fam, and that's a problem. I think Sasado might be a little over 50, but even still, you know what I mean? They don't have that knock, man. This is combat sports. You gotta have some kind of, like Lomachenko. People question his power. He's got respectable power, right? So he has all those skills, but with respectable power. You gotta have some kind.
I think
you don't have to be concussive.
I think Shakur has respectable power. Then, if
I
you're saying
don't.
respectable power, then yeah.
Actually,
No, I think Shakur's kind of feather fisted.
Yeah, I don't think he has respectable power on bias. I really don't. I'm sorry, bro. I like Shakur a lot, but I think his power is questionable right now. Very questionable.
I think it's actually kind of bad.
Yeah, well, go ahead, break it down. What's up, RBT? Break it down.
What's up? How you guys doing? Yeah, man, Shakur's a very good technical boxer, right? But I would probably in that matchup at 130, I'd probably still favor Loma, just because. Like the thing with Teofimo, right? And the thing with the leader that we saw, it was physicality, so it was a size difference. and it was their ability to counterpunch and the power. And Shakur Stevenson definitely has the capability to counterpunch and box, and he's got the longer range, but he doesn't have the power, I think, to keep Lomachenko humble. You know what I mean? I think his offense will be able to. He'll be able to mount his offense without much resistance, and I don't think it's a good thing for Shakur. Granted that he's fought some decent opposition, but no one even near on the level of Lomachenko, and no one on championship level even, right? So like Teofimo at least had been a champion before he fought Loma. Shakur hasn't. I don't even know if he's been a top 10 guy yet. He's just kind of based off the eye test.
And not only that, we can look at Shakur's skill level and say, yeah, he has skill, but are we going to say he has more skill than Lomachenko? I wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's a good fighter, like I'm saying, but
but hold on, guys. We've literally said this about Teofimo Lopez, word for word.
No, but
this is why.
Teofimo
This is why I'm not saying this about Shakur.
Okay, but I'm biased. Teofimo has shown that was somebody. Everybody go on mute.
Well, that's why I'm saying I'm gonna wait for Shakur. That's why I'm not gonna say about Shakur.
Unbiased.
Right. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying I'm gonna wait.
That's what I'm saying, basically, yeah. Yeah, basically. Basically, yeah.
Hold on. Who the fuck is that hollering out?
Yeah.
All right, you out of here, dude.
Yo, time out. Somebody, whoever's driving or whoever's riding.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
On mute, fam.
That's El Jefe ass, bro, with all that fucking wind in the background. Jefe, keep yourself on mute until you talking, bro. You disrupting the live. And whoever the fuck that was that just came in here, I kicked you out this time. And don't come back. Because that shit, bro, that's just not happening up here. We're going to have some kind of respect and let other people talk, bro. Don't fucking come up here yelling over everybody.
Yo, do you guys hear me, bro?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up? We hear you.
Hey, man. Hold on, bro. Let me find a place, man, because I'm out here walking dogs right now, bro.
You trying to be like your older brother, Jalik? You trying to start a dog walking business?
Nah, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a proper business, bro.
It's a great business. People love their pets. It's an awesome business.
That's what I'm saying, bro. So, ain't nothing wrong with walking dogs, bro. But as I was saying, man, the first time I actually saw the fight, I had it 7-5 Lomachenko, but I rewatched it yesterday, man.
God.
You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? I was sober, so I watched it clearly this time.
I was on that live, bro. I didn't respond, but I watched y'all in that foolery.
Go ahead. I cooked your ass in the beginning of that video,
yeah,
bro.
I heard that dumb shit. I heard that, but go ahead, Brett. Make your point. Make your point.
Yeah, I had it to fight a draw, bro. I gave round 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 to Lomachenko. It's a draw. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko started kind of late the round, bro. You know
yeah, basically, yeah. Oh, yeah, man, yeah. Basically.
You just kick him off, man.
No, I just banned him from the studio. I just banned him.
Yeah, it's a British dude that trolls. But yeah, man, so I actually had to fight a draw, man. This fight was more competitive than what people like to say. A lot of people say it's a masterclass by Teofimo. If anything, this kind of exposed Teofimo, showing his weakness to his game, bro. He has no stamina. He has no great defense. His power is not great in the late round, so he's gonna struggle against someone like Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? And even H Money was bringing up great points yesterday.
Why do you keep using H Money as a source, fam? That's the stupidest shit. Listen, El Jefe, I hate cutting people off, but you're getting too reckless right now. I'm gonna break down how you're getting reckless with what you said. And you sound like he knows his sports. He ain't no fucking hype dog, Teofimo, number one. To say he doesn't have power late and he gassed out, he hurt Lomachenko in the 12th round, you idiot. And to use H Money for a fucking source. Stop it. H Money as a source? That motherfucker's borderline retarded. How you gonna come up here and use him as a source? Not Boxing Scene, not Box 24, not Michael Benson.
Okay, I'll use somebody else.
H Money as a source. Stop the
Andre
nonsense.
Ward, Marcus had to fight a draw also. And you know who also had Lomachenko winning? You know who also had Lomachenko winning, bro? JFL Heads. JFL Heads had Lomachenko winning.
There's another source. An idiot.
Oh, bro, come on. We're not
No,
gonna
no,
do that,
no.
bro.
He's an
Yo, why
idiot
don't
because he
hey
said Danny
Hefe,
Garcia's 38 and
These are
0, and both of
respectable.
those was
These are
wrong.
hey
respectable
D, real
MXBC
quick, man.
figures, bro. We can't do
Hefe,
that.
why don't you just continue walking your poodle, man? Get some
Yeah,
fresh
really,
air
bro.
and just
Really.
let us continue talking boxing, bro.
Boxing, real boxing.
Hold
Go
on, bro. Let me
shampoo,
finish my
go
point. Hold
shampoo and
no,
condition your
hold
poodle
on, bro.
and
Hold on,
chill.
bro. Hold on, bro. You're disrespecting my hood. You're
No, you
disrespecting my
disrespecting
culture.
my panel
No,
right
hold
now.
on, bro. Hold on, bro. Because we're talking some real ass shit. I'm break down the rounds for you, bro.
No, we're talking
7,
real shit. You're
2,
talking
8,
foolery.
9, 10, and 11, bro. Those are the rounds Lomachenko won. So if you say all that bullshit that Lomachenko didn't win shit, bro, you got to recap and check your eyes, bro, because Lomachenko did win rounds.
Who the fuck up here said that? I said Lomachenko was 6'5"
No,
going
because
into
you're
this
trying to
fight.
say like H Money, JFL don't know their boxing, bro. We've been
They
watching the
don't
sport
know
of boxing for
boxing,
over
fam. They
100
don't.
years.
Okay, well, let me tell you this about JFL. Let me break him down right quick. I'm not listening to anything he says about a fucking robbery when he has Danny Garcia 38 and 0. Has no fucking credibility talking about a robbery. Okay? So fuck the Cannon shit with fucking JFL. H Money has gotten kicked out of every fucking group he tried to join. Period. I don't even think he's an MXBC member anymore, which means he's gone from the MBBC, the LDBC, MXBC. So don't fucking come up here quoting shit about no JFL or H Money when they don't know shit about boxing, fam. Stop it. That shit is ridiculous. We trying to have a boxing discussion. We're not trying to have no discussion based on what the fuck JFL and H Money said. That's not talking boxing. That's talking foolery. Cause those motherfuckers don't know shit.
All right. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna let y'all continue cooking because one of these dogs just took a shit. So I
Yeah,
have to.
yeah.
You know
Go
what I'm
handle
saying?
your dogs. Do us
Yeah, bro. He just took a
favor.
mean ass shit, and this motherfucker's a little ass dog, bro.
Well,
God
you can
damn, bro.
come back and just come back with your party
Yeah,
gear.
I might
Right
try
now
to get
you're in your
JFL
hobo
on here, bro.
clothes.
But BDA, you a bitch, bro. I'm gonna knock your bitch
Oh
ass out
boy.
whenever
See,
I
now
see
you
you,
can't
bro.
come back,
You a
cuz.
hoe ass
Now you can't
motherfucker,
come
bro.
back. Now you done for the day. So we
No,
don't have to
yeah,
worry about that shit no more.
like we were saying earlier, bro. There's some people that ride for their people, and there's a little tribalism, but you also have some people that'll go against their people just to fit in with another people. So, this boxing fans are very funny, bro. So,
Yeah,
they
El
gotta make.
Jefe shit is just a narrative based on Devin Haney. Period. That's all that was. If you didn't know that game.
He's just trolling.
Yeah, that was just based on Devin Haney to basically dismiss that fight so that he could say Devin Haney is the problem. That's all that was. Virtuoso, what's good with you? Gonzalo in the building, Mr. BDA. What's up, fellas?
Hey, how's it going?
All right, so Gonzalo,
Yeah.
then BDA, and then Mr. Virtuoso. Gonzalo, my title is Lomachenko. Showing no class, basically. Speak
Nah,
on it.
he's got class, man. Sometimes I'm not saying we got it. We're entitled to acting like that, but like when Chavez lost, like for the first time, sometimes when you're used to winning, then you lose one time. I mean, we as fans can be a little critical, but I have to say about the fight. This about the fight. I thought that Lomachenko won the ninth, the 10th, and the 11th. I only gave him 3 rounds. I rewatched 3 rounds. I rewatched it again because I had a slow stream, so my stream was lagging. And when I watched it again, I gave him the ninth, the 10th, and the 11th. Now the second and the eighth were close, but I still thought that Teofimo won those. But if you would actually had given those to Lomachenko, it would have been like a 5-7. But like I said, I gave him 3 rounds only. That second round, Teofimo like stumbled, but just because he didn't have like good foot position, but really Lomachenko hurt him twice, and in the eighth, it might give the impression that Lomachenko was doing something because he was coming off of doing nothing. So just because he did a little something doesn't mean that Teofimo didn't punish him, because he punished him in the eighth round, I thought. So I actually just gave him the ninth, the 10th, and the 11th. And what happened in the fight was that when Lomachenko tried to find that angle, Teofimo would find him right around the corner. Basically, he would intercept that angle and neutralize him. He fought fire with fire. He had that steely look in his eyes, like Duran. He was tough on that night. He had it together, man. and I thought he fought the perfect fight. Now, what I mean with perfect fight, it doesn't mean that boxing you're not going to get hit. You're gonna get hit, obviously. But for a guy that takes over, that punishes you like Lomachenko, he pretty much neutralized it to the best of his abilities. Doesn't mean he won all the squabbles. He still lost like 4 or 5 squabbles. But in the grand scheme of things, Teofimo pretty much dominated throughout the course of the entire fight, unless minus those 3 rounds. One more thing, in the 11th round, he had a very dominant round, but I think he got knocked down because what Teofimo was doing, he was punching through the target, and Lomachenko had nowhere to go, so he jumped backwards and he caught him on the belt line. And in the 12th round, Teofimo, I thought he had him hurt where he was gonna almost knock him out. But then I think that Lomachenko utilized his head with 15 seconds to go, and maybe it wouldn't have been enough time. But that just goes to show that Teofimo was leading in that 12th round, and he had him hurt. Lomachenko had to use his head. That's all.
Yeah. Well, look, their game on the panel actually agrees with you, Gonzalo. He said 9-3 as well. But Gonzalo.
Oh, and one more thing is the pyramid defense, the 3-line of defense that what he was talking about. That game, BD, do you guys know?
No. I'm just saying the score. The score was 9-3.
I was just wondering the pyramid defense that Senior was talking about. Is that the 3-line of defense?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure. I didn't even catch. I haven't caught a lot of the after the post fight comments and all that. I've not even caught any of that yet. I can't speak on that. But look, Gonzalo, I need you to answer this. Well, I want to respond to what you said initially because I want to stick to the topic of this live. I don't think that it was showing class when a guy comes to somebody mute, man. Everybody who's not talking mute because there's some feedback. But I don't think that Lomachenko showed class, Gonzalo, because when a guy comes up to you to, shake your hand, congratulate for a good fight, and you turn around and walk away out the ring, that's not showing class, fam. And you got to be honest, Gonzalo, and I think that a lot of Lomachenko fans need to be honest. Had it been the other way around, Lomachenko won the fight. He goes up to dap up Teofimo, and Teofimo turns around and walks away out of the ring. Y'all would crucify him for not showing class. But now we're going to sit up here and say that Lomachenko was still classy?
No, not classy. I just didn't focus on that because,
that's the topic of this live, bro. We got to focus on that.
Yeah, we're sinners. We're sinners. Yeah, we're not perfect. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he could have done better. He could have definitely. Yeah.
All right, Mr. BDA. Concerning the topic, and we'll get to the fight. But concerning the topic, how do you feel about Lomachenko being this classy fighter, classy guy that he was pumped up to be? I think it's a little, darkness being shown on that persona right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, like Gonzalo said, people react differently especially when it's a guy, like he said, who's never lost. This is his life. Oh, shit. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds, man. 2 seconds.
All right, and Mr. BDA, before
he did lose
back,
to
hold on for a second. Hold on. Before when Mr. BDA comes back, Gonzalo, I want you to think about this too. What y'all saying right now is not how he responded during Salido, but now that he responds like that during Teofimo, it's acceptable. He didn't respond like that during Salido.
Well, actually, that's what I was gonna get to because Salido wasn't shit talking him before the fight. You gotta keep it. I'm not justifying Lomachenko's behavior. Look, in life, everything becomes easier when you cede control. And we've talked about this on the live podcast. When you stop trying to control everything, life becomes easier because you learn that you can't control everything. Now, a guy with Lomachenko, like Gonzalo said, he's human. He loses, he's pissed off, especially with the whole build-up to this fight. With, what's his name? Lopez. The Lopezes were very disrespectful towards him. And we all talked about it, how Lomachenko was responding back to them. Instead of keeping quiet and saying, we'll do it in the ring, he was actually, responding to it, which means to a certain extent, it did get under his skin. So I'm surprised by his reaction. I'm not condoning it. I always think that no matter what happens, you should always be a graceful loser, even though I never lose myself. So I can't quite speak on that. But seriously, yeah, it's look, he's been classy for most of his career, and now he's turning this way. it's an exceptional case. It's not justified, but it does show that Lopez has got under his skin, especially with the decision going their way. So, yeah, man, it's classless, but these guys punch each other in the head for a living, man. I mean, we can't always expect them to act the way we would.
But I mean,
also with the classness, bro. He was intentionally trying to headbutt the kid, and actually before Loma kind of took over the fight from the seventh for a few rounds, it was right after a big headbutt. So that was another thing I was noticing. He was trying to catch the dude and cut him or hurt him.
Well, the cut that Teofimo had was from a headbutt. It wasn't from
but I'm talking about even before, like in the 6th or 7th round, man. Loma was leading with his head, and he caught him real good with a headbutt. But I want to ask BDA real quick.
Hold on. You always want to ask a question before I get through mine. We gotta let Virtuoso answer this. I'll hold that question. Hold it tight. I'll let you get it off, but let me go around the panel with this one because that's what this. I don't know what your question is, but this topic is about Lomachenko being classless. So I want to try to stick to that. Now, Virtuoso, what do you feel? My perspective on Lomachenko and this whole. See, this is the thing too. I want you guys to get this. And BDA, especially some of the guys on your panel, not just them. Some of the guys on other panels, they have put Lomachenko up here as one of the classiest guys in boxing, right? One of the most respectable guys in boxing. So now you turn around and you act like this. Martin Marston says, "So a loser." I ain't getting the classiest guy in boxing. So Virtuoso, what do you think about this and Lomachenko's being so classy and so forth?
Do you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Before I get to my point, I want to address Chopstick right now. Do me a favor, brother. Dislodge your mouth from Shakur Stevens' dick, man.
Oh,
you got a problem with me? Come click on the link, man, and come talk to me.
All right, look, Virtuoso, do me a favor. If you wanna respond to someone in the chat, this is the rule on this panel. Just jump off the panel and go back and forth with them in the chat. And when you come back on the panel, let's talk boxing. Because I don't allow people to call out other people on the panel. You feel me? Like, just go in the chat and call them a dick sucker or whatever you want to in the chat and come back on the panel and let's keep it boxing. You feel me?
Okay. All right. Apologies. I just
no problems. No problems.
Okay. Now, Lomachenko to me is a competitor, right? And part of it is, as a competitor, you gotta have ego. I think it was egotistical of him to say that he won the fight. Saying he want to look at it, okay, you can look at it, but you're gonna be surprised by how little activity that he did in that fight. So was it classless? To a degree, yeah, but that's just a part of being a competitor. You wanna tell the fans a different story. You want to convince them, but you're not really doing it much in the ring. So all that talking is irrelevant now. You know.
Yeah.
He had an opportunity to. I look at this fight, you know, being that Teofimo was going to be the bigger man, fought the big man fight. But had he stuck to his game plan that he did in the second half, applied that early, maybe, just maybe, I would give him the credit. But he didn't do no such thing.
Right. Okay. That game, you had a question for the panel?
Well, yeah, no, just for the ones who got on recently, and it was the same question. When did Lomachenko get the really respect Teofimo that much to not do anything till like the 7th round? What was it, and what did you see that made him respect the younger, inexperienced guy as much as he did?
Yeah, he met fire with fire. If I can, he met fire with fire. He pretty much, like, every time that Lomachenko tried to find that ankle, he would meet him right around the corner. Basically, that's just an expression, right? If you're turning a corner, then you're coming the other way, right around the bend. You freeze whatever that guy's, he's coming around. basically in boxing, I think that's what he did. You know, he put a halt to his attacks, and he did that with the timing and his ability to shorten up his punches, right, and find him at that angle. So basically, you know, he fought fire with fire, and that power was, especially I think it was a body shot that made Lomachenko wary. Okay,
First round.
so it was
Yep.
it was the power, and Lomachenko did a good job of not getting knocked out. That's what I have to say for the seventh round because he skirted away from Teofimo's wheelhouse.
You
Yeah.
know, that's
Real quick, BDA. Let me catch the
Yeah.
super chat, and then I'm gonna let you rock. Willie Williams with the contribution, the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Speaking my sports talk family, appreciate you. He said, "Oh snap! I just noticed I got a ranch. Or do you mean a wrench? Big ups, D. Sorry for the interruption. Never interrupting, Willie Williams. Appreciate you, my man. Go ahead, BDA.
I thought he was talking about ranch sauce. Like he just bought some wings or something. I was like, that's a weird comment on the fucking chat. No, but yeah, to Gonzalo's point, the speed, man, speed kills, and speed with power kills hardest. I just didn't think Lomachenko was going to be all that intimidated by it, but apparently he was, man. I mean, we're not the ones getting hit in there. So for whoever people that might be saying, "Oh, Lomachenko's a bitch," look, the guy was hitting hard. Lopez was throwing bricks in there, man, flying bricks. But now to the question of the subject at hand, which is the lack of class. Look, the reason why most people, and myself, I had Lomachenko in high standing in terms of his character, not personality. His character was because he was never shit talking. In fact, that's why so many people were surprised and why so many people mentioned it in the media and on YouTube channels on the build-up to this fight when he actually responded, because it was out of character for him to go around shit talking and saying, well, if we were in the Ukraine, this would happen, blah, blah, blah. So he's always been a classy guy to a certain extent. Now he's showing his true colors once he loses. My holy standard of somebody that didn't complain was Costa Zoo. As far as I remember, maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, when he lost to Ricky Hatton over in the UK, he had all the reasons to complain. I mean, just look at the fight itself. You can see the ref was just letting them do whatever they wanted. He could have come out and say, I was old. The ref did this. He didn't. He never made excuses. Unfortunately, we can't hold all fighters to that standard because, like I said, these guys punch each other in the head for a living. They're competitors. They got a lot of testosterone. And especially when somebody's shit-talking to you to the build-up of the fight, it's going to sting a little bit more, man. It rubs salt on that wound. So we can't always expect guys to do that, man. To walk off into the sunset without complaints. But it is a classless thing. I think maybe the best thing he should have done was just to stay quiet, man, and not even mention anything about the decision. But that's
Right.
on.
Now I will say this about him speaking about he thought he won that fight, especially at this point, right? Because he's actually said it again. But at this point, I really don't have a problem with him saying he thought he won the fight. When I put that in line with him saying, I thought I won the fight, but then the actions he showed exiting that ring, showing bad sportsmanship, that's why I don't. If we look at a guy like Manny Pacquiao, shit, it took him away to the Floyd Mayweather fight until he acted like that. He didn't do nothing. But that wasn't really customary of Manny Pacquiao, right? That wasn't because they robbed the shit out of him and Bradley, and he just kind of shook his head, took it on the chin, and start winning again, right? So yeah, I understand that nobody's perfect, but when you leave the ring, when you turn your back on a guy, and just walk away, and then you come out. See, I'm coupling all that together. Man, I can't defend Lomachenko on this shit. I just put up a live defending Lomachenko yesterday. I got receipts. Lomachenko ain't no damn hype job, right? Going at all of these idiots. So I'm going to defend him. But like Hatman says, nobody's above criticism or below praise. And he needs to be criticized for that shit. You don't turn your back on an opponent. You may be upset, but that's the difference. That is where you separate a classy fighter, as he's been, pumped up to be by all his Lomachenko fans. That's where you separate being a classy fighter to not being classy. So if you're classy, regardless of if you feel that way, you at least shake the man's hand and then leave. but he didn't do that.
Yeah, man. But like I said, man, that Lopez is that we're talking all that shit, man. Can't really blame the guy too much for that. I mean,
okay, so let me ask you this, BDA.
Yeah.
Had it been the other way around, would you guys give Lopez that benefit of doubt? Be honest. Would you say, he showed no class. The kid just turned his back on Loma, walked away. Would you give
No, I
him that
wouldn't.
same respect?
I would not. I would not, because he's been acting like a clown before the fight. So I got to take that into context too. But look, I'm not defending Lomachenko. I mean, look, it's a classless thing to do, man. But you got to understand that there's context behind all of it. Can't say it enough. These guys punch each other in the head for a living. They're fighting in there. People like to say, "Oh, boxing is a sport." It's a sport, but it's still combat at the end of the day. It gets a little more heated than a basketball or baseball game. But
yeah, but it's entertaining though.
I've always said that Lomachenko too, he's got some arrogance in him, because to make it to where he did with the medals and all that, he's an arrogant. I suspected he had a bit of an arrogant streak to him, and it came out now with things not going his way.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, real quick. Let me catch the super chat. And
all right, go ahead.
Right after that. Project Jab, appreciate you for the super chat, man. He said, didn't Teofimo start disrespecting Loma long before the fight was made? If so, you can't expect Loma to cut off the emotion right after the fight. Okay, I can get it, but I can't expect him to at least dap up and leave the ring. That's my expectations on somebody we have as the most classy fighter in the game. And a lot of Lomachenko fans have him as the most classy fighter in the game. So go ahead. Thank you for the super chat, Project Jab. Appreciate you. Go ahead, Unbiased.
Well, people shit on Floyd a lot, right? But I just remember like the build up to Floyd and Gotti. Floyd like trash talked him, belittled him a lot. And Floyd, even after the fight, I mean, he whooped Gotti's ass. I mean, he beat the shit out of him. Even after the fight, still managed to give Gotti a hug and big Gotti up too. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's just the sportsmanship about the sport. If you can't do that, I don't understand how you can call him, a classy fighter. You lost. You won 2 gold medals. You should, have an understanding of what it means to be a sportsman.
Now, Unbiased, I agree with everything you said, but one thing. Floyd won and Loma lost. I can't really, you know what I'm saying? You expect the winner to be like, hey, good fight. Because he won. He has nothing to be angry, hurt, or disappointed about. He won. Loma lost, right? The biggest fight. This is why this is the biggest fight to me in Loma's career, because it was for all the marbles. And he just lost that. Floyd won. So that's I hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
we seen Loma gracefully lose before. You know
well,
what I mean?
I'm with you there. I'm with you on that. He's lost gracefully before. Now people want to just make the excuses because shit was on the line. If you're a graceful loser one, and then you're pumped up, even in a loss, look at Loma, look how he acted with Salido, and you're pumped up as this super classic guy, then you can't just turn the tails and expect everybody to pat you on the back anyway. Because I ain't patting them on the back for this shit. Tell you that
I don't know if I missed something deep, but I thought that he embraced them in the end of the fight. And when they were asking him in the post fight when he was walking to the dressing room, I thought that he said that he thought that he won, but he wasn't sure that he had to go back and rewatch it himself.
Yeah, I don't know about the embrace, Gonzalo. I don't know. Maybe you saw that in a dream, but I don't remember him embracing him.
And another thing, he always got criticized very harshly by a lot of people. Everything that he had done up to this point, people were nitpicking. Oh, he didn't get the credit. And look, the fight ended, and I didn't think nothing much of what you guys are speaking about. I don't know if I just wasn't paying attention or it's not that important. And you might have a point. He might have been unclassy or whatever. I just hadn't noticed it until now. But it kind of goes to show maybe that we're looking too much into it. No, everything that Loma does, whether it was before this fight or after this fight. I mean, I thought he clearly lost the fight, man. He won 3 rounds, in my opinion. Those two close rounds would have made it a 5-7, but I still thought he lost those. But yeah, I have to go back and watch what you're talking about.
Well, Gonzalo, just to one point that you made about how people pick on Loma, he can't do enough. That's all of the best fighters. They do it to Crawford. They do it to Canelo. They do it to Joshua. That's all of the best fighters. This is not nothing that's just particular to Lomachenko.
It is
Everybody who's
new.
the best, they hold on. Everybody who's the best, they do. Look at how they crucify Floyd. Nitpick Floyd on every fucking fight. So I don't want to hear that shit about Lomachenko. Again,
It is.
he goes through the same shit as all the best go through.
It is kind of new, I guess, for me with the YouTube era. And you're right about the Floyd thing, but it just has picked up to where it's very harsh for fighters nowadays, man, because we see everything. And also, it's like it almost seems like every time one guy loses, man, there's a conspiracy theory, man. That's another thing.
Yeah, but that's just the fight game. What I'm saying, it's not exclusive to Loma. It's like that in the UFC. Many other boxers throughout time has dealt with it.
Yeah,
It's not
Canelo.
something that's fucking exclusive to Lomachenko. Like only it's coming down on Lomachenko. This shit is not even fucking new. You go back in the history of fighters who did great and they get fucking pummeled by the media and the fans, but they did great. This is nothing that's exclusive to fucking Lomachenko. They
Like
all
I don't
go through
recall it during Chavez era. I don't recall it too much. Maybe if Chavez
well,
would have fought in this era, there would have been like, oh, you're fighting bombs and you're not doing this or that. I mean, it's definitely changed.
Well, Gonzalo, we're around the same age. Hold on real quick. Gonzalo, we're around the same age, and I don't know how you missed it, but I've been seeing it not even just in boxing and combat sports, throughout sports, period.
Maybe
the
because
best people get fucking crucified, whether they're the best or not. This is not something that's exclusive to fucking Lomachenko, fam.
I've been some on the Mexican channels before in Spanish, and I don't know because at the time I grew up in Tijuana, I used to cross the border, but like it's kind of like there's not so many races. It's just more to like the Mexicans, and within the Mexicans, they're not gonna criticize you'll criticize Mexican fighters, but there's more of a unity on that side. Maybe that's
Man, a bunch of Mexicans be disrespecting the fuck out of Canelo. Gonzalo, what are you talking about?
Well,
Mexicans
now they're
disrespect the fuck out of Canelo. We talking about Lomachenko? Woe is me?
Yeah,
Come on with that shit, man.
Now with the Canelo thing, yeah, you're right about that. But before Canelo, I don't recall too many like what you're saying.
I feel you, dog. But I will just tell you this, Gonzalo. You might not recall it, but trust and believe. It's been going on with all of these sports figures. It ain't nothing exclusive to Lomachenko. Trust me on that.
In Mexico, there's a lot of love for the great fighters, man. Even Mayweather and Pacquiao.
It's a worldwide thing, Gonzalo. It ain't the world don't revolve around just Mexico. It's a worldwide thing, and all of these greats around the world get crucified. That's all I'm telling you. It's not all about Mexico. It's about the whole world of sports, the worldwide of sports.
When you're in that environment, maybe you just don't see outside the box. And like right now, I'm in the Philippines, so I'm kind of segregated to just being here around my house, and I don't step around and I see other people talking in English or anything like that. But yeah.
All right, Dre Spector just joined the panel. What's up, Dre? What's good with you, brother?
What up? Salute everybody in the panel, man. I just wanted to chime in on the disrespect from Lomachenko. I don't have no problem with that. I'm with BDA. Like, this is a competitive sport. It's a lot of trash talking leading up to fights. In this case, it's been over 2 years of trash talking, a lot of disrespect. I have no problem with no sportsmanship in boxing. Only in boxing. Now, again, D, what you were saying, those top stars are held accountable on every platform, like NBA, soccer, you name it.
No matter.
They are held to that sportsmanship.
Damn right. And it's not exclusive to Loma. This shit happens to all. Look at how people crucify LeBron James. He just won the fucking championship.
They just did it. What was that? Game 5 when he walked off the court? Early?
Yeah. They crucify LeBron.
But my thing is when like BDA was saying, when you getting punched in the face, man, and then you lose on the other side, like you lost, man, you not really friendly, especially if you're not used to losing, or he probably never had a doubt in his mind that he was gonna lose. You know what I mean? Like, so he probably just never felt this type of, he was gonna be in this position at the end of the night.
Well, let me tell you this, Dre. If that's the case,
just to clarify, I thank you, man, for the guy who said that, but that is a just not a justification, it's an explanation for his behavior, but I'm not justifying the behavior. But then again, I can't put myself in these guys' shoes because, like he said, they're very heated in there. I mean, it's a difficult thing to keep your emotional composure after things didn't go your way and you were punching each other, trying to tear each other's heads off for 12 rounds. It's hard, man.
But this is what I want to say about that, Drake. This is what I want to say to you about that. I understand where you're coming from, and I can appreciate that, Dre, and even BDA, because I've never heard BDA specifically say that. But I'm going at all of these Lomachenko fans that want to pump him up as the most classy guy in boxing. So if you're going to pump him up as the most classy guy in boxing, then I don't want to hear shit about what I have to understand after the fight, right? Because I've never heard Dre Spector come out here and say, oh, Loma's the most classy guy in boxing, right? I've never really heard BDA say that. I've heard people on his panel and his community say that. So if you're going to pump him up, when I make this live, don't come to me telling me what I should understand, because you pumped him up as the most classy guy in boxing. So if you're the most classy guy in boxing, then you have to show that class whether you win or lose, period.
That's facts, but I don't see him as the most classiest guy.
That's what I'm saying. I get your point, but you won't pumping him up to be the most classy guy in boxing either.
But I also seen him taunt in the ring. So the guy has no respect in the ring for his opponent when he outshining him, beating him in the ring, and he's flaunting,
doing the matador and shit.
Right.
But we still pumped him up as being the most classic guy in boxing when he was doing the matador and shit.
Right.
So when he comes to a loss, don't fucking tell me I gotta understand this and I gotta put this in perspective. Go back to him being the most classic guy doing the matador and shit, right?
But I don't understand. I don't understand what you want from these people, because you know people are. Look, you had people calling into the show the other day saying that they thought he won. You know, there's people out there that they're out of their minds to a certain degree. No, I'm gonna say it. They're crazy. Some of them are gosh darn crazy. So what do you want from these people, though? I don't understand.
I don't want a goddamn thing from them. What I want to do is make my point and let them be even angrier. That's what I want, because that's all they're gonna be, is even angrier when I make this point. And when any of those, hold on, BDA. And when any of those people decide to come join this panel, and I know that they were one of the ones pumping him up, even when he was doing the matador, I'm gonna tear them the fuck down, because that's what I do.
You know what I think? I think some of these people. I think some of these people got to you a little bit before the fight, just a little bit.
Never. Not a chance.
A little bit out of order yourself. Yeah, a little bit out of order yourself.
No, I didn't get all. No. Give us a drink.
Well, let me ask you this. I just ran back in here because I heard you were talking shit about Loma. I'm here to straighten you. D. I just put the Ukraine flag at half mast back here now. Don't fuck around, man. Don't disrespect. D, what are you so dug in for, bro? Come on, man.
Pete, you gotta understand. Pete, you know.
Dude, I feel bad for Dead Game. Is Dead Game still here? Is he still alive? Man.
Yeah, Dead Game here. But Pete getting used to me. And you'll get used to me, Pete. I am what they call
D, I know
antagonizer.
you, bro. Hey, D, I know you, man. I know you.
Yeah, I'm an antagonizer. You know what
we talked before, but man, you're like up on Normandy Beach in a pillbox with a machine gun with Teo behind you. All right, let's get this straight right now. You spent the whole half of the morning yesterday screaming, taking a victory lap for Teo, and then you came back on in the afternoon like, all right, guys, that's done with now. Now let's talk about, Lomachenko. He's no hype job. And it turned into, no, he don't have to see Haney. Everybody's got to come see Teo. Everybody. And then people are like, yo, how about so-and-so? No, too much. No, too young. No, too much. No.
Listen,
you can't, you're killing people with that machine gun.
Let me ask
you
this. When Lomachenko was sitting at top, what fucking demands was being thrown his way, right?
Yeah,
and when demands was being thrown his way, hold on. And when demands was being thrown his way, what did the Lomachenko fans say? He don't got to do a goddamn thing. Don't be saying Loma got to do this, Loma got to do that. So now it's Teofimo's turn.
I hear you.
Y'all got to hear that shit.
Hey, I donated the last of my knot yesterday to your channel. So don't. All my bookie left me with. I gave it to you yesterday. So don't give me a hard time, dude.
I know what kind of knot you got, boss man.
That bookie KO'd it now. That bookie vaporized it like Ravenga did. That Puerto Rican Revenga, that big jacked up kid in the undercard, the recognizes boy Revenga. You see what he did to that guy in the first round? That bookie smoked me.
Berlanga, yeah.
Yeah, that dude's nice.
Revenga.
I like him. So listen, man. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say something also, man. Jesus, I thought. Sorry, Pete.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Maybe like I didn't. Okay, yeah. The whole thing about Teofimo spitting to the ground, like the saliva that fucking. I didn't think that was the loogie. I didn't think that was so classy either, man. It doesn't matter if it was before or after. And I think, look, if Loma didn't like him before the fight, I don't see why he should have a reason to like him after. If you don't like somebody, you don't have to like them, period, man. That's your choice.
Check this out, Gonzalo. Liking a man and showing good sportsmanship is two totally different things. So let's not try to attach them here. You don't have to like a man to be a sportsman, period. You don't have to like him personally to show good sportsmanship, period. So we're not going to attach that. I get what y'all saying. You don't have to be best friends with a man after all of the shit he talked to you. Yeah, I get that. But sportsmanship is outside of that. And if you're going to be measured as the most classy guy in sports, whether you like a man or not, you show good sportsmanship.
So Teofimo Sr. has a right to tell Lomachenko that he has to go back to the Ukraine and put on his tap dancing shoes just because he won?
No, he doesn't. But that's not here and there. It has nothing to do with my point.
Here.
No, he don't have to do that. That's irrelevant to my point because Teofimo Sr. wasn't the one fighting in that ring. Teofimo Sr. wasn't the one considered to be the most classy trainer in boxing. He is considered by most to be out of his fucking mind, right? So we're talking about Lomachenko, who was pumped up as the most classy guy in boxing. So that point you made is true, but it's irrelevant to the point that I'm making.
Well, D, we got your point that you think that people were propping him up to an exaggerated.
I don't think BDA. I don't think on that. I know people were.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you saw people putting him on a pedestal. But now, to you personally, if somebody's shit talking to you nonstop, would you be justified in saying, you know what, I'm not gonna go and shake this guy's hand and kiss him on the cheek?
I wouldn't justify myself because, bro, I practice what I preach. How many people come up on this panel, talk all kinds of shit to me, and the very next day I put them back on the panel? I practice what I preach. So if you're asking me, that's the wrong person to ask, huh? Because I'm still going to shake his hand and show good sportsmanship. You just singing to the wrong choir, fam.
Well, I'm just asking because I want to get it straight. Because
I'm telling you I would, and I'm proving
right.
every day.
Right. But you got to understand, not everybody. Okay, who's got echo in the background, by the way?
I don't know, man. Y'all go on mute. Probably Pete. You know he always hitting us with the echo.
Yeah, he's infamous for that.
Some of these fighters,
quick, Pete.
You know, some of these fighters, man. That's why I respect boxers more than most other sports people, because I mean, some of these guys get knocked out cold, and they wake up and they do an interview. 5 minutes later. Who else does that, man? I mean, I've heard horror stories from journalists when they try to interview hockey players, basketball players, baseball players. These fucking guys, they act like they're kings, like they're emperors, and they don't give them interviews, or if they do give an interview, it's a short answer like, hey, do you feel like you won this game? Yeah, next question. It's like very impolite. Boxers, on the other hand, man, they just got out of a fight. Sometimes they get knocked out, like I said, they get cut. I mean, just in pain. They'll still give an interview. I mean, you got to give it up to these boxers, but not to put them in a pedestal and expect them to always act, especially after such an emotional loss or whatever. Right. Shit happens, man. Nobody's perfect, man. Nobody's perfect.
Let me turn this around on you, BDA, and I'm getting ready to turn it around on you. Okay? This is what I'm going to say about that. And I made it plain that there are a lot of Lomachenko fans that pump this dude up to be a certain guy. When the Wilder fans pump him up to be a certain guy, what do you do over there on BDA? And bring them back down to level. Is this not true?
With the Wilder fans?
With the Wilder fans and the way they pump them up, you bring them back down to level. Is this not right?
As a fighter, yeah.
Okay, this is what I'm doing with Lomachenko right now.
Right. Yeah, I got that in the beginning of your
Oh,
answer.
I'm just doing what you do. That's it.
But
Let
you're
me
doing it
say
on a
something.
personal level. What I'm
I'm not.
saying
Whoa,
is,
whoa, whoa. Why are you taking it personal? I don't get personal with none of this shit. Now you're
well,
going
you are.
against my
No,
character.
you
I'm
did.
not doing it on a personal level.
Well, hold on. You're attack. I said I attack the boxing skills. You're attacking his character, which it's your right to do it. But I'm just saying, I think you're getting a little bit too. You can do whatever you want on the show. I just wanted to straighten that out.
Well, I just explained to Uncle Dre Smack that for all of those fans, those are the ones I want to come up here. I want them to click
Right.
that link, fam. And this
I
is
don't think
my
they're
point.
going
This
to.
is what I'm doing. So
I
I
don't think
Let me
they're
mean,
say
going to,
something,
man.
right? Let me jump in for 1 second, D.
go ahead, do your thing.
All right, my little cousins are boxers, the Charlo twins. We're cousins, right?
Mhm.
Do you remember when Jamal and J Rock fought? And after that fight, J Rock went up to Jamal and tried to shake his hand, and Jamal like kind of dissed him. You see,
Mhm.
what was talked about in that corner right there was your image. There's also an image you should have when you're a professional boxer, when you have cameras watching. So, and I think the image that Vasyl showed was an image that was different from what people thought he was.
Mhm.
So you're being watched, and that's why we're talking about it today, and that's why many other people are talking about it. When you're a professional and when you hold to a certain standards, even though you take a loss, we expect you to take that loss like a champion that we thought you was.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Yeah. Listen, I'm not saying Lomachenko was right in doing it, but there are certain cases where one guy's um, behavior is not as bad as others. But look, I'm not Lomachenko. Yeah, he should have been a little bit more classy after. Well, not just a little bit. He should have definitely. Actually, I don't even know. Did he? What happened? Because Gonzalo said that he actually embraced him after the fight, like
What
as
just
soon as the fight ended. What?
I didn't see that. Maybe
Let
I
me tell
missed
you what
that.
happened. What
I,
happened
I
was
just missed this whole conversation.
as soon as the fight ended, they had like a 2 second stare down, and Tail was the one who initiated the little hug. After the little hug, they went on their separate ways, and that's when they ruled out the scorecards. Right after the scorecards, Lomachenko ducked out of it.
Okay. If I
Yeah.
missed the
Yeah,
hug,
right.
I
That's
may
right.
be a bit harsh, but
But you know what? The fact remains that the fact that he disputes the decision. Look, you have a lot of fighters that do that, but my standard should be. And again, I can't say if I would do this because I've never been in a professional championship. But my standard would be keep quiet. If you because you might get a rematch, But if you start bitching after the fight, that the other guy can use it against you, and it also makes you look. But you should be respectful. But again, I'm not a professional boxer, so I can't speak on that.
He said he had to go back and watch it that he thought, but he wasn't 100% sure. And one thing that Game mentioned, that Ukrainian translator, I don't think he was
That's right.
wholeheartedly translating everything accurately.
And
Yeah,
I'm sorry if the audience, I'm sorry if the BDA audience got to you, man. But they're a fucking bunch of animals, man. I can't keep him in check. What do you
yeah,
want?
well,
You're
BDA,
right.
check this out. No, none of your audience or nobody else on this YTBC platform gets to me the way you guys perceive they do.
No, but
This is a hold on, whoever that is, hold on, let me get this out. This is a fucking game to me. I want all of you guys to know. When you attack D Jefferson, then the ball game has started. And if you get emotional, which most they all do, I got a list of guys that get emotional first. They always point out, you're emotional. I could go down the list, but there ain't no need for me to do that. The game starts, okay? When you come after D Jefferson, then the game starts. And I can guarantee you're going to be the one bitching and hollering and D Jefferson, a punk ass bitch, and making your videos. But it ain't going to be me. I'm going to be smiling the next day. So y'all can point out emotional all you want, but that's when the game starts.
D
I
Jefferson's
will say
ruthless.
the only problem I have with everything you said was that you did it in the third person. You're not Roy Jones Jr. Put a stop to that right now.
Yeah, hey, but you know what, D? One thing I was thinking, look, you're right about something, and I agree. The people that are crying robbery, and I don't know who that is actually, but I hear that's around the grapevine. Um, Look, I'm not the one. If I thought the right guy won, I'll speak about it. Like I said, I thought he won 3 clear rounds and 2 were. I still give Teofimo the benefit of the doubt, so I just scored 9-3. But I have to say, you know, I'm not the one to show the guy that lost a lot of empathy or sympathy for that matter. Because look, you want to talk about the guy that won, right? You want to talk about the guy that won, and we're just gonna leave that man go take his rest, and recovery, and he'll come back if he does. And if he doesn't, that's his career, man. That's basically what I
Man,
think about that.
Well, yeah,
You can't chop a tree like the tree has fallen, and you can't really make firewood out of that tree when the tree's down.
Yeah, I hear
Well,
you,
people
but I
do
don't
that
know if that
nowadays,
apply.
but you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
they do. A lot of people do it, but that shit don't apply to me, Gonzalo.
hey, D,
Yeah,
you're a sick bastard. You know that? When people
I
start
do.
getting emotional, you start rubbing your hands together. What are you gonna say it like that for, man? What are you dragging everybody through it? I'm joking. Hey, you remember when I sent you a message last week and said I was trying to get a hold of you?
Yeah,
Middle
yeah.
of last week, man.
I
You're not
remember.
getting emotional over it, man. I was just trying to tell you, like, we get sidetracked. It's easy to get sidetracked into like when you're making predictions. I'm talking about when you're making predictions. It's easy to get sidetracked into arguing over what your prediction is, you know, and why everybody does it, you know, especially in these big fight weeks. You know, people get into it and they say boxing's weird because it's not like an every Sunday we're going to get a bunch of games and then we're going to have playoffs and that's going to be it.
Right.
So what I'm trying to tell you is it's tough because it never goes exactly like you think it's going to go, and then afterwards there's no games next week. You follow me? There's no like follow up now. Now we got to wait months and months until either one of these fighters come back. So I know you're not getting emotional about it, but it just don't waste a bunch of time digging in and trying to explain yourself to somebody else, or you know why it's you. TO1, that's it. If you call TO1 and TO1, then that's it. We found out 2 days later. Now we got to find out where we're going to go from here. And then you see a lot of people. Hey, a lot of people are now is Lomachenko who got exposed and he's the blueprints out there. All right, well then they'll read the blueprint and they'll probably destroy Lomachenko.
If you're a real
hold on, Gonzalo. Hold on. Let me respond to Pete right quick. Pete, I want to respond to you like this with what you just said, right? Okay, so I make a prediction about a fight, right? And a lot of things that I predicted in that fight actually played out because prior to the fight,
no doubt,
I got a video up. I have receipts. Prior to the fight, I said after Teofimo wins this fight, you're gonna hear a lot of Lomachenko fans come out and say what Lomachenko didn't do. Right? So I predicted the fight
I was on the show with you, man.
All right, and it wasn't just one.
I was on the show
channel.
with you. You got it, man.
Right. So I predict the fight. Then after the fight, I hear people say, "Well, Lomachenko didn't do this and Lomachenko didn't do that." They don't talk about what Teofimo did to cut those angles off. Right. So I'm going to respond to that. I ain't gonna let that shit ride. That's my style.
I'm not talking about after, bro. I'm not talking about after. I'm talking about before. D, I'm with you, bro. You're all right, man. I mean, you do. It's your. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand. At this point, we're getting down to sportsmanship. Shaking hands and what Teo's dad said. I don't care what Teo's dad said. He said whatever he wants. I mean, it's really just like it's either promotion or he means it, or he's right or he's wrong.
I'm interested to know what the pyramid, what Teo Senior was talking about. If that was the 3-line of defense, if it's holding your shoulder up and covering with your free hand while you punch, and having an exit route and an entry point, when the fighter's circling around you, I'm not sure. I have to find that out.
Here's the thing, Gonzalo. Teofimo Senior is not Anatoly, so his terminology may have been off.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'll say.
He said the pyramid theory.
I know. I get you, Gonzalo, but maybe
I've heard
his
of the 3-line of defense before. Maybe it's the same thing because 3-line of defense, a pyramid is 3 lines, right?
Right. But Gonzalo, I get you, but maybe his terminology is flawed.
No, he knows what he's doing.
Maybe he's talking about the same thing you're talking about. He just said something because he's not an attorney. Okay, he didn't.
But he's
train
been around for
fucking
years.
Olympic
He's
fighters.
been training his son ever since he's 4 years old. He's been in the boxing game for 20 years, man. as a trainer. He
Okay,
knows what he's
okay.
doing too.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, Gonzalo, but everybody's not going to have your exact terminology, fam. That's just the facts of the matter. Everybody's not going to say something the way you say it, Gonzalo. They may say it as a different way, okay? That's
Yes, sir.
just basically all it is.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
What's up, Troy Graham in the building? What's up, Troy? I said that
What's
my
up?
perspective is Lomachenko is showing a little less class than people pumped him
Well,
up to be. What do you think?
well, I agree with you, but I've been sitting back now. To be fair, I've been sitting back and I've been listening and I've been taking it in. Right, what I'm seeing from a few people on your panel, BDA being one of them, is that there's a double standard. There's a reason why Lomachenko could leave and show no sportsmanship because of this, that, and the third. But you even asked him if that was Teofimo, would he be so accepting of it? He said no. Then you asked him about Deontay Wilder people, and you said the same answer. No, it has to be fair across the board. Disrespect is disrespect. Win, lose, or draw, you stay and you deal with it. I'll give you a perfect example of someone who always does that. Dillian White. He was just knocked the hell out. What did he didn't run off. He woke up and he said rematch, and then he gave Povetkin props, right? And he made no excuses. He just said he caught me with a very good punch, and I want my rematch, and that's it.
But Lomachenko's more classy than Dillian White, at least by his fan standard.
Yeah, okay.
Classy guy in boxing.
And I got a $3 bill in my back pocket.
Right, all right. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, let me chime in right there. The difference in those fights is he had a rematch clause. Lomachenko don't
Whose fault
have
is
a
that?
rematch clause.
Didn't Loma say he don't need one?
He may take this to heart. I'm saying he may take this to heart though, because he probably truly believed in himself to the point where I don't think I can lose. Man,
who was the A side, Dre?
To beat me.
Dre, who was the A side?
It happened.
So couldn't he have instituted that rematch clause? So I don't want to hear that bullshit. It's his fault.
That's what I'm saying.
It's his fucking fault.
That's the cockiness. That's
his fault. That's his fault.
Well,
yeah, but going back to how I said it, in boxing, I don't give a damn about respect. I didn't come here to see y'all respect each other before or after the fight. I came to see y'all fight and who is the better man inside the ring, inside those 12 rounds. What they did after that, the decision was said and done. That's done. So I don't care how they react after
but
that.
But like I told you, you're not the one who was running around saying he's the most classy fighter either, are you?
Thank you.
Then you can take that perspective. Take that perspective.
Hey, but I picked Loma. You know what I'm saying? I picked Loma during the fight, and I had to come on eat crow. I had to apologize because I didn't see this coming from Teofimo Lopez. I didn't think that the performance that he put on was gonna be that. You know what I mean? This caught me all off guard. It was a surprise. Those first 7 rounds.
Well, can I say something? Can I say something to the guy who just jumped in? And he said,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's Troy. The name Troy.
PDA, can you see the panel? I mean the screen.
Yeah.
Well, before you say something, shout out my super chat.
I gotta run the peace to everyone in the panel and chat. Virtuoso. Shout out to Virtuoso for the contribution. All right. Yeah, like
later, Mr.
Like I said. What's that?
No, that wasn't. He was reading a comment. Go ahead, BDA.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't condone what Lomachenko did, but to say that disrespect is disrespect and that it all falls on the same line, there are degrees of disrespect. I think we can all agree on that. Now, as to why, again, I'm going to repeat myself, why I wouldn't have, if Lopez would have reacted like an asshole after the fight, well, if he acted like an asshole before and he acts even more like an asshole afterwards, that gives me good reason not to justify or to be more harsh on him than I would be on Lomachenko. And I guess the problem is that some people want me to crucify Lomachenko. I'm not going to do that. Like I said, there's degrees of disrespect. And the other guy in the middle, sorry, I forget, I don't know your name. What you look like something. What's your name?
Dre and Troy Graham is the guy at the bottom. Dre is the guy in the middle. Yeah,
Dre's been saying it since he got here. Lomachenko didn't need a rematch clause. He felt he didn't need one. That's on him. But that's the point, is that it's because of all those things that he's pissed off. And that's the main point of discussion here. Why is he pissed off? And we also established that he did actually embrace Lopez.
No, he didn't.
I
Okay, you
just,
mind if I step in now?
I just had to put that out for Troy. Go ahead, Troy.
I got you. Okay. No. Okay, well, a couple of things. He didn't embrace him. Lopez had his arms around him. He didn't embrace him. He Lopez had his arms around him, and he said what he had to say to him, and then he stepped off. What I meant was no. Let me finish.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let him finish.
That's about being fair now. Let me finish. What I said was this: if you could take the good, then you have to take the bad, and that's on any level. You keep saying that one guy acted like an asshole, but you're not giving any examples as to what did he do? Did he slap him? Did he talk about his dead mama? What did he do that made you believe that he was acting like such an asshole? People talk trash in sports, brother. That's just how I don't see. I didn't see it so bad from either side where you have to walk off like that, unless of course that's a chink in the character that you have. That shows what type of character you have, because I didn't see any total disrespect thrown his way at all from Lopez. What are you talking about exactly when you say Lopez acted like an asshole?
Well,
Go ahead.
Let me say this right quick. Teofimo Lopez is being held accountable for a lot of shit his father said. But go ahead, BDA.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear. On top of that, I didn't hear him going against his father, say, hey, you got to chill out. He also did a lot of trash talking himself. It's true. The father deserves the bulk of it. Now, when it comes to the actual disrespect, Troy's saying, well, there's disrespect. Why? Because he didn't fully hug him and kiss him and make out with the guy. See, that's what. And then you're talking about my chinks in my character. All I'm saying is.
No, I did not. I'm talking about Lomachenko.
Troy, you're interrupting. Troy, you're interrupting me. Come on. Listen, the point is this. We're going to make a whole big deal out of Lomachenko. Yeah, he's a sore loser. I've said it as soon as D asked me the question. Yeah, he's a sore loser. He should. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
All right, go ahead.
He showed a lack of disrespect. Not everybody's going to act like Costa Zoo, who's the standard bearer of how you should act after a fight. And like I said, and like Dre said, these guys are punching each other in the face for a living, and they just got out of a 12-round war where the flying bricks were being thrown. They're going to be a little bit on the edge, man. So, yes, Lomachenko did act in a disrespectful manner, but there are degrees of disrespect. So for people that are asking me to show the same type of dislike that I would to other more disrespectful fighters, it ain't going to happen.
Hey, can I caveat off that?
Real quick. Let me say this. Well, you already good with BDA because you just said that he was acting like a sore loser. That's all I need. And this is not what I'm going to get from a lot of Lomachenko fans that pumped him up to be the most classy guy. Hold on. My turn. I stopped everybody from cutting you off. Let me finish. This is the thing. I know that these people won't do that, but that's why I'm going to crucify them, because you can say I'm not being double standard here, because you just said he was acting like a sore loser. Now, how many of these Lomachenko fans are going to do that? And what you have to keep in perspective, Mr. BDA, is that's who I'm going after, really. These motherfuckers that put him up there on this goddamn pedestal don't want to admit that he was acting like a fucking sore loser. Okay?
But they're crazy, man. Yeah, but I think like we were talking about last night, some of these guys, they're insane, man. So for you to spend that type of energy, I mean, look, you made your point, and if you want to keep making it, go ahead. But all I'm saying is, look, you had even the Lomachenko fans, they were coming after me, calling me an idiot because I went with the decision. Like they wanted me to say that he got robbed. I'm not gonna do that. But you gotta understand, and that's why everybody that's showing their face here right now, Uncle Pete, Dre, Troy, I don't know if that's Troy's actual picture, and D as well. You guys got balls, man. You guys got balls, man, because showing your face when you know there's crazy people out there, man, I'm not gonna do it, man. I'm in Canada. We don't get to have guns over it. We don't get to have handguns, machine guns,
Mr. BDA, I'm in America, so I can show my face, and all of the crazies, I got a crazy hot 9mm for them too. So I'm going to show my face. Okay.
I was gonna say, I was gonna caveat to what Mr. BDA was speaking about. What's the guy Costa Zoo, man? that there's this degrees of disrespect. I remember the guy that he fought, Sap Judah, in one of his championship fights. What he did to Jay Nady, man, that was a whole degree of fucking total disrespect. We started that brawl after the fight, man.
Look, I want to say something right quick, D.
What do you think?
And this is going to you, D. We talking about disrespect and emotions and feelings. And I'm not going to say, I don't even really want your response to this. But I'm going to say one thing. You guys need to fix y'all issues because this is a small community. And you guys need to, I'm not going to say kiss and make up, but y'all need to get beyond the bullshit, bro.
Who? What guys?
I don't know what's going on here.
No, you know who I'm talking about.
No, I don't. No. Look, you got to tell me, put it in the private chat or something because you got me all fucked up, fam. I don't give a fuck about nothing, and I have no problems with nobody on here. So you got me twisted.
I'm not talking about somebody on here. I'm talking about Johnny Boy. You and him need to fix that shit because this shit is it didn't ran its course. Y'all both know how y'all feel about certain situations. Y'all need to fix that shit.
Okay, well, I'm glad you brought that up.
And now I don't even want you to respond. I just
this ain't for you. This ain't for you. This is for everybody else who might feel the same way you do. Pete, put yourself on mute, please. Okay. This is for everybody else who may feel the same way as Dead Game Boxing. I'm going to clear this up right the fuck now. And I've told him this personally. And I'm glad that Mark is on here because he heard me tell him this personally. I have no fucking problems with Johnny Boy. I have never done a motherfucking thing to Johnny Boy. This is what I have decided to do. And I have every fucking right as a grown fucking man to do this. I have decided not to go to his lives, not to go to his channel, and just stop being around him. I don't know why that's a problem. I'm not making videos about him. I'm not talking shit about him on my lives. I've just decided not to participate in his channel anymore. So there is no fucking problem unless Johnny Boy has one. So for Dead Game and anyone else who feels that there's a problem with D. Jefferson and Johnny Boy, I'm telling you guys right now, I've just decided not to go to his channel. Since we have the right as men, since we have the right as men to click the link on any fucking channel we decide to, or not click the link on any fucking channel we decide to, what the fuck did I do wrong?
Well, what I'm saying is, look, okay. I think because it's a small community and we all pretty much know each other through the internet, I think that's going too far. I think everything should be 100% squashed and make it good. Everybody know how we believe and what we feel. I think it'll be good for the community to have, to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Dead Game, I want you to stay on this live. When I end the live, just stay on the panel, okay? That way we can talk behind the scenes, okay? Because there's a lot that you don't understand about this situation.
All right,
I think that you, me, and everybody on this panel has every fucking right to go to what channel we want and not go to what channel we want. And that's all I've decided to do with Donnie Boy is not go to his channel. Now, if he has a fucking problem with that, what the fuck can I do about that?
No, I'm saying I have a problem with it, and I can't
don't
do nothing.
Go to somebody's channel, fam.
And because it's still tension. It's still tension there, and we'll talk later. We'll talk.
Yeah,
later.
yeah. Okay. Well, it's no tension coming from this way because if it was tension, then I would be putting up lives talking about fuck Johnny Boy like he puts up lives talking about me. But you don't fucking see that.
No, we'll talk about it later, boss. We'll talk about
what you guys talking about? Tension?
Okay,
Isn't that the guy that fought Mayweather?
Gonzalo, you know exactly who Johnny Boy is, fam.
Okay, D.
Yeah.
D, I actually wanted to respond back to BDA, but first I want to say it's my first time into your show, man. I like the way you do business. You're fair, but you're firm. I don't dig your Floyd Mayweather picture, but you're fair. You're fair and you're firm. Now, Mr. BDA, I heard you speak and you said I spoke out of turn when you said I was saying that I was attacking your character. No, I didn't, because you're not a part of the narrative at all. I said Lomachenko. I never once mentioned your character or you at all, sir. I would never do that. So, but just to be fair, I heard a lot of talk, but I never heard any real reason as to why you feel Lopez was being an ass. Again, you said a lot of things which said nothing. You spoke as honestly, just to be fair, you've actually mastered the art of saying a lot and saying nothing at the same time. And that's what I heard from you. That's what I heard from you because you didn't.
First of all, don't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm almost done because I say stuff pretty quickly. If I have something to say, I pretty much boom, I say it and it's done, and people can question it because I've actually said something. You said a whole lot of nothing, but you never gave a valid reason as to why you keep saying that Lopez was acting like an asshole. You never said what that thing was that made you say, okay, asshole.
I got you. Well, first of all, you're not speaking your mind because you're being very passive aggressive. Just look, you dislike me, you dislike something, I say, go ahead and say it. Because you also keep saying honestly, yeah, Troy, come on. You keep saying honestly, this and that, and then you take digs at me. You got something against me or what I'm saying. So
I don't like talk, brother. That's the only thing I don't like. Okay, but go ahead.
Let Troy, you gotta let him finish, fam. Gotta let him finish.
Well, no, I'm just curious. Before I do get to all of that, what exactly is the problem you got with me, if there's any?
I think sometimes you feel like you double standard. He said that. He said that.
Okay, no. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man. I'm gonna tell you the truth. What it is, and just get to the point. I was a huge fan of Fantasy Island, and you sound like the brother from Fantasy Island, and I can never sound that cool, and that's what irritates. I can't sound as cool as you, so I'm irritated by your accent. Okay, thank you very much, because I can't sound that damn cool. Okay, bye. I'm gonna put myself back on mute.
But you see, he avoided my question. Doing this, he says
because I don't have a problem with you there, brother. I don't.
All right. Well, listen. Then let's get to the point. Then Lopez was talking a lot of smack. I'm going to beat him up. He's not on my level. Now you might say, hold on. You might say, well, that's just classic trash talking. But that's being an asshole. Either way you cut it. And Lomachenko, I don't know if he's not used to that or whatever. He certainly took it that way. Also, the fact that Lopez's father got shit-faced and went after Lomachenko, and Lopez never said anything about it, never said, hey, listen, that was out of line, whatever. That's assholish behavior, no matter how you cut it. Now, Loma's assholish behavior was he didn't fully embrace Lopez. So it seems to me like the world's in order. Lomachenko didn't embrace him. The other guy acted like an asshole. Okay, he didn't kick him in the nuts. He didn't go after his wife like Wilder's brother did or whatever. That's fine. So then the world is in a state of equilibrium. I don't got a problem necessarily with what Lomachenko did. Disrespectful, fine. But I also see the other side, and I see the Lopez camp being disrespectful towards him. So to me, the world was in a bit of equilibrium right there.
All right. I want to get Mark Unrivaled in here and get his opinion on the poor sportsmanship, sore loser, whatever. And then I want to let Brian jump in and give his opinion on that, because I do want to get everybody's take on this topic. Mark, what's up with you, fam?
Hello, how's it going?
All right. So you knew what my title was, and we kind of talked about it because I sent it to you before I popped the live. So
yeah, yeah. So do I think it was did I think it was bad sportsmanship? Sure, I guess. I mean, my whole thing is bad sportsmanship is like screaming and bitching and complaining and all this shit. That to me is being bad sport. I don't think Lomachenko's ever been a good or a bad sport or a classy guy or an unclassy guy. I think he's just been what he is. He's always had a bit of an ego. He wasn't too happy, obviously. I wouldn't be happy losing either, would you?
Nope.
And he walked out. I mean, he probably thought he won the fight. This happens. He could have stayed there. He could have left. He chose to leave. I mean, it's not like when the decision was announced he wanted to stay in the ring. Like, I wouldn't want to stay in a ring, let's be honest, when you turn around and you see the other kid is doing fucking backflips and Fortnite dancing in front of you. Because that's a really cocky thing to do after winning. That's pretty belittling the meaning as well.
But it's about as cocky as doing the matador in the ring when you're beating somebody, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying otherwise.
Okay.
I'm not saying otherwise. But he didn't do that against Teofimo, did he?
Because he could not. He won't beat him enough to be doing the fucking matador playing around. He played around with Teofimo. He might have gotten his ass knocked the fuck out.
What's that got to do with class at the end of the
I'm
fight?
just saying. I'm just saying that if we're gonna say that Teofimo's unclassy for doing the backflip, I don't think doing the matador while you're comfortably beating the guy is classy. I mean, I just want to spread the love. That's all.
Well, we are talking about this fight, aren't we?
Yeah. Okay. I'm again though. I'm going, and Mark, I explained this to you before. I'm going at these motherfuckers that has him as the most classiest. You didn't take that position. You just said it. BDA didn't take that position. So, I mean, I respect your perspective on it. Dre, he never took the position that
Jimmy Lennon Jr.
this is the most classy guy in boxing, right? And if you're doing all of these things, then maybe you're not the most classy guy in boxing, huh?
Can I ask one thing?
Right.
Who said Lomachenko's the classiest?
I'm not calling out names, fam. But if you haven't heard that, then I don't know. Maybe you just won't listening for it. But I'm not going to call out.
I've never heard it. Most people look at him as an over ego inflated prick. To be honest,
right?
Even his own fans have said that. He's egomaniacal, Loma, and so is his dad. They're very surrounded in themselves. The only time he ever showed class to me was when he lost to Orlando Salido. That's the only time.
Well, I heard this right before the fight, and I heard I was on plenty of panels, and I heard it on more than one panel before the fight, and I heard this from more than one person, and they were all saying how Teofimo doesn't have a chance against Loma, and I really wish that either one of these 6 guys would pop up here because they frequent my lives often, but I don't see them. So,
can I ask one thing? Were they talking about classy in terms of the way he fights, or were they talking about classy?
No, they was talking character. They was talking character. He's a class act. Okay, he's a classy guy. In and out of the ring is a lot of the shit that they say. Okay, Mark, like really. And you might not have heard it, but I'm no fucking liar. I don't think anybody has proven me to be a liar. So trust and believe. Yeah, this is what's being said. And then I don't understand either why it's so hard to believe that these things was being said, because all of the fighters is at the top have these fanboys to say the most ridiculous things. So I don't even understand how it's so hard to believe that anybody said that.
No, I'm just asking because I haven't heard it. I normally don't comment.
I did. Look.
Yeah, a lot of people said it. I'm not sure why he ain't heard it, but it's been a lot of that shit going on.
I've heard it a lot, and it came from the Lomo fanboys. Lomo was the best thing since sliced bread, but it seems like now that he took the L, that people are kind of saying opposite. So, it was said.
Oh, wait. Are we still talking about the classy then, the character, or what?
Well, we're talking about the class and the character. Like I said before, when Charlo did it, I took offense to it. I was like, man, you on live TV in front of everybody, and you showed your ass. I mean, you're a professional fighter. I mean, when Mike Tyson got his ass after he said he was going to eat the man kids, he started apologizing and doing all kind of other stuff to the man.
Actually, he said that after he won, though, and that's what I think is would grate most boxing fans the worst, because it's one thing to lose and bitch about it, which a lot of these guys do, and it looks bad, but that's on them. But when they win, the way Charlo did against J-Rock, and then he refused to. But then again, to Charlo's credit, he did immediately during the post-fight interview try to win the audience back, but by that point he'd lost them.
It was too late. It was too late because he had showed his true intentions, and he had to have somebody in the corner make him realize he's on national TV.
But like I said, though, that game, they're very emotional. Look, there was a lot of trash talking from J-Rock to the build up to that fight. I don't remember exactly what he said. All I remember was that he was talking mad shit to him. So I can understand why, again, I'm not justifying it, but I can understand why Charlo would be pissed off at it, especially when you see that Charlo is a very emotional guy too. So, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't know what I can say. I'm not here to defend these boxers, but like we keep saying, these guys punch each other in the face for a living. They're not exactly the most relaxed individuals out there.
Hey, let me jump in there, man. I'm gonna tell you like this. I defended Charlo because I seen all the build up to that fight between he and J-Rock. J-Rock was saying all kind of reckless shit. He was gonna beat his ass. He gonna knock him out. He was saying, oh, man, everybody sees this stuff. He said that if Charlo was to move up to 160, then he'd be running from him. It was a lot said. So
it was part of the buildup also. It was part of the buildup also.
Okay, so if I'm gonna sit up there and get so excited over a fight because of them talking, like, what attracts me to boxing is them actually talking shit about each other, wanting to fight each other, wanting to kill each other. I'm not gonna revert back after the fight if they don't like each other after the fight. Fuck it. Shit, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a fight. If I want to see a street fight, it's the same thing. I don't expect for y'all to have a street fight and then shake hands afterwards. Some people
but
do.
Look, but check. I understand exactly. I understand exactly what you're saying. But like I said before, there are athletes that are on national TV, and after the fight, even though J-Rock they was both talking trash. J-Rock did go up to him to give him dap or whatever. And after somebody did point out to Charlo that he made a mistake, Charlo did try and go to J-Rock. So yeah, so I mean, everybody knows it was just the build-up. I mean, after the fight, you ought to. All I'm saying, it should be a little bit more class, and you know, we put these guys, especially when you're at their level, we hold them to a higher standard, and that's where I put it.
But you know what? I have to say something. I have to say, maybe that's just a good thing, and it shows that there was real bad blood, because you don't want to go in there thinking that it's just a build-up and that they were really friends like Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder in the #1 fight. You want to know that it's kind of real. So in the end, this just corroborates the fact that, yeah, this was a true fight. Fucking Lomachenko met his match. He ran into a brick wall. It's not that he's not a good fighter. It's just his limitations. We should just let the man go and rest and recover, man. Not show sympathy or empathy, but just let the man rest and recover and give props to the guy that won.
Okay, D.
Hey. Yeah.
Okay, now I have a question for you and the rest of the panel. Basically, what we saw Saturday was a very good fight. It was kind of an event, you know. It felt like that, and it lived up to it because the fight was good, right? Now, where does Teofimo go from here? Because he has the motivation, and he has a very good. He's actually great because he speaks Spanish and English, so he has that crowd. He has power and he has speed, and he's a crowd pleaser when he fights. So how does he keep that going? Where does he go from here? Does he give a rematch, or does he fight Haney? Or I was thinking like a Mikey Garcia. If he could get him back down to 140, that'll be a good fight. But why don't you tell me your thoughts on that?
Yeah, can I respond to that, D?
I'm gonna let the panel start off. Go ahead, Gonzalo. You go ahead and start off.
Mikey Garcia, semi-retired, man. This guy's not even a diamond in the rough. He's fucking polished, and that style is great. I'm really digging the counter-punching style that's neutralized, not particularly the Ukrainians, but I mean the guys that change up their angles. I'm just thinking of the Charlo fight against Davyachenko. That counter-aggressive punching style with the ones and twos, man, that's great. And, you know, Marquez was a great fighter, but he really came into his own. He was a counter-puncher. He came into his own when he was like 30. When he was like 30 to 40 years old, that's when he shined. Look, Teofimo Lopez is 23 years old, and he's got the timing and the speed. That shows that style, man, is if he can couple it with what Marquez had to be like a good finisher, he's got great things in his future, man. Because that guy wasn't necessarily the fastest at 30 years old, 30 plus. But this guy's 23 as a counter puncher, man. That shows he's got a lot of future ahead of him.
Right. Now, look, I want to say this, and I want everybody to understand this. And what I keep saying, I practice what I preach. Somebody, y'all, please put yourself on mute if you're not talking, because somebody got some terrible fucking feedback, and it's echo, echo, echo. So, here's the thing. I'm going to practice what I preach. Everybody that come here knows I'm a huge Tyson Fury fan, right? When he deserves to get bashed, I'm going to straight up bash him. I'm not going to water it down. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to make it seem like it's okay. I'm going to fucking bash him when he deserves to be bashed, whether I'm a fan of his or not. I practice what I preach. This I put up because it's Tyson Fury, you idiot. I have a video for all of y'all to go see that I'm going to do what I expect everyone else to do. Don't fucking pump this man up as being this, that, and the third. And when he loses, don't be willing to bash him. You want to water it down. You want to make it seem like it's not that bad. No, fuck that. Nobody is above criticism or below praise, period. So if I take the charge at someone, then understand that I'm also going to keep the same energy when it comes to my favorite fighters. And here's a perfect example. Tyson Fury, you idiot. Okay? So I just wanted to get that out there. Now, on to the question.
Yo, can I go next?
Yeah, you next.
All right, check this out. The next fight for Teofimo Lopez is for undisputed, and that's against Devin Haney.
Oh my God.
These guys have been talking on the phone, FaceTiming. I think that's the next fight we're gonna get. We all know that Teo is not undisputed yet. If he ever gets there, until he goes through the WBC champion. So for next for Teofimo, it's gonna be Devin Haney.
Let me just say one thing. That's a crazy thing, Mauricio Suleiman did. I wonder if he did it on purpose to collect 10% from either fighter, from each fighter, from Devin Haney and Teofimo. Get a fucking double dip on that, right? I wonder if it was a Machiavellian thing that he had planned all along, man. Fucking
exactly. Listen. We cannot trust. Well, I'm not gonna say we can't trust Suleiman, but yesterday Suleiman even tweeted, "Congratulations to Teo for being unified." He did not mention undisputed. So I think what Suleiman did, Suleiman played the other belts because they wouldn't make it happen. It was lip service that Suleiman did. And even if Suleiman did say it, it wasn't real. So right now, if you really look, if you start digging deep, there's nowhere where you see Teofimo WBC champ. Nowhere. Everything is franchise and everything else. So they're gonna make more money. It was a smart move. He played the people, and I can respect him for doing it. So let's go for undisputed. And
right.
even if Teo is undisputed, which I don't think he is, it's still going to be a good marketing tool to use it. So they're going to use it. Trust me. They're going to say for undisputed this next fight.
All right, hey Dre, let me ask you a question. I mean, not Dre. Didn't you ask the panel this question?
I asked them that yesterday.
No, I'm talking about who just asked this question to start off. What's next for Lomachenko? Who asked that question to the panel? Wasn't that you, Dre?
Nah, that wasn't me.
I mean, not Dre. Day. Didn't you ask the panel what's next for Lomachenko?
No, it wasn't me. I just commented.
Oh, well, somebody said, let me ask a question. So
imagine being the youngest 23-year-old undisputed in history, but then going up and reaching that accolade as well in the division above. 2-time undisputed for a 24-year-old. That's fucking crazy, man.
Hey, let me check in on this so I can get my opinion, man. And it's based off of what he just said. What he should do versus what he might do is two different things. What I would like to see him do is the Devin Haney fight, because it's going to be an asterisk on it. There's still going to be detraction from the undisputed if he don't fight Devin Haney. There's going to be people saying that he ducked him, or you know what I mean. And that is not on Teofimo Lopez. That's on the WBC that fucked this all up. That they didn't fuck the whole boxing world up with all these fucking franchise champions and introducing and the criteria for it, and then it's not supposed to exchange hands, but then you exchange it in this fight. Not you fucking it up. You know what I mean? They are fucking it up totally. Now the smart move for Teofimo Lopez is he has trouble making 135. Go ahead and 140. That's a smart move. But I don't want to see that. 140, I think, is he still he competes well, and he could possibly be undisputed at 140. I'm just being real. It's to me, other people may hold some of those fighters up there at 140 in high regard. I do not. Ramirez, Taylor, even Progress. I don't have those guys that's like one above the other, so greater than the other. So I think he competes well, and it's a possibility. The same thing I said about Mikey Garcia. If he would have went to 140, he would have had more success at 140 than he does at 147 because he's gonna get dropped. I mean, like he gonna get hurt up there with those bigger guys. So
Yeah,
let me real quick, Gonzalo, let me say something, man, because this is where I jump in a lot of times, and it doesn't matter which fighter it is. Okay, I've defended Wilder, Loma, and everything. If I hear something that I just don't agree with, then I need to speak on it. And prior to this fight, I don't know how many fucking times I had to sit here and listen to Teofimo struggling with weight. And I kept telling everybody, look, man, why the fuck does everybody keep talking about this struggling with weight? The kid never had a fucking problem on the scale, right? Even in this fucking Lomachenko fight, he won't gassed out. He showed a second win in the fucking 12th round. But now after the fight, we're still talking this struggling to make weight. Nobody has. Hey, hold on for a second, Dre. There we go, because I don't cut anybody off. There ain't no cutting off on this. Let me rock. Okay, here it is. You give me an example. Losing the belt on the scale, problems getting on that scale, making weight. Like Teofimo said himself, I don't know where all of this weight. Teofimo said this. I don't know where all of this weight, having problem making weight comes from, because I've never had a problem on the scale. And this Lomachenko fight, he hit the scale exactly. Okay? Showed stamina and in the 12th round. But now after the fight, I still here struggling to make weight.
What's the point, D? Like, what's the deal?
My point is, why are we
35,
still
right?
talking about him struggling to make weight when we
Okay,
was talking about him struggling to make weight against Loma, and he didn't fucking struggle to make weight?
Okay, so what's the deal? Let him stay at 35, you're saying. Let him stay at 35.
Yeah, I mean, he can do whatever the fuck he wants, but I don't want to keep hearing that he's struggling to make weight, man, because y'all have no fucking validity behind that. None.
Okay, he said they say after the post fight that if it wouldn't have been for the team of specialists, the father said that he would have known if they would have been able to make the weight. But okay, yeah, he made it comfortably because he's a young guy. Whatever. The glaring thing for me, okay, let's say he wants to move up to 140 because he just might feel that much more better. Wouldn't you want to get your feet wet and fight a top 10 as opposed to jumping in back to? I know he's doing all the right moves, but going from fighting killers, I mean, to world champions, to fighting fucking undisputed guys. Sorry for my language.
Okay,
back to back.
Gonzalo, why the fuck do y'all praise Lomachenko so much? Because he's done something that no other fighter in the fucking history of boxing's done. He fought champion or former champion after champion. Now when Teofimo talks about doing it, it's a fucking problem. That's a fucking double standard, fam.
No,
Because
that's badass.
My turn. Because y'all fucking praise Lomachenko for this very thing. All of you fucking Chenko fans praise him for the same thing. That he fought former champion or champion back to back to back. Nobody's ever fucking done it. Now you see a kid that fights Coleman, that fights fucking Lomachenko, and talking about going to improve again, and it's a goddamn problem with it.
No, that's
Explain this
badass.
shit to me.
I mean, he's a killer. But look, what happened to what was his name? The Mexican guy, the Aztec warrior, fucking that fought De La Hoya.
Did it happen to Loma?
No, at Ferocious Fernando Vargas, he was 24, and he became damaged goods. I'm not saying that
Come on, man.
Teofimo is not on the right path and that he's the killer and he should get all the praise and should reach those accolades to do that, something that nobody has ever done before. Man, that's what you want to do. But he's gonna run into another killer, and he just might lose instead of maybe like just getting his feet wet 1 or 2 fights. But
so now we're worried about a loss, right?
No, I'm not.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
Go ahead
First, we want to hold on. First, we want to crucify, and don't fucking say we don't. I know all of you guys hear people crucifying PBC fighters. These PBC fighters too worried about their own. They're too worried about losing a fight. But now you want to hold Teofimo back with that shit. Listen, this is what I say. Leave Teofimo the fuck alone. If he want to go take dangerous fight after dangerous fight after dangerous fight, accept the fact that this is what happened in the old school, and most of you motherfuckers desire it to go back to that, and he's setting the fucking standard. So get the fuck off his nuts about taking on the tough fights, period. That's what I say.
Look, let me say one real quick thing. Real quick, all I'm going to say is this. Teofimo is in a great position, bro. And I say that because he now has the franchise title, where if Teofimo is not going up to 40, 140 unless he can fight for that unification. I mean that undisputed. So the winner out of Josh Taylor, in whatever this guy Ramirez, I think. If they get undisputed, Teofimo is going to go up there and challenge for that belt. I'm not going to say he'll stay up there, but that's why his dad and him it was a master class of positioning. He can go up to 140 and do something great, and as we know, Teo has the balls to do it. If that doesn't happen, he's going to fight Devin Haney. So he's in a great position, bro. A great position. You know, with that franchise title, he could just move up and go straight into that big undisputed fight and be undisputed in 2 weight classes. If that doesn't happen, he can fight Devin Haney. So he's in a perfect position, and that's one thing that I can appreciate what the camp did, the Lopez camp did. They put the kid in a perfect situation.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that gentleman. Go ahead, BD. Sorry.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Yeah, you know what, man? Look, he still has business that he can take care of at lightweight, Teofimo Lopez, that is. So if he wants to go to 140, he can certainly do so. My thing is this, I'm looking at this from a financial perspective. Ryan Garcia, I suspect, depending on how he beats Campbell, he's like, let's say he blasts Campbell out of there in 3 or 6 rounds. Let's say that. This guy, he's already got the Zoomer audience, the TikTok audience. He's got the gay audience. He's got the transsexual audience too, probably. We don't know that for sure, but I've done my research. This guy can become mainstream, man. He can become mainstream provided that he beats Campbell in impressive fashion. Now imagine that. The guy who beat Lomachenko, he's explosive, he hits hard, he's skilled too. He's got hard, as he showed in the 12th round. Taking on the guy, the king of the LGBT, man, that would be fantastic, and that would be a big moneymaker. Then afterwards, whatever happens with Devin Haney can happen, and then maybe he could move up to 140. Right now, moving up to 140, man, I don't know. If he's not struggling to make 135, I don't see why he should move up to 140 right away.
Because BDA, listen, because it would be history, and this guy is about making history. And listen, man. He's in the position with this franchise belt to make history. So if that's the only, I'm telling you guys, he's not going to take no filler fights at 140 and none of that. He's going to only take that undisputed fight. If not, he is going to keep fighting at 135. And he looks so good. His body looks great. He's not having trouble making weight, as he already said. I mean, there's plenty of fights. Tank Davis, there's Ryan Garcia. there's a bunch of good fights at 135 that he will fight. And these guys, and the thing about it is, they can't run from him anymore. If you run from him, it's showing your heart. So like I said, is one fight at 140, and that's to make history. If not, there's big money fights to make at 135.
Hey, D.
All right, good. All right, good. You mind if I step in here now? You mind if I step in?
All right, go ahead, Troy, and then Dre. Go right after Troy. Go ahead, Troy.
Right. When did fans get so concerned about fighters taking on big fights and big challenges? I mean, that's pretty much what the fans wanted. When did fans say, no, we don't want you to constantly take on good fights. We want you to wait them out 2-3 years like Floyd and take them on then. Don't force me to do my Shannon Briggs impression, double heated, extra hot, get him champ, come on, man. When did that happen that the fans are like, we want you to take some soft touches and then, they go fight a tough fight, take a soft touch, then go to, when did that happen? Extra heated.
Can I say something?
Hold on, Gonzalo, because you got to let it go around the panel because Dre was next. But not only that, I keep hearing about money, right? They keep crucifying PBC fighters about chasing money. But now they're talking about, well, he can stay at 135 and make a little more money. Now money plays into it. Go ahead, Dre.
Yeah, and let me just clear up the weight thing that I was saying, because I think you kind of got it misconstrued on what I was talking about the weight. I am hearing from the horse's mouth. Him over the last year and a half, he's been saying he's ready to go to 140. That with the speculation that he's not comfortably making 135. when they saying they have to bring in nutritionists and things of that nature, then that leads me to believe he's going to be more comfortable at 140. I'm not saying he's running from 135. I think that he's going to be more comfortable at 140. But I believe he should fight Devin Haney so that he doesn't have the asterisk, even if he wants to move up. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's struggling or what he's doing. I'm objectively looking at this. And then I also bring up money because 135, there's more money to be made than in 140. Nobody knows those guys at 140.
Well, Boxing Virus says this. Who cares? We want great fights. I'm with
yes.
you, Boxing Virus. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about these politics. I don't give a fuck about
Yes.
the old must not go. I don't give a fuck about Tank Davis being a fucking star and Teofimo need to fight him to make more money. I want the great fights. I'm with you, Boxing Virus. That's what I want.
And look, D. Jefferson, look, of course, and at 23, he did something that nobody has done because by becoming undisputed, and by him moving up to 140, he would like do it 2 times where he is maybe like 24 at the time, or maybe still 23 when he reaches that accolade of having 2 undisputed and 2 different weight divisions. And that winner of that Ramirez versus Taylor fight, that would be an in-house fight because that would be a top rank versus Teofimo, who's also a top rank. So the stars would align for fucking the top rank to make money and for it to happen. Look at Crawford; he can't even do anything without crossing the road, and all the roads lead to that happening at 140 for fucking Teofimo Lopez, man. That's great, but what I'm saying, would he have a chance of winning? Because as Troy was saying, there's top guys and he doesn't place one above the other. But I'm thinking, like, for me, that division is the best division in boxing. It's like 154. One guy doesn't stand out more than the other, but at 140, you just have like a lot of good fighters. Even guys that are not top 10 rated, man, they're really, really good. So that division is really, really deep. Nonetheless, if we have to think about the top guys, how good those guys really are. So what I'm saying is, how good would he fare against those guys without dipping his feet in and testing how he would do before going into that fight? Just one fight.
Yeah, 140 is jam-packed, man, for sure. The reason why I brought up Brian Garcia and Devin Haney, Tank Davis, I forgot to bring him up, is because I'm not sure if Lopez can beat some of these guys at 140. Your point is well taken. If he wants to challenge himself, absolutely. I wish more fighters would do that. But there's still unfinished business to a certain degree at 135. I'd like to see that happen first. As for, because other people complain about, the fights aren't being made, or why are we talking about the money now? Because it's a good point. There's been a shitload of mismatches right now. Tank Davis, if he waits for Campbell or Tank Davis to see what he does, or Ryan Garcia with Campbell, man, it could potentially be good fights there, and it could be unfinished business. But if he wants to move up to 140, that's a spectacular opportunity because, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Josh Taylor with Top Rank now?
Yes.
Yeah, and Ramirez too. So the winner, they could wait for Lopez, who's also with Top Rank. There would be no division. There would be no politics involved. It's in-house thing. That fight could get made. But Lopez, I think, if it were me, I'd still like to see him clean up 135. But then again, that's not a prerequisite necessarily for greatness if there's bigger challenges at 140.
Yeah, well, here's my thing, man. Here's my thing with this Teofimo situation. And, I feel like when you win unified 4 belts, not undisputed, because whatever. When you win 4 belts in a division, you basically take down who was considered the best in that division. The guys underneath Lomachenko, which, if I'm not mistaken, Devin Haney falls in that line. Tank Davis falls in that line. Ryan Garcia falls in that line. Fortuna, Mendy, whoever the fuck. They're not considered over Lomachenko before this fight. They weren't considered over Lomachenko. Lomachenko was considered the man. So when you go in there and you beat the man, then you want to go to the next level and beat the man. This is what the fuck Lomachenko did coming into boxing. The same Lomachenko y'all motherfuckers love. Bob Arum set him up to fight the champion, the former champion, the champion, the former champion, the champion, the former champion, and y'all loved it. Y'all praised it. Y'all praised him all the way until he got beaten by Teofimo. But now y'all want to restrict Teofimo from doing the same thing because he's under the top rank banner, which can put him in the great fight after the great fight after the great fight. Don't put no fucking restrictions on my kid, bro. That's my dude. And I'm going to sit up here and yell about him. Don't put no fucking restrictions on him, especially if the restriction comes from a guy who has not done a motherfucking thing in this sport yet, which I'm talking about Devin fucking Haney. Okay? Lomachenko is a walking Hall of Famer. So he's done a lot in this sport. Devin Haney defended a belt that was handed to him against Alfredo Santiago. Who the fuck is Alfredo Santiago? Because that's all he's done. He's defended against Alfredo Santiago. So don't fucking talk about what he needs to do or maybe he should fight Haney. Fuck Devin Haney if he can get a fight with Ramirez or Taylor. Fuck Devin Haney.
That's a great point, man. Now, just a question, because I didn't see the follow-up interview after the fight. What did Lopez say after the fight? Because I didn't hear. Is he planning on moving up? Or
I didn't see that shit either, fam.
Look, I'm gonna tell you what.
Fred. This is where my perspective on this comes from, BDA. Teofimo Sr. was right here on this live, not this live, but a live on this channel. And he laid out that whole plan to me.
He came on here?
Hold on. He said after they beat Lomachenko, because they envisioned that, we're going to 140 to challenge the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. I got the video up. I'll send you the fucking link. The man said it right here on my channel. Okay? So this is where I'm getting it from. Not no fucking articles, not no fucking boxing scene. I got this from Teofimo Sr.'s mouth, right here on the goddamn channel, to go up and challenge the winner of Josh Taylor and Jose Ramirez. So I don't give two shits about no fucking Tank Davis who ain't done shit but fought Pedraza. I don't give a goddamn about Devin Haney who haven't even defended a belt well that was given to him. Stop trying to restrict Teofimo. If he wants to go up and lose, let him fucking go up and lose. Nobody tried to restrict Lomachenko when he was fighting the fucking Solitos and the fucking Nicholas Walters and all the shit that y'all give him praise for. Now we want to restrict Teofimo? No, maybe he should stay at 135 and make some more money. Did Lomachenko take that angle? Or did he go on to the next challenge?
He's definitely got the speed. Yeah, he's got the speed and the skill, man.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Before Devin Haney steps into the ring with someone like Teofimo Lopez, shouldn't he fight a live body first?
See, there you go, Brian. Did we not just answer all of that? Did Lomachenko fight a live body, or did he go from champion to champion, Brian? Because you praise Lomachenko too. Did he fight a live body in between, or did he take on challenge after challenge after challenge after challenge? What did he do?
I'm saying Devin Haney.
Man, fuck Devin Haney. This ain't about Devin Haney. This is about Lomachenko for real. I don't give a fuck what Devin Haney do. Let all of them answer that. I don't give a fuck about Haney.
I know, right? That there is just for those guys because I know what your feelings on it.
Y'all can answer that. Fuck Haney. That's what I say.
Look, I'm gonna answer the same way I just answered it. He has one fight at 140 at the moment until maybe a couple of years. If that one fight doesn't go through, he is gonna fight Devin Haney or one of these other young lions. That's it. One fight because he can do it. He's in the position to do it. He has the franchise belt, which allows him to do it. And he's the man at 135. I would not drop all my belts to go fight anybody at 140. And I'm not going to say it's because it's too dangerous because the kid has balls. But the way the position he's in, he can fight for undisputed. And that would be unprecedented for him to win at 135 undisputed and 140. So if he stays at 135, there's plenty of good fights. If not, there's only one fight at 140, and that's the biggest fight that he can make.
But he's really undisputed, man, because he got that belt. Lomachenko got that WBC franchise belt when he beat Campbell, man, and then it got made into the franchise. But he actually got the WBC title when he won that belt from Campbell.
It wasn't made. It
wasn't
made.
Hold up. Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
So he won the actual title, but then he transferred that one and got given the other one that's more like designation. But so it's technically, man, he is undisputed. It's just fucking confusing.
No, listen. It wasn't the regular the WBC belt being transferred. It was the WBC belt dropped to become franchise title. So yes, Devin Haney, no matter what Mauricio Sulaiman and fooled the people, Devin Haney is the man for the WBC. Teofimo is the franchise. He can move up and fight straight up and fight at 140 because he's the franchise. Right now,
okay,
right
you said
now,
drop. You said,
Hold
but
on,
he
hold
actually
on,
had it.
guys. Let the man finish.
What I'm saying is, Lomachenko dropped that belt to become franchise. That's why Devin Haney got the belt. Okay, now that Teofimo has the franchise trophy, title, whatever you want to call it, Teofimo can move up, and that's what the franchise is all about. Be able to move up and go straight into immediate title shot, where that's it. It was dropped. It wasn't no transfer. It wasn't no whatever. He dropped the belt. Devin Haney got the belt, and now he can fight Devin Haney for undisputed, or he can go straight into an undisputed fight depending on the winner at 140.
So he dropped that after winning it. So technically, he was the champion. But
yes,
if he dropped it, he loses that label, and he's no longer the champion to you.
Yes, but in some people's eyes, and I can see that Teofimo is undisputed because the man never lost that belt. Lomachenko never lost that WBC belt. And that belt that he just put up on the screen, that is a franchise belt because Teofimo came out and said he has a franchise belt. He never said anything about a WBC belt. That came out of Teofimo's mouth. So whatever D. Jeff is going to say about what's on his shoulder, that is a franchise title belt. So right now he can fight Devin Haney for undisputed, which is gonna be a big selling point, which I can respect.
Dre, you said that about 4 times about Devin Haney, so we got it. But what I want to ask you is this, Dre. Only one of them motherfucking belts can be the franchise belt. Okay, so he's holding 2 WBC belts. And I want to talk about T-Tone's comments, so I don't really want to move it. But you explain to me, Dead Game, what the fuck is the other WBC belt? You can only
listen.
Hold on, Dre, you gotta learn to let people get their shit out. I'm gonna let you get next because I want you to answer this. You can say whatever the hell you want to say, but clearly the kid has 2 WBC belts on his shoulder. Right? When he never had any WBC belts prior to this match. He didn't have any. He had 1 belt, the one he won from fucking Kone. So what I want you to explain to me, Dre, okay, what is the other? Take your pick at which WBC belt, because he got 2 of them. Only one of them can be the franchise belt. Dead Game. What is the other fucking WBC belt he's holding? Explain it to me.
All right, I'm gonna explain it to you right now. And I'm gonna need you to help me with this, okay, D? Okay.
Listen, I ain't gonna help. I'm gonna listen.
The WBC has so many damn belts that are green. It's no telling what belt that is. Now, in the chat, like you did for me the other day, can you go to Mauricio Sulaiman's Twitter? And I put the link in the chat, in the StreamYard chat. Can you pull that quote up and that picture up, and let's just see what Mauricio Sulaiman said yesterday. Please do it so we can clear something up.
All right, I'm getting ready to put it up there, gang. But it's funny that these things that you asked me to put up only ever clears up your perspective, fam. It doesn't really give us clarity. I mean, I'm being serious. It doesn't really ever give us. Oh, dog, goddamn it! Let a man talk, man. Just let me talk. Let me get this off. I know you don't like to hear it, but let me get this off. It doesn't really clear up anything but your perspective. We went through this yesterday. You bugged me to put up a goddamn page, and it just cleared up your perspective. It doesn't clear things up for us. All right, so I'll get ready to share this, and I'll let you explain it, Dre. Not Dre. I'm sorry. Dead Game. I'll let you explain it. Hold on for a second. Let me pull it up real quick.
Hey, while you doing that, can I just say the stuff that that
Yeah, do
Teofimo
your
said
thing.
after the
Do your
fight?
thing.
Oh, look at him.
Go ahead, Dre.
Okay, so basically after the fight, Teofimo said didn't shy away from nobody. He beat on his chest. He said he wanted to go up to 140, and as an alternative, he would take on Devin Haney if the people wanted it. He'll also take on Ryan Garcia, and he called out Tank Davis if he could get past Leo Santa Cruz because he didn't like that fight. He shitted on that fight. So he beat on his chest and he called out everybody. I loved everything that Lopez said after the fight. He not shying away from competition. He said he'll take on anybody, and I believe him when he said.
Yeah, I love that.
All right. No, hold on, Brian. Hold on. Dre, that game, it's your floor. It's your floor.
So what we have to understand is Mauricio Suleiman is a businessman. Okay. Mauricio Suleiman has played us all with these words and how he's phrasing stuff and what he's saying. So we have to understand when Mauricio Suleiman was talking about, and Mauricio and ESPN, they're all on board with it because it's a selling point, brothers. It's how to make money and capitalize on our ignorance, right? So we already know that Devin Haney, no matter how he got the belt, he had the belt or he has the belt and he still has the belt. Now, can you read for me what Mauricio Suleiman put up there yesterday?
You can't see the screen?
No, I want you to read it.
I said, can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
This is your, hold on, guys. Whoever that is, hold up. It's your article. You read it.
Congratulations to the new unified lightweight champion. So can you scroll down and just kind of read a few of the comments, maybe like 2 or 3.
Your floor, bro. Get to reading.
All right. There's a physical franchise belt now. Okay, so people are tripping out. That's the first one. People, it's about the fans being bamboozled. And we've all been bamboozled by Mauricio Suleiman. And I'm not mad at Mauricio Suleiman because he did what he had to do to make the fight bigger than what it actually was. Okay. So what? Is Loma still WBC franchise champion? Okay. There's so much stuff. So all we was bamboozled, right? So that's why I say, no matter what we say about it, they can still build the next fight up with Devin Haney as an undisputed fight. So that's still a marketing position. That's all they did was play on our emotions because boxing fans are very emotional. Okay. So no matter what you think about Devin Haney, I know you don't like the kid, but the kid is WBC champion and they can sell it. Even if it was real, they still have him as WBC champion on damn near every sports page I go to. So it's just a way for them to mind fuck us and have us talking about it. And as we're doing now, and as many people are doing.
Okay, now I'm going to respond. When I hear foolery, this is when I respond. The foolery that I just heard you say, that game, is that I don't like Haney. Okay, that's the foolery. I actually do like Devin Haney. I actually have videos, receipts, goddammit, pumping up Devin Haney. I actually have videos saying that I had Devin Haney skill-wise ahead of Teofimo. I have no dislike for Devin Haney, so I want to smash that foolery. Second, it's the fucking narratives I go after, which I told you yesterday when you want to keep spewing fucking Devin Haney. So the narrative, considering Haney, why I'm saying fuck Devin Haney and this bullshit, the narrative is what that's surrounding. And that narrative, dead game, is that Teofimo Lopez has to do anything concerning Devin Haney. I have said this over and over and over again, but you, for some reason, keep pushing, well, he got to see Devin Haney to kill the asterisk and all of that. And what I'm telling you is fuck Devin Haney. He don't have to do a fucking thing concerned to Devin Haney because I can guarantee you this, dead game. I can guarantee you this. If he goes up and fights the winner of Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor and should win that fight, don't no one give two shits about no goddamn Devin Haney.
Yes.
And that's a fact, man.
Well, yeah, I agree with you, D. What are you
So
talking
that's why
about?
I don't want to keep hearing this bullshit narrative about Teofimo gotta go do something.
Nobody said
Devin
he got.
Haney.
Nobody said. I did not say. You see, you putting words in my mouth.
You did yesterday. Don't make me pull up.
Well, listen, bro. I don't remember what I did last night. I'm gonna tell you right
well,
now.
I do.
Well,
This
look.
is where you won't let this Haney shit go. And you said this specifically. Since you don't remember, let me fucking remind you. You said he has to go see Devin Haney. And then I went slam the fuck off. That was your exact
and okay. And that was because, like everybody's saying, just only to take the asterisks off. He don't have to do anything. To me, if it was me, I would sit back and watch this fight at 140, and I would dare to be great, and I would go get that fight. If I wouldn't do that, my next fight would be Devin Haney, just to clear up the bullshit. He don't have to do nothing. I think him and Tank Davis will make more money, right? But just to clear the asterisks up, I would go ahead and take on Devin Haney. That's all I'm trying to say, brother.
Okay, well, let me ask you something, Dre. Because you're gonna probably bring this fucking Devin Haney shit up again, because you ain't let it go in the past 3 goddamn days. Well, let me ask you this about Devin Haney. If Teofimo should go up and beat Josh Taylor or Ramirez, how much does this fucking asterisk you talking about fucking matter? Keep it above. How much this fucking little asterisk of Devin Haney who ain't earned a goddamn thing or did a motherfucking thing in boxing? How much does it matter if Teofimo goes up and beats the winner of Josh Taylor or Ramirez? How much does this fucking asterisk that you and a lot of other channels are making such a big deal of? What does it mean if Teofimo was to do that? What does it mean?
Nothing.
Oh, it's if you asking me, because you keep saying Dre, you talking to somebody else, but you keep saying Dre.
What do you think it means if he does that?
I'm gonna say it's an asterisk, and I'm saying he did not have that title. You know what I mean? And this, I'm telling you, this is the WBC fuck up. This ain't Teofimo fault. This ain't nobody fault. This is the WBC too smart for their own fucking good. Made a franchise champion so that they can elevate special fighters. That's what they call it, special fighters. But it's non-transferable. But then at the when it's convenient to be transferable, they change all the fucking rules. And for this fight, they decided to change the rules, and the winner will be announced as franchise champion. So the WBC still didn't change hands. The franchise switched because it was so mega of an event. Mauricio Suleiman just decided we gonna award the winner the franchise. Man, this shit makes no sense. It's fucking up the way we see it. If Lomachenko would have kept the fight and kept the belt, because he just got it last year. If he would have kept the belt, they decide and either sanction, step aside for number one fighter, and then still did the undisputed, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Because Devin Haney he only got the belt because they vacated, and then they elevated Devin Haney. Devin Haney didn't fight for the belt. They elevated him up to the belt. So he didn't get the belt off a fight either.
But you know what's weird, Troy? And can I say something, D? Look, I don't think that belt's free, because prior to Teofimo getting it, Lomachenko had it. And you know that the WBC was charging, because now that Teofimo got it, they're even handing the father that coach belt. So all these things cost money, and they're not just handing it for free. So that means that the title that freaking Lomachenko had, that now that Teofimo has it, is they were involved, and they were charging for that like a 10% fee. Now that the other guy has the one that they dropped, the WBC, Devin Haney, they're gonna charge for that too. And if these two guys fight, they're gonna double dip in collecting 10%. And if it's a mega multi-million-dollar fight, they're gonna get a lot of money, 20% of the purse.
Let me say this. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, we have to understand Mauricio Suleiman is damn near a genius, bro. So he is double dipping. He's getting money upside downs and inside out on these cats, bro. So Teofimo, it wasn't the fact that Teo won the franchise. Teofimo petitioned to become franchise. And because he won, they granted him that. It wasn't that he won the belt. He petitioned for that belt, right? So that's why they did that.
You know those belts
All
are at
right,
least
hold
6
on,
pounds
hold
of
on, hold
solid
on.
gold. They're solid gold, man.
Yeah,
The belts.
yeah. Look, man, look, because there's a lot of things that was said that ain't even fucking being talked about. Teofimo and Senior petitioned the WBC to win a belt off of Lomachenko, to win something concerning the WBC. Because the WBC was not transferable, the franchise belt, they said, what the fuck are we fighting him for concerning the WBC? Now, since the franchise belt is all that Lomachenko had, Mauricio Suleiman came out and said, okay, now the franchise belt is transferable. But now we have these narratives that Teofimo and his camp petitioned to be franchised. No, go back and read the fucking articles. They didn't want to fight Lomachenko for nothing concerning the WBC. That's number one. Number two, Mauricio Suleiman said more than just a transferable belt. He said the transferable belt initially, but before the fight, y'all go read the fucking articles. Mauricio Suleiman said Devin Haney is not our champion. Lomachenko is our WBC champion. That's what Mauricio Suleiman also said. Okay? And what I keep asking you guys, which I ain't got no fucking answer to it yet, is yes, he was holding a franchise belt. But since Mauricio Suleiman said that Lomachenko is our champion, what does that other belt he's holding represent? Does it represent? Hold on, Drake. God damn it, put yourself on mute if you can't stop doing that. Let the next man get his shit off, because I let you get yours off.
Keep saying Dre.
I mean, I'm sorry, Drake. Dead game.
My
Dead
bad,
game.
Kick your ass, dude.
So if that second belt is not representing the WBC champion, because that's also what Suleiman said, then what the fuck is the second belt representing?
Why is ESPN not recognizing that though? They got Devin Haney listed as the champion. That's the platform they fight on.
Okay,
crazy,
listen, Gonzalo, that ain't answering my question, fam. I don't know why ESPN ain't doing that, but do you have an answer to the question of what does that second belt represent? We know that one of them represents the franchise belt. You, Dead Game, or anybody else, please explain to me what the fuck does the second belt represent? Because the second belt, according to Suleiman, represented the WBC champion.
I saw that in the picture. In the picture, Teofimo has 2 belts right now. So if Haney's supposed to have one, what's the other one? I saw that. What does that mean? Yes,
Could be the franchise belt for one. Could be the franchise belt for 140, since he said he wanted to move up.
All right. Well, we never heard that.
It's that easy. It's that easy to the franchise process. That this whole bullshit franchise thing is just that. I mean, it's just nothing but it's a label.
Yeah. I saw 4 belts, but isn't technically he's supposed to have 4 belts or something? But then there was 2 WBC. So where was the
Photoshop
IBF?
anyway?
The IBF was there. The WBC, there was 2 of those, and there was another one. So technically he would be missing one.
Well,
Where's
hold on,
the IBF?
Gonzalo.
The IBF
Hold on,
belt's not there.
Gonzalo. Hold on for a second. Slow your roll there, Tiger, because I want to do something right quick.
Yeah.
Now count them. No, go ahead and count them now, Gonzalo.
I got it. I didn't see the first one before because the screen was something was up there. I got it now. Yeah, he's got 5 though. He's got 5. Yeah. So what is the other second WBC belt to D? What he's saying?
That's what I'm saying. Dre wants to sit here. I mean, sorry, Dre. That game wants to sit here and talk about this. What Suleiman said. Well, let's talk about all of what Suleiman said. Because Suleiman said right before that fucking fight, Suleiman said this specifically. Lomachenko is the WBC's champion. That's what he said. And then Teofimo was handed 2 WBC belts. One we know is the franchise. Nobody's arguing about that. He has 1 franchise belt. But since Suleiman said that Lomachenko's our champion, he delivered young Teofimo 2 WBC belts. What the fuck does the other belt represent? Because that
Here,
game, you giving me articles, but you ain't never answered that fucking question. What is that other belt?
Listen, the WBC has so many damn belts. I can't really tell you, but I'm gonna tell you what Teofimo said. Teofimo said that he has the franchise belt. Teofimo didn't say anything about anything else but the franchise belt. So what other green belt there is, it could be. It don't. I don't have a clue, but every damn WBC belt is green. It's no telling.
No,
Might be just be a trophy.
It's not.
Okay, well, Suleiman said that he was a champion. Okay, and you're saying Devin
I can
Haney's.
explain that other belt.
You don't have no clue
I can
what
too.
his fucking belt is. But go ahead, Brian.
Okay. You know the belt Devin Haney has. That can only because the franchise belt was designated as the main belt for the WBC by Richard Suleiman. By Richard Suleiman, then that means it was transferable in this fight. So the other belt was to represent, because the other government bodies didn't allow it, that belt represented a way it could be transferred through the other government bodies. So what belt Devin Haney has is a mandatory belt. It's the second belt of the WBC, right? Even if it could be unified, it can't be unified because that belt can't be unified because that belt can only be fought and challenged for through mandatories because it is their secondary belt now. Because
that's
historical precedent. Because I believe it was the IBF did this with who was it again? What's his name? Carl Froch, and I forget the other guy's name, but this happened. This happened, and it's the super belt, and that was designated as the main belt. So
I thought
and
the WBC Brian only had two interims. They had the regular, which was prior to the franchise, the main one, and then it had interim belts, and they only had like two of them in the entire weight classes. Is that the one you're talking about? Interim?
Yeah, well, that belt was just so that the franchise belt could be transferable, but that's why it was unified, because now that was the main belt that Richard Suleiman said he had to throw in another belt in there so it could be transferable.
He keeps them in the trunk of his car anyway. He got a bunch of them in there. He just hands them out.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But now that means that Devin Haney belt can only be challenged through mandatories. It can't be unified because that is now the WBC's main belt. Even if he fought Devin Haney, that belt is not transferable to Teofimo Lopez. So he's got nothing to gain there. He has nothing to gain. So he should move up and fight Josh Taylor or Ramirez, the winner of that fight, because this kid is looking to make history. And that's the same thing I gave Lomachenko, and that's the same thing I praised him for. And I'm going to praise this kid if he goes up and tries to make history again and goes up a fight at 140, because at the end of the day, I will not discredit anyone for trying to make history. So even if he fought Devin Haney, it's a useless fight because the only person who can win something out of it is Devin Haney, right? Teofimo Lopez has nothing to win, so it's not even transferable.
Right. So hold on, Troy, real quick. And that's the point that I'm making. All of these people that want to say it's an asterisk and want to fucking put this shit up like he has to fight Devin Haney, they're not willing to accept that logic. They're not. They just want to make it that he has to fight Devin Haney for some reason. That's why I keep going at that shit. And I said this yesterday. Suleiman is full of fuckery. Okay? So I ain't fucking defending Suleiman. He's full of fuckery. He does a lot of this fuckery. But these Devin Haney lovers want to say, no, Devin Haney's the real champ, even though Suleiman said Lomachenko was the real champ. Because he said this before the fight. Lomachenko's our champion. Basically, Suleiman and the WBC said, well, we don't really care about this kid who didn't do anything. We gave him the belt anyway. So now we're going to take it back and make Lomachenko our champion. And the Devin Haney lovers that want to put an asterisk on Teofimo that don't want to accept him going up, they want to say that he has to fight Haney. Fuck Haney. Go ahead, Trey.
D, let me piggyback off you real quick.
Hold on, let Troy get in, and then you can piggyback after that. I want everybody to go around, man. We cutting Troy off. You've been waiting for like fucking 10 minutes to talk.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank you.
Troy.
I want to say this that I am completely confused about this belt merry-go-round, and this is why the sport. This is why the sport gets so much flack, and it gets it's not to the standard that it was before. Because when you have too much of a thing, it's never good. We don't need all those belts, man. All those belts. The only people that actually gain anything from the belts are the ones who are getting the sanctioning fees, and no one ever asks, well, where do the sanctioning fees go, and what are they for? I mean, right now, I feel like Allen Iverson. We talk about belts. We talk about belts.
We talking practice, man. Practice.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is all a smoke and mirrors thing we doing right now, man. Let's just. I can't tell you what to do. It's Deep Brown show, but do you understand what I'm saying about the belts? Just take away from the actual sports. It just does.
I'm with you 100%, Troy. And on the same token, this is exactly why I'm not trying to hear this shit about no fucking asterisk or what he has to do concerning Devin Haney. This is why I keep saying fuck Haney. Not because I don't like Haney or I got anything against Haney. Ain't nobody trying to hear about fucking Devin. He not doing shit. He didn't even win the fucking belt he has. Teofimo just fucking did something historical at 23. And we talking about him having to see Devin Haney at any fucking level? Fuck Haney. Look, they gave him a belt. They took it away from him. So accept that shit. That's basically what happened. They handed him a belt for free because the motherfucker didn't earn it, and then they took it away from him. Why Devin Haney fans so butthurt over that? Because that's what happened.
Yeah. In my mind, the Teofimo Lopez is the undisputed lightweight champion of the world.
I don't even care about that shit either, Brian. Fuck undisputed.
I'm a beg to differ on that, but it's only because nobody recognized it, but the WBC. So that franchise just exchanged. He still is the WBC champ as Haney. Go and look at the box rec. I'm gonna leave y'all with that thought. Go look at the box rec. Look at what was sanctioned. It was only 3 belts sanctioned. It was never anything else besides the franchise.
Dre, Mark Unrivaled. Hold on, Brian. Mark Unrivaled yesterday just spoke on box rec, Dre. Okay, box rec updates like every other year.
But that's what I was saying, D. That on the fight night they put a whatchamacallit on the screen. They screen shared the ESPN rankings, and they got Devin Haney as the WBC man. They shared that clip on the TV.
Yeah.
But that they change that screen at the end of every month. So they do. So we will see what it's like. Yeah, we'll see what it's like on the 31st of October, going into November. We'll see if that has changed because they only change that website at the end of every month.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see what it's like. I think some people in the WBC who works there doesn't even have a freaking clue what's going on, to tell you the truth.
I was thinking the same thing.
The way Suleiman has set this up is that he has confusing the fans. He is confusing the boxers. I don't think they even know what's going on, right? But according to historical precedent, and this has historical precedent, if they designate the franchise belt as their main belt, then the secondary belt is a mandatory belt. It cannot be unified. So this is historical precedent. This is not what anybody, this is just going back on history and looking at it.
All right, guys.
We had to take that into consideration.
All right, Brian, I really want to move on for this because their game done snuck this fucking stupid ass topic in here again, bro. This is the third time
but look, because listen, it is an asterisk, bro. And you guys,
asterisks.
Look, let me say this.
Hold on. I want to get away from this. You're right. It's an asterisk. Let's leave it at that. Seriously, dog. Because it's stupid to me. And Devin Haney ain't done shit. Here's a fact, dead game. Call it an asterisk. It's a fucking asterisk. Fine.
You can.
Dead game. Let me talk here. Call it an asterisk. Fine. I'll accept it as an asterisk. Fine. I want you to accept this. Devin Haney ain't done a motherfucking thing in this sport. Period.
D. Can I say something now?
Go ahead.
So all I'm gonna say is, you guys can say this and that about these websites, and it might be true, but I'm gonna tell you one thing. You could say that don't update it, but the box rec and ESPN has Devin Haney as WBC. And it has been updated because they do have Teofimo Lopez with all the other belts. Every other Lomachenko's face is nowhere up there anymore. When you go to BoxRec and go to Champions, go to lightweight, and you will see Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney is the only two champions there. So we're gonna leave it at there. Suleiman has played with our emotions, and it is what it is.
Okay, fine. And thank you for repeating what I just said that I accept. Devin Haney's the champion. It's an asterisk on the belt. No need to talk about that shit no more. I want to say this, and I want you to respond to this. Devin Haney has not done a motherfucking thing in this sport. He didn't earn that belt. He didn't. He's not done or proven a motherfucking thing in this sport. So I will accept your asterisk. I will accept the fact that Devin Haney is a champion who was given the belt, not earned it. But I want you to accept the fact that Devin Haney has not done a motherfucking thing in this sport.
I'm not going to say that he hasn't done anything.
Well, then tell me what he's done.
He was in position before Top Rank finagled him and took the Luke Campbell fight from him. That was his title shot. They allowed Vasyl Lomachenko to catch this to not fight his mandatory, which would have been Devin Haney to get franchised. So in order to make themselves look good, yes, they gave a man a belt who did not fight for it.
Okay, so you're telling me that Devin Haney's claim to fame in the sport of boxing is he got himself into position that didn't materialize to anything. That's what you're telling me.
At this point in time, for a 21-year-old fighter, yes, that's what he did.
That's all he's done in sport. This sport. He's not beating any reputable fighters.
So far.
Hold up. My turn. He's not beating any reputable fighters. He's not beating any high-level opponents. He's not won a belt off of any champion like Teofimo has done back-to-back. All he's done in boxing is got himself into position that materialized into zero. That's his claim to fame.
100% facts.
Okay, now this is why I'm saying fuck Devin Haney.
All right,
okay?
D and Dead Game both. Hey, D and Dead Game both. Y'all don't really disagree on much, man. But D, all that's happening here is that we're talking about the fight. No one really gives a shit about the belts. None of us really give a shit about the belts. There is a reason behind what Suleiman is doing with the franchise belt. I know what it is. I'm not going to go into it.
Money.
Hang on. In general, it is about fees, but let's just leave it at that. The picture, let's just call it undisputed. It's fine. Then it moves on to what are these guys going to do next? Where we're going next. Your point is he don't have to do anything. He's unrestricted. He can do whatever he wants. Shouldn't be forced to do anything. And that's true. Ultimately, that's true of all these fighters. Ultimately, that's true of any of them. They can hold out. They can marinate. They can fight everybody. They can fucking die in the ring. Don't matter. They can do whatever they want. Then it comes to what should he do next? And people go, he's moving right up. He's moving to 140. Your point is he's not having trouble making weight at 135. Like he doesn't have to do that. All right, true. But then when somebody says, well, if he wants to stay at 135, how about Haney? That's what Dead Game's trying to say. And I know it's getting into belts, but he's just basically saying, how about Haney? I mean, why don't you fight Haney? That's when you're saying, fuck Haney. He don't have to do shit. Haney ain't shit. I know Haney ain't shit. I'm just saying, what about a next opponent?
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Okay, P. Hold on, Gonzalo, because he was talking to D. He was trying to calm D down. So let me get P on this.
I'm not trying to calm you down. I'm not trying to calm you down. I don't think you're excited, man.
This, you know me too well. This is what that game said today. Yesterday he said he gotta go see Devin Haney.
All right, whatever.
Right? So that's a different statement.
So what if he said,
So,
look?
so what you're
Said, look,
saying today, I
what
have
if he
no
said,
problem with that. Because
yeah,
Haney's not
what if
priority
that game
in
instead?
what you
What if
just
that game
explained.
instead? What if that game instead said, "I like to see him clean out the entire 135 division first. Like I'd like to see him take all comers at 135 and then go up."
Okay,
What if
yeah,
he said
that's
that?
all fine. That's all fine and dandy, Pete. But this is what was said. You got to understand why D. Jefferson. I don't come at no one for no fucking reason. Yesterday, Haney was priority. When you tell me he gotta go see Haney, that means that he's priority. What I'm saying is Haney ain't no fucking priority. Okay? Let's all get this understanding. Haney ain't no fucking priority.
Okay, we got
That's
that.
my
That's
point.
true.
That
And
game's got it.
it's not like fucking Teofimo's gotta go chase Devin Haney. It should be the
Exactly.
other way around.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
but
so
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, Pete. That game is saying he's just another name that means a lot because they're put potential superstars in the making that they're gonna that fight would be worth a lot of money. And I think Teofimo said it himself. He wouldn't mind destroying those guys' careers. The Teofimo, the Ryan Garcia, and the Gervonta Davises of the world.
I can give you guys 5 channels right now.
But fuck them, D.
5
They're not
different.
here.
Hold
Hey,
on.
D, they're not here,
No,
man.
hold on, Pete. You gotta let me get this off, fam. You gotta let me get this off. I can give you 5 channels right now. All of these channels are in double-digit thousands of subscribers, and they're pushing the fucking narrative that Devin Haney is a priority. Because if Teofimo goes up to fight an opponent much more valid than him, with much more of an upside than him, with 4-belt undisputed at 140, they're pushing the narrative that it's some type of a duck or he needed to have Devin Haney first. That's the bullshit I'm not going to let fly. Okay? There are 5 channels out here, double-digit thousand subscribers that's pushing that fucking narrative. And their game, I'm pretty much sure you know who these fucking channels are, fam. And when we sit here and want to accept at any level that Devin Haney plays part in this shit, then that gives them power to push this bullshit narrative that Devin Haney is some type of priority. What I would really love to happen is that any one of those 5 channel hosts come to this fucking channel and get it in with D. Jefferson. Because I've called every one of those motherfuckers out, but not one of them come to click this goddamn link. There's always someone else coming to push that narrative here. None of these fucking channels got the fucking balls to come here and click that link and talk to me about it. And I know y'all motherfuckers are listening because I done heard comments about it before. So stop being bitches, all of you channels. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Come click this motherfucking link because I've come to every one of y'all motherfucking channels and tried to express my opinion. I've come to every one of y'all motherfucking channels and tried to get on the panel with you motherfuckers, but y'all don't want it. Y'all will block me or kick me out of the chat or delete all my comments, but you will never fucking let me on that panel. And you fucking soft motherfuckers won't come over here and click this goddamn link because you 5 channels and y'all motherfuckers know what I'm talking about. Y'all pushing this goddamn narrative. So come talk to D. Jefferson. Go ahead.
You're doing pretty well on the prediction league, right, D? You're up there on the tally.
I'm always up there, fam. Top
Fuck that
3 in every
prediction league.
season
Hey,
but
listen.
1, and I was top 5. I'm always up there.
Listen, I had to keep my goddamn speaker down until 3:30 because every time I turned it up, D would start going off, and there's salespeople next door. But listen, I'm here now. I'm just trying to figure out, like, D, they could come in and just keep saying they got to see Haney, 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 he got to see Haney, and I understand you don't think he's got to do anything, which is ultimately true, right? But what's the next fight? I mean, like when I was on here yesterday, real briefly, that's how I was saying I want to see it run back. I like that fight Saturday night. I liked it. Loma lost. I liked Loma. I picked Loma to win by decision. I think a lot of them. But
I would like to see a rematch.
It's a goddamn
too.
good fight, huh?
I would like to see a rematch too. And if Lomachenko wasn't so fucking arrogant, then maybe we would have one. But because he was so fucking arrogant and didn't think he needed a rematch, guess what? No rematch. Loma's fault.
That's
Yeah,
never
I mean,
happened.
I'm saying it's not contractual. I'm saying like, and again, I got on here when I sat down and talked about I put the flag at half mast. Like, I don't know about the sportsmanship. Who gives a shit? I mean, you don't want to see like an Adrian Broner handle it after he got beat by Pacquiao. That was like repulsive. You know what I'm saying? That was like a little bit. That was nasty. But like, I'm really not even clear on what the allegation is. But I know Teofimo's saying he'll take on anybody, he'll kill anybody. You know, at 35 or whatever, or he's ready to move up. That's fair enough. His dad can say whatever he wants, man. They won. He loves his son. I got no problem with it, but like after the fight, what's the issue that Lomachenko went out of the ring? That he left?
No. The issue was that Lomachenko showed poor sportsmanship, and that's just that. I mean, it's not a big issue. It's not nothing to fucking cry over.
Okay, good.
He showed poor sportsmanship, and I wish some of these fucking 5 channel hosts had the guts and balls like Big Game has. At least Big Game comes over here, gets on the panel, and speaks his piece. These motherfuckers are starting this narrative. They're starting to push this bullshit. They don't want to come over here because they fucking cowards. Yeah, you fucking cowards know who I'm talking about. I want to keep pushing that message. Come see me, cowards. And I done called y'all fucking cowards to your face on your channel and everything. Email and all of that. Come see me, you fucking cowards. All 5 of you. And y'all know who y'all are.
I feel like your wife and you're looking right over me at some other woman. You're talking about these other 5 women and I'm here right in front of you, D. God damn it.
I
You're
would
pissing me off.
but I don't even want to do that right now. But I've already said their names plenty of times on this channel, and none of those fucking cowards want to come over here. I tried to go debate them. I've tried. You know, shout out to fucking I haven't even seen him in a while, but shout out to Cali Enigma because he, led me on this panel. We had a good debate. Shout out to Monty Brown TV. He led me on this panel and we had a good debate. The rest of y'all motherfuckers are cowards. Right.
I do think Teal has to be heavily restricted. He has to do whatever restriction is what we need here. We need it. It's got to be restricted. And
what are you talking about, Pete?
No, I'm fucking with D.
Okay. Well, I'm D. Hey, listen, all them channels. I'm D's. Don King, and he's my Mike Tyson. So yay, bring it. Only in America.
Let's set it up.
Only in America. That's right. Look at him, champ.
That's right.
Look at him, champ.
To come over here and get that smoke. Don't set it up, Troy. Get over.
Y'all don't want nothing. Y'all don't want nothing. I tell you what. We'll even pay for you to come. We'll give you some hamburgers. Just like George Foreman used to do back in the day. We'll sell you some cheeseburgers and air fryers. Let's go, champ. Go ahead, D.
I've been up here for about an hour. I want to ask you guys. It's a good question. That's why I haven't left it up on the screen. Sorry, everybody in the chat who was dropping comments. But T-Tone says 135 Loma, 135 Mikey were considered pound for pound. True, they were. Mikey lost at 147 to Spence and was taken out of the pound for pound by some. Loma loses to Lopez at 135. Where do you have Loma on the pound for pound list? Now, I will answer this question right now. I think I had Lomachenko up in the top 3 with Terence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. And I always say, you guys switch and flop them around however you want. 1, 2, 3. I had them 1, 2, 3. When I consider the pound for pound list, me personally, everybody has their criteria. When I consider the pound for pound list, the first thing I look at is the skills that has been proven and displayed to me. Okay. Then I look at the accomplishments. I don't really move Lomachenko. What I do is I put Teofimo somewhere in that top 10, and somebody else needs to get bumped out. But this is why I defended Lomachenko on my live yesterday. He got beaten by Teofimo. I don't think none of those other motherfuckers beat him. Not from 135 down to 126. So me personally, with my criteria, I don't move him. He's still 1, 2, or 3 to me. Because I think when you look at his boxing acumen, his skills, Even Teofimo just beat him. He don't got better skills than Loma. He hasn't. Hold on. Gonzalo, you'll get your turn. Let me get mine off. Okay. I'm trying to praise your guy. So let me get it out. Okay. I don't think that it takes away him losing to Teofimo. I don't think it takes away what he's accomplished, how many belts he's won, how many champions and former champions he's beaten, and his skill set. I think what was shown in that fight is that Teofimo has a lot more than Lomachenko fans and other people gave him credit for. I think that's what that fight shows. So my answer to your question, T-Tone Toledo, is I don't really move him. If you had him at 1, then maybe he bumps down to 3 and you put Crawford and Canelo over him. But I couldn't put Usyk or Nudi over top of him because he lost to Teofimo Lopez. And essentially, those are my top 5, right? So Loma stays right where the fuck he is. That's my answer to it. Now, Gonzalo.
Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. To me, he definitely Loma, he was number 1 to begin. And he falls behind Teofimo. Or if Teofimo doesn't fall before, Loma definitely exits the top 3 or 4 positions. And I would say I would put Teofimo in there like at number 4 and Loma at number 5. Why? Because Loma lost in the 135-pound division to Teofimo. So he cannot be before him because they were both at 135. And that means there's a better fighter than Loma at 135. So therefore, Loma cannot be pound for pound at 135 because there's another fighter in the world that's better than him. Therefore, he needs to come out. And if he doesn't come out, then you can't put Teofimo in. Or either Loma remains with the top 5 and you don't put Teofimo in at all. Or if you put Teofimo, then Loma's got to go out because there's a better fighter in that division in the world than he is, pound for pound. So I would say this is how they're going to do it. I'm going to put Teofimo in at like number 4, and I'm going to put Loma at number 5. That's the way they're going to do it, I think.
I can accept that.
You see,
that makes sense. That makes sense because maybe I made a.
You see that?
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way Teofimo can be in if Loma remains, and if Loma remains, there's no way he can be before Teofimo because Teofimo beat him in the same division.
It makes perfect sense, Gonzalo. I just want you to remember this. Uncle Pete, you'll go next. I just want you to remember this, Gonzalo. The pound for pound list is subjective, and everyone has their criteria. Your criteria and the way you broke that down makes perfect sense. I have no problem.
And there's another thing.
Gonzalo, man, you guys, please, because it's easier if we all just talk at once. So I'm agreeing with you, fam. I'm agreeing with you. We don't have the same criteria, Gonzalo.
I just wanted to add something to the criteria. Another thing, he's 23 years old. And he's like a shiny new gun that you buy in the store that just came out. Fucking, he's got all the skills, his style, he shut him down, and he's fucking, there's no other like it. And it's badass, and it's just got put on the market. Brand new shiny piece. That's the way he's got a lot of upside.
You finished, Gonzalo? You think I can finish my statement right quick?
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so good breakdown, Gonzalo. Great the way you explained it. Just the way I have my criteria set up is, like I said, I would bring Teofimo into the top 10 somewhere. I don't really know the placement, but I still think that Lomachenko is one of the top 3 pound for pound fighters, so I wouldn't drop him down. But with your explanation and how you explain your criteria, that's fine. That's actually cool. So let's go to Uncle Pete on that question.
You were surprised by Gonzalo, right? You were talking about defending his guy.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was good what he said. I have no problem with that. That was good stuff.
You were texting while you were typing in the chat while you were saying it, but Tio's nickel plated at this point. Nickel plated. No, but I agree with I tend to, out of those two, I agree with D Jeff. Wherever Lomachenko was, he doesn't move. He went up. I guess he found his limit allegedly. I don't know. I don't think he did. I think I like to see it run back. But Teofimo, if you want to bring him up, elevate him or bring him higher than he was, I guess. But I don't know, because he really didn't fight a bigger guy. He did. I guess the question is, like, if they were all the same weights, if they were all in the same weight, pound for pound, to me, you got to start there and like equalize them out somehow. And did Teofimo's size make a difference in the fight?
Yes, it did.
All right. Well then, I don't know. like I said, I think even with the size, I think that Lomachenko could get in there with anybody. I'm still big on Lomachenko. I don't quite understand why everybody's throwing him in the scrap pile. I think he'd be back, man. Back on the attack. He's playing Jenga right now. He's coming back. They're gonna figure this shit out. You know, Teofimo won, man, but you know, I got to give it to Lomachenko. I was impressed by the entire fight. I was just impressed by the fight, and so yeah, pound for pound, I don't think Lomachenko gets demoted for this. I didn't think he got elevated for beating Rigo. Rigo came up to him, he beat him. All right, that's it. I don't think he made a big deal out of it even, you know. But Teo needs to be restricted, just like a shiny gun. He needs to be restricted.
You know, here's another thing.
He's got to see the people in my order, and I'll be submitting a list, and he will fight the people that I say he fights in my order.
Check this out, Pete. Like, if Lomachenko, this is another reason why I didn't think Lomachenko should be put down, but so much, right? Because if Lomachenko would have beaten Teofimo, it would have done not much to increase him on pound for pound. It was like it wouldn't even have mattered. Because it was Teofimo, a younger kid coming up. He was just over a prospect, all of this bullshit we would have heard. But it wouldn't have did anything to boost him or, oh, he's definitely over Crawford and Canelo now because he beat Teofimo. So in the same sense, I'm not really going to diminish him because this kid was more than most of you thought he was, because that's basically all that happened. This kid gave more, brought more to the table than a lot of you thought he was. You guys thought he was just a counter puncher with a right hand and a Philly shell. That's all.
But you know what, D?
He was, but he showed you that he was much more than that.
You know what, D? Though what we were saying, what I was trying to say last week, I know it was it was a lot of shit flying around last week, but objectively speaking, though, you know what I'm saying, that's why you kind of got to see the fight. In other words, we can make our calls or whatever, and then like, okay, let's go forward, and then everybody's interested in the fight, and you got a lot of people trying to put their opinion in, right? So let's get everybody's opinion in there, how it goes down. But I gotta see the fight to see how it goes before I can give credit or not give credit. You know, you can't say going into the fight that if Lomachenko wins by a wide decision, that's what I predicted. You know, I was wrong. And I predicted, as far as the fight goes, that he wouldn't be able to see Lomachenko. I predicted, based on what I saw in the past, that he didn't have the footwork to hang with Lomachenko. He wouldn't be able to see him. So, but now that I saw the fight, I got to give props to Teo for a clean win. There's no fucking two ways about that. The math doesn't work out anywhere but except for a decision for Teo, right? But I can't sit here and say he's just a prospect. He's got fucking planted feet, because he didn't have planted feet necessarily. You know what I mean? Like he did enough he did what he needed to do to win. That's what I'm saying. Hold off until you see the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because you can predict it right or wrong. I don't give a shit if I'm right or wrong. If you like boxing, that was a good boxing match. And then afterward, we can say, yo, you know, I was wrong about Teo, or Loma was less than I thought he was, or whatever. So
it's not about being wrong or right, man. It's just the one guy won. It doesn't matter if it doesn't have to do nothing with being wrong or right. And the thing is that Loma is still leading up to the fight, was the number one perceived in the world, man. And he had only lost one time. And his amateur career was outstanding. So for somebody to believe in him and think that he would win, but then he didn't, it doesn't mean that people were wrong, man. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
BDA,
I don't give a shit. I mean,
guys, hold on. Let me let BDA get his piece in. Who do you think? What do you think about this pound for pound, BDA?
You know, in my standards, man, you don't get to, if you beat a top 3 guy, let's say I got a number 2 pound for pound, you don't get to necessarily take his place right away just because you beat him. But look, he beat a top 3 guy. That for me merits inclusion in the top 10 pound for pound. Then there's also the question of consistency, because there have been fighters in the past who beat a top 3, top 10, whatever pound for pounder, and then they go on to falter, or they fail to live up to the expectations that they showed prior to that. With Lopez, he beat a top 3 pound for pound, man. He deserves to be in there. Now, whether Lomachenko, how far does he fall off? I don't think too much, because it's not like he got completely outclassed. It's not like he got beat up. It's not like he got knocked out cold. I still think he would deserve to be in the top 10 pound for pound. T-Tones Toledo mentioned that Mikey Garcia got dropped off the pound for pound list. Can anybody? I forget which, because I think some people had him in the pound for pound, but I don't know which exact post he had. So if he was lower, yeah, Gonzalo, maybe you know.
Yeah, but real quick, hold on. Before we go, because T-Tone Toledo asked this fucking question. So before we move to Mikey, let's let everybody else
Oh
answer.
no, because I just wanted to, because he also said that Mikey Garcia, like some people dropped him off completely. If
Yeah,
he was in the lower,
click that fucking link like everybody else. So
I
let's
know,
go
but
to his first
what I'm trying to point out is that if you're in the lower position, like let's say Mikey Garcia was at the bottom of the pound for pound, then in that case, yeah, I think a guy who loses the way he lost, maybe he should. But then again, you got to take into consideration the Errol Spence thing. But to recap the answer, I think Lomachenko should drop, and I do think Lopez should be in the top 10 pound for pound, man. Because I mean, he did beat a top 3 pound for pound dude.
Right. Punch, what happened? Punch drunk? Damn, he came in and out. Okay. See, that's why I want everybody to get their chance, man. Like, all right. Their game. What do you think? Lomachenko pound for pound. Should he go down? Where he should be? What should he be? We're talking like 1 through 10 here. What do you think will happen?
1 through 10. My pound for pound is don't go that far deep. But
Not either. I only go 5.
But if I'm gonna say within 10, I'm gonna say yeah, he's in that. But my pound for pound doesn't go that deep. I mean, I could tell you, like, I got Canelo number 1. I got Terrence Crawford number 2. I got Manny Pacquiao number 3, and I have Alexander Usyk number 4. I mean, you can say pound for pound. Pound for pound is so speculative. You can say top 20 or whatever. But yeah, and if you're gonna say top 10, I would say yeah, he's in there. He's a talent. And my pound for pound, even though Usyk moved up and had a average fight, he did move up and he did win. I like to see guys who move up and down in weight because it's about, for me, what you can do at a different weight class, and it has to be proven to me. I'm not going to speculatively do it. So if Teofimo go up to 140 and win, I'll put him closer up there. But right now, top 10, I would say, yeah, Lomachenko is in my top 10.
So before I go to Troy, let me get this straight. You like to see guys move up and accomplish, That's what you just said, right?
Well, if we're talking about pound for pound, yeah, because I have Terrence Crawford as number 2 pound for pound on the Canelo, but I have Errol Spence number 1 at 127, if that make any sense.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I mean, 147.
140, that makes sense. But you did say that's what you like to see. Guys go up and accomplish, right?
No, I said in my pound for pound, yes. That's what I like to see if I'm judging my pound for pound. I'm not saying that's what I like to see, but in pound for pound, I feel if it wouldn't be that way, I would have Tyson Fury in my pound for pound. But okay,
I got you. So let me ask you this: considering your pound for pound, if Teofimo was to go up and beat Dutch Taylor or Ramirez, that would mean more on your pound for pound than staying at 135 and fighting Devin, right?
Definitely.
Oh, okay. All right, Troy, what you think on this pound for pound with Lomachenko? Does he go up? Does he stay where he at? How do you think that works?
Well, I'm going to agree with BDA. Stays where he is, and I'm going to give you my list. It's Pacquiao, Canelo, Joshua, Crawford, Shields, yes, Clarissa Shields, and
let's stick to them right there, because
well, and then I have Lomachenko, and I don't really have anybody else after that.
All right, that's cool. Brian Harkin, pound for pound, where do you see Lomachenko after this fight?
Well, I think he doesn't stay where he is. I think he moves down 1 or 2. Because he was the favorite going into the fight, and he didn't lose. We had to take that into perspective too. It's not like he was fighting. It's not like he was fighting someone who was dead close. What would you call it? By the bookie standards, or by professional standards. Like what a lot of professional people were saying. You know, a lot of professional people are saying this guy is pound for pound number one, especially on ESPN. You know, so I think he moves down a couple, and I think Teofimo moves up into the top 10 from this. But I would say if Teofimo was moving up, I would say 8 or 9. You know, in the top 10, and I would put Lomachenko around number 4, number 5.
Okay.
You know, for me, with Teofimo, it's more now, it's consistency. If he moves up and fights Josh Taylor, he moves up in that pound for pound miss. Or Ramirez, the winner of that fight, you know, he moves up. But the thing is, the kid's 23 years old, and if he keeps developing the way he is, because he really surprised me the last night. I've seen all his professional fights, and that's the best I've seen him box. And maybe because he was knocking guys out, we didn't see the best of his ability when it came to boxing. Nakatani was a problem for him with that height, and I think at times he found it hard to find the distance. That was more to do with Nakatani's reach than anything else, because while he was 6'1", 135 pounder, you don't see that every day. You know?
Right.
So I think, you know, but, you know, maybe because he was knocking guys out and we weren't seeing his full array of boxing skills, we underestimated his boxing skills because we didn't see it enough, if you know what I mean, D. He
Right.
surprised me. Like, so I put him up. He's in my top 10.
Hey, just to
You know?
clarify, I had Lomachenko dropping because of his loss.
Yeah,
I have Loma dropping too.
It was me that said he stays where he was. It wasn't BDO.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
me. And me. He stays right where he is. You don't touch him.
Oh, Pete, me and Uncle Pete. All right, Punch Drunk. Let me give you what's up, Punch. I'm gonna give you this question that we're on right here, and you can also respond to if you feel that Lomachenko, you know, is being a little bitchy right now, not showing sportsmanship. But the current question is, since this loss, do Lomachenko stay where he is? Does he move down on the pound for pound list? And what happens for Teofimo, considering your pound for pound, Punch? Punch, put the moonshine down.
Let him think about it, man. Fucking complex question.
Nah, he probably doing something else. All right. Prime Fighting Champion said, damn, Lopez and Canelo got to do way too much to even earn or keep a pound for pound spot. Bullshit.
Yeah, he wants him on the top immediately. But listen,
Prime Fighting Champion. But look, I'm gonna tell you this, Prime Fighting Champion, and this is why. And I'm a Teofimo fan, Prime Fighting Champion. So, dude, I just got to keep it honest. The kid beat Comey, and he beat Lomachenko, right? But let's look at pound for pound accomplishments. He beat 2 champions, man. And then when you look at a lot of these other people, how many champions did Canelo beat? How many champions did Crawford beat? Usyk. You understand what I mean? Teofimo beat 2 champions, and he's done it at 1 weight class. So I don't want to. And this is my guy. Ain't nobody screaming about Teofimo more than me. I think everybody
that's
knows
true.
that,
That's
right?
true.
So, or maybe Punch Drunk, but
No.
we probably neck and neck, to tell you the truth. But I will say this: like, I can't give him too much. I can't give him too much because this is his second win over a champion, and we've got other guys that's in the top 5 that has done so much more, especially Lomachenko. They've done so much more. So that's just my idea on it. Punch, you there yet? We can see you, but we can't hear you. You might be on mute, bro.
Yeah, he's on mute.
AD.
Yeah.
AD, I think the unseating the number 1 guy, that's an accomplishment. The unseating and doing 2 at 23 years old back to back in record time. That's a pound for pound statement right there.
He wasn't my number 1 though, Gonzalo. I wasn't balls deep in Lomachenko like a lot of other people. So he was not my number 1. That's why pound for pound list is your own, right? And he wasn't. I can guarantee you this too. He was not everybody's number 1. Now he might have been your number 1 pound for pound, and some other Lomachenko fans. He was not number 1 for everyone, Gonzalo. And he was not.
Yo.
Yes.
Punch Drunk.
Yo.
What up, Punch?
Yeah,
You
man.
You in the building? Okay, so
Punch is fucking Raider, homeboy.
Oh shit, Raider. I don't know why I'm calling you Punch up. Oh, Punch came in and jumped. All right, Raider. This question.
Raider in here.
This question goes to you. Lomachenko. I came out with a perspective that he acted like a little bitch, not showing sportsmanship because of the way he acted after this fight. And then, where do you think Lomachenko should be on pound for pound and Teofimo after this fight? So those are the two things that I want you to speak on right quick.
As first of all, good afternoon to everybody on the panel and the chat. Fucking sportsmanship wise, I didn't think too much of it because it's a different time right now because of COVID. You know, before somebody wins or loses, they stay in the ring and they ask them the questions, but they don't do that now because of the COVID. You know, people just spurt off or whatever. So I didn't read too much into it, but yeah, he had the demeanor that he was kind of sour. But who wouldn't be? But yeah, he was a little sour. You could tell. As far as pound for pound, well, obviously he's got to drop, right, or be taken out completely. I talked to a couple people about that, and they have him out. Some people have him still on there, and Teo is definitely going in the top 10. That's mandatory. Where do I have him? Fuck, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Somebody brought up Mikey earlier. That's a good analogy. You know, Mikey was in the pound for pound along with Lomachenko at that time. Then he loses to Spence, and a lot of people dropped him off. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the thing is that the only difference is that Lomachenko is fighting somebody in his own division, and it was a kind of a prospect, kind of still not really a prospect. He was proven with one good fight, but he lost. He got outboxed, and Mikey moved up 2 divisions and lost. You know, and Mikey comes back and still fights at 147 and beats Vargas. And Vargas is a 154 pounder now, and was in an interview saying that he's gonna move up to 160. So, and Mikey just beat him. So I don't know if you guys have Mikey pound for pound or not. But if you don't have Mikey pound for pound, why would you have Lomachenko pound for pound?
All right,
After
so
a devastating loss like that, you know what I mean?
yeah, let me answer this with wait, Big Game. Did you get a chance to answer the pound for pound? You did that, right? That game. You gave us your take.
Yeah,
on
I did. I did. I did. I got. Yeah.
All right. Let me explain this to T-Tone. This goes to you and to Raider. Okay. About fucking Mikey Garcia. I just wanted everybody else to get their thing off before I smash Mikey Garcia's little clown ass. Because I'm definitely getting ready to smash Mikey Garcia. Listen, man.
Don't do it.
Oh, I'm getting ready to smash him like a fucking hammer because that's what I do. Now listen, a sledgehammer. Let me take that back. Not a little hammer, a sledgehammer. I'm gonna smash him. Listen, man. Listen. Don't fucking come out like a goddamn chihuahua. Talk about I want Spence. I want Spence. Because Spence turned him down plenty of times, but he kept pacing Spence around. I want Spence. You had a chance, Mikey Garcia, to not fight one, but 2 guys on that pound for pound list. 2. You could have fought Lomachenko. You could have fought Crawford. But you want to. I want Spence. I see something. I'm attempting to be great. No, you was attempting to be great. You would have fought Lomachenko or Crawford before running up to a fight that ain't no fucking way you could have won. Okay? So because of being extremely stupid, losing the big fight at 147 and beating up a fucking Vargas, what do you fucking do? I don't have Mikey Garcia in my fucking sights, man. That's my opinion on Mikey Garcia. BDA, what you feel about Mikey Garcia?
Fuck you then, D.
No, you know what? I think Raider made a good point about that. I mean, Lomachenko did lose to a guy in his same weight division while Mikey lost to a bigger guy. But I didn't see Lomachenko losing in devastating fashion on Saturday. But it is a good point that I hadn't considered from Raider about why would we keep Loma in the pound for pound but drop Mikey? Then again, Mikey, like I said earlier, he was at the bottom of most people's pound for pound list, whereas Loma was pretty high. So you get a bit of wiggle room in there. But like you said, the pound for pound lists are subjective. So whichever way you want to go, that's why we're here to discuss this, because it could go both ways.
That's true. Well, I'm telling you what way I'm going. He was down toward the bottom of my list, and because he dared to be stupid, I didn't give him any credit for that, because he should have fucking seen Crawford or Lomachenko before going up fucking with Spence in a fight. You freaking, I don't know what you was seeing. What are you, Stevie Wonder? You must have been fucking blind talking about you see something. I don't know what the fuck Mikey was seeing. What he should have did was see himself into a fight with Crawford or Lomachenko. That's what he should have saw. But the way I see it, my criteria, fuck no. Mikey don't deserve no fucking credit. Again, what do you think about Mikey Garcia and this pound for pound talk?
He might have seen a paycheck.
Yeah, that's all he's saying.
But honestly, though, forget like your rankings. Like the question really is just that after the fight we just saw, whichever one it is, Spence, Garcia, or this one here, that's more important. I mean, does either one of these guys move either way? That's the easier way to say it, because people's lists are all fucked up. Mine too. I'm the king of my pound for pound list because I'm like 280 right now, as BDA explained a couple nights ago. Not Sean Penn, Chris Penn. But the thing about it is, like, with Mikey and Spence, for instance, like I thought Spence looked like shit. He should have knocked Mikey out. Should have done something. Should have done some damage to him. If Mikey's not a true welterweight, then he should blast him out. Didn't happen.
12 rounds to none. So it's not all about knockouts. He beat him 12 rounds to none. Mikey didn't
he just didn't hurt him though. He just didn't hurt him though. You know.
It don't matter. He didn't win one fucking round, fam. Not one round.
Mikey didn't. Mikey didn't.
He beat him 12 rounds straight.
Mikey didn't. You're saying Mikey didn't.
I said Mikey didn't win one.
Yeah, I'm saying they both. Hey, yo, I'm saying they both look like shit. Mikey Garcia and Errol Spence in that fight. They both look like shit. That's all.
If he got a shutout, no. He looked good.
Spence did not look like shit. He just didn't stop him. He didn't look like shit. He put a masterclass on. Mikey couldn't do nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
Spence looked like shit, fam.
Yeah, hurt him.
He should have stopped him, though. Yeah, he should have stopped him. He should have stopped him.
Oh, okay, whatever, bro. He should have stopped him, but we're not gonna say
Triple G, Triple G, Triple G, baby, Triple G. I know you hate Triple G, but when it came time to fight the little guy, he stopped him, man.
Did somebody say Little G?
What? So the fuck what?
Oh, come on. So what?
Tio got to see Triple G now. Hey, Tio got to see Triple G now. Mandatory.
I don't shit on Triple G like the fucking haters, but I wanna say something here. This is the sport of boxing, okay? The sport of the sweet science, not the sport of knockouts. I know Spence said he was going to stop him. He said he was going to stop Porter. He didn't do that either. I know these things with Teofimo Lopez said he was going to stop Lomachenko. Did he stop him? No. Is anybody shitting on goddamn Lopez because he didn't stop what he called to stop? And now over Spence and Mikey moved up. Oh, he's got to be shitted on because he didn't stop him. This is the sweet science. This ain't the stopping game. This is the sweet science, man. What about the fact he outboxed this motherfucker for 12 fucking rounds and he didn't win one goddamn round? We gonna shit on him because he didn't stop him?
No. He got the points.
I will.
But I tell you what,
I'll jump back on real quick. I'm gonna jump off and I'll jump back on.
I seen a lot more science last Saturday than I did in that Spence Garcia fight. That's all I'm really saying.
Yeah.
I like that fight better on both guys.
Well, okay, I don't know. I ain't even gonna say shit.
No, that was a good win. He shut him out with the jab, and Mikey Garcia's a good fighter, but he couldn't do anything, so he gets credit, man. Those were fucking 10-9 rounds all across the board. Maybe a 10-8 round in there too.
And we talking about a pound for pound guy because we just said Mikey was on the fucking pound for pound, right? When we was leading up into the fight, everybody and their fucking grandmother that hated Errol Spence, this is the better boxer, the much better boxer against the stronger guy. Then the much better boxer gets a 12-round masterclass put on him, and we just want to talk shit about Spence because he didn't stop him. Get the fuck on with this, man.
Yeah,
that's the shit that I don't like, bro.
Did you think that Mikey was going to outbox Spence? You thought he was going to move around? You thought he was going to outbox?
I thought Mikey had no fucking chance.
Me too.
What I'm saying is
Same
a
here.
whole bunch of people, maybe not you, P, but just go back fucking a year on people's videos and listen to the bullshit. People had Mikey beating Spence. He was
I
this
picked Spence.
superior boxer and all of that shit. And now all of a sudden they want shit that Errol Spence totally outboxed the boxer.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
I
just like we
picked
expect,
Spence
guys.
on that.
Oh, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying I picked Spence. I thought Mikey give up after the third round, if even before that.
It was my fault for
I
denying
thought Spence just outboxed him, and he didn't realize he was in the ring with someone with that type of jab, and I just thought he give up. He didn't even at the end. He didn't even try. So, that's why he goes down. That's why if he was in the top 10, he went down for me, or if he was in the pound for pound rankings, because he didn't even give an effort. Even though he's a good boxer, he didn't give an effort. Even though he was outgunned, outclassed on that night, he still didn't try. That's a big criteria for me.
That's the problem with this. That's the problem with these fighters that have one foot out the door. Because I mentioned Ryan Garcia. I think he's got great potential if he beats Campbell. But he's also got a lot of, he's got his own YouTube career and everything. So when I look at a guy like that, I go, does he have his mind straight on the game? Because look, professional boxing is hard, man. You have to be, the schedule is arduous. It's 6 days a week. Nowadays, some guys are starting to change it up a little bit with modern nutrition, and they understand the recuperation more. But it's still arduous. It still can get boring for all of these guys. And so it requires intense focus. You look at the guys that are consistent throughout their careers, or who have been, Pamela Marcus, Hopkins, Shane Mosley, Mayweather. What they all had in common was that they trained all the time. If they lost, if they fought, within the next week or two, they were back in the gym. They didn't take more time off. You got some guy like Mikey Garcia.
Sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. So to Mikey Garcia, that guy, he's been talking a lot about other stuff. He took the 2-year layoff because of the contractual thing. He didn't really seem to mind. It's almost like he's not fully into boxing, despite how skilled and talented he may be. Wait, that's a shame. That to me.
Yeah, I read an interview. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago with Bernard Hopkins. And people around him, and this guy around him, I think he was one of his coaches, or he said Bernard Hopkins trained on Christmas Day.
Hold on, real quick,
on
Brian.
New Year's Eve and New Year's.
Come in.
Real quick, Brian. Uncle Pete, that was me, motherfucker. Lock it in.
Oh, you cocksucker! I'm on the air. Get the fuck out of here, man.
All right, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. Bernard Hopkins trained on New Year's Eve. He trained Christmas Day. He trained New Year's Day. They said that guy trained 7 days a week.
Jeez.
Well, you got to rest sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got some time.
He would take 2 days off. He would take 2 days off in the month and be back in the gym. That was his training schedule. That's why he was able to go to 50. That's
like me.
That's why he got so good against people like Kenny Pavlik later on in his career and all that there. And he was able to do what he did because his dedication to boxing and to training, they said, was unbelievable. And that's why I got respect for someone like Bernard.
That's what it takes. And that's why when we see a guy like Lopez who took the chance and capitalized on it, I think it's pretty fair to say that the future looks bright for him. Unless, of course, if you never know with fighters, but with all these other guys, they don't seem maybe that confident, and you start wondering, how that could affect the guy's dedication too. But yeah, man, this professional game, it's not for the faint of heart, and it's not for people who are looking to cut corners, because you cut corners once too often, it catches up to these guys, and we've seen it in the past.
Yeah.
Oh man, T-Tone, listen, dude. And again, you could click that down link, T-Tone. But I just want to tell you this right now. Yeah, a 147-pound champ is a greater challenge than fighting a champ in your same weight class. But think about this, T-Tone Toledo. It was a stupid fucking challenge. When you had a challenge of a guy, Lomachenko, hell, Terrence Crawford, they were also champions that would have given you much more recognition. T-Tone Toledo. Although Spence was a tougher fight, if Mikey Garcia was to take down Lomachenko or Terrence Crawford, at that point it would have meant more because Spence ain't really done shit. He wasn't unified champion at that point. As a matter of fact, he didn't even beat Crawford at that point. I mean, Porter.
Yeah.
He didn't beat Porter. He beat Kell Brook. That was it. And by everybody's consensus, especially yours, T-Tone Toledo, because you was right there with my man IBFP, my brother IBFP. You've been subscribed to his channel, and you was right on the mindset that Spence beat a broken down, leftover GGG Kell Brook to get his belt. So basically, you was right on the line that Spence ain't did shit at that point. Now you want to fucking pump Spence up like he's a greater accomplishment. No, because Terrence Crawford, if I'm not mistaken, was going for 4 belts. Lomachenko was Lomachenko. So Mikey Garcia should have taken one of them out. And I will tell you this too, T-Tone Toledo. Knowing what Crawford is now, knowing what Lomachenko is now, it was much more of an accomplishment for Mikey Garcia to take them out instead of going up daring to be fucking stupid, T-Tone. So stop that shit.
Yeah, we were here a month ago and we were laughing at Gary Russell Jr. challenging Bud Crawford. So we were, so that. When I heard about that fight, Mikey Garcia is going up 2 weight classes to fight Errol Spence. That was my same response. So to that. So like Michael Garcia is a good boxer, no doubt about that. There, but in his own weight class, in his own, But at the same time, the guy moved up. He didn't fight Lomachenko, and he moved up to fight Errol Spence Jr. and it was for money. I think he had one eye out the door, and he's like, "How can I make a big money fight?" Now he's looking to fight Manny Pacquiao, or he was looking to fight Manny Pacquiao, and what was it for? The money. This guy's not interested in the boxing no more. He's only in it for the money. So, he went down on my pound for pound list because I had him in my top 10 at that point in time. But he went down not for the fact he got beat, but the fact he gave up completely in that fight. I didn't see any effort. I didn't see him trying, So that's why he went down for me. At least Lomachenko at the end, he gave it a go.
Yeah, Brian, that narrative, that's one of those narratives that I got into so many debates. Because right now, Brian, I want you to understand something. I am a fucking Spence fan, okay? And when I hear fallacies and foolery about my guy, okay, then I'm going to step in. That was a narrative that I dispelled, debunked, and smashed so many times back then. It was not that Mikey didn't do anything. It was the same fucking thing we just watched with Teofimo Lopez and Vasyl Lomachenko. The element of danger in front of him prevented him from doing the things you guys are used to him seeing. Not that he didn't do anything. He could not do anything. So don't fucking say Mikey just got in the ring and didn't do anything, because that takes credit from Spence for beating the shit out that little fucker the way he should have, because he had no fucking chance.
It was pretty much the other way. It was pretty much
what he couldn't do.
It was pretty much the other way around. He dared to be great like Mikey did, but Teofimo actually got it. And look, I'm just gonna
actually had a chance. Mikey had no fucking chance. Only Spence haters and Mikey lovers believed that he had a fucking chance, but he never had no fucking chance in that fight. And after the fight, it was proven that he had no fucking chance.
Yeah,
they all say that shit before you dare to be
but
great.
I always fought. I know he, if he stepped up 2 weight classes to fight Errol Spence Jr., he was going to get beaten up anyway. So I wasn't surprised in the end of the outcome. That's what I'm trying to say to you.
Excuse me, Brian. I'm sorry. D. Jefferson, thank you for having me on the show. I've stayed up all night here in the Philippines, but it was a pleasure, and I'm glad to be here. Sometimes I listen to you, but since most of the time you're on, it's like really, really late at night. I'm just listening sometimes, and my wife's pregnant, and I live in a little cabin because we moved. I bought a big lot here, so I got to step outside and be in my car. But I'm gonna go back into my path. Thank you for having me, man.
All right, thanks,
Do what you
Gonzalo.
gotta do,
Have
Gonzalo.
a good one, Gonzalo, man.
Hey, do what you gotta
Later,
do,
Pete.
man. It's fight week. Stay up.
All right, Brian.
Peace
Carlos.
out. Peace out.
Oh,
Peace
Yeah.
out. Hey,
shit.
dead game. Peace.
Peace out, brother.
Look, my daughter just sent me this. That's my daughter, Kara
What you
Jefferson,
say,
right?
you idiot?
No, she said, I had a dream that I ate fried chicken wings. What the
Yeah.
fuck is going on?
That's what I
We
want.
don't eat meat, bro. We don't eat meat. So that is a crazy
Oh,
dream.
damn. I don't eat vegetables, so we're good.
Yeah, chicken wings are nice.
Oh, shit.
Especially fried chicken wings.
Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Well, guys, it's about that time. The fun is coming to an end. Y'all don't get to hear D Jefferson yell no more.
Yo, rest your vocal cords, bro, because yesterday put you through some serious shit, man. You were crow, and yes, the morning episode yesterday was oh my gosh.
I'm surprised I don't get hoarse. Like I should be
I'm
getting
serious,
hoarse.
me too.
I don't though. It's just
Well, I
I got
constantly have a sore throat, so
pipes. I don't have a sore throat. I don't listen. When I grew up in the DMV, that's Maryland, Virginia, DC. That's that area. It's called the DMV, right?
yeah.
And anybody who's been around the DMV or grow up around people, that's what we do down there. We argue like a motherfucker. It could be the red blow pops are better than the purple blow pops.
The
And we'll have
metro.
a fucking
About which
2 hour
metro line's the best? You're arguing about the metro and shit. Which metro line's the best?
Right. Which metro line exactly? Which metro line? Oh hell no! In Baltimore, no, the DC runs faster. And it's dumbass arguments. That's what we do. So, and then we laughing, smoking, and joking right after a 2 hour argument. Right. So that's why I tell people I'm not angry. That's me. That's
It's fun
just
to fucking argue about sports.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's
The
fun.
thing is, like with boxing, I'm just saying that I love arguing about sports. I love busting balls. Like I was gonna talk about your brim on your cap. I can't believe it's got a fucking bend to it like that. I don't know what that was, man.
This is my oldest hat, which is not really don't have.
It looks like a legit Baltimore hat.
It is. It's a Baltimore Orioles hat that I got in the early '90s. And look how good it still looks. Look how good it still looks.
Pretty
It's my
legit.
oldest hat.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, though, with boxing, it's weird because you got to wait a long time in between fights, man. You got to wait a long time in between fights, and there's a lot of what ifs, you know.
Yeah. All right, Brian, crank us off, man. Give me some closing thoughts. You up?
Okay,
You
well, I got in at the end, so I missed the first part of your stream. I was busy doing family, stuff. But no, it's a good conversation. Teofimo Lopez, if you're going to move up, right, fight the winner between Ramirez, Josh Taylor. I think that's the plan they have laid out for you. You're already in my book. You beat Lomachenko. You are undisputed lightweight champion of the world. So you're that. You're the franchise also champion, which means you can move up and down. And yeah, fight for undisputed at 140. I think you are a great fighter, and I've only just seen that because for me, you beat you beat for me the best 135 pounder until you came along. So I respect your plan. I respect what you want to do. Go young kid, go do it. I believe you can do it. And I would like to personally see you fight Josh Taylor. I think that would be an amazing fight.
Facts. Good shit.
All right.
Good shit. Appreciate you coming through, Brian. You know you
Thank you for
always.
having me on, D, and everyone on the panel. It's been a pleasure.
All right,
Have a
brother.
good one.
Dead game. You up? Closing thoughts, my brother.
Like I always say, man, it's always good chopping it up with the brothers. Good to boxing talk. Boxing is living on YouTube. We do a lot for these guys, even though a lot of them don't see it. But good show. You know, classy guys. Love talking to you guys. That's it.
Yeah, that's what's up, big. Yeah, hey, and before you leave, dog, uh, I want you to know this, man, because I said this before. Pete Boxing was on here. I don't want anybody to get it wrong, especially guys like you, Dead Game, and D Hodges and Khalil Nevlet, and I don't want you guys to get it wrong. And Monty Brown understands. I don't have shit against the LDBC, man. I actually am subscribed to and listen to 78 Fight Fan. Fuck what anybody thinks, right? I don't. I'm all about narratives that I don't believe in. And I don't give a fuck if it comes from one of my partners or the LDBC or certain channels. I probably need to say certain channels more often of the LDBC because I really don't have shit against the LDBC. You understand what I'm saying? So I just want you to know that, fam.
Oh, definitely, man. I could pick it up. I know the haters, bro, and
yeah.
I understand some of the channels go a little overboard,
Yeah.
and LDBC is basically a mindset, and a lot of these guys, they jump on the bandwagon and don't understand it. A lot of them is about the race stuff, and it's really not about that.
Right.
But yeah, they doing good stuff out there, and I rock with the LDBC, bro. I got that mindset of the right way.
Right. And I told people that before, like people put too much into what certain channels do in the YTBC, and they just label the whole LDBC movement as that, right? And it's so much more than what certain channels put out in the YTBC. LDBC is so much more than that. And I have respect for them on a lot of levels on things they do within their own communities, discussions that they have outside of boxing, and a lot. And if people think that they're all about biased narratives in boxing, that's where you guys got it fucking twisted, because that unit is about a lot more than that. And I definitely understand that. And that's why I, still am subscribed and listen to some LDBC channels. And I don't give a shit what anybody thinks, because I don't give a shit what anybody thinks about nothing I do. I do what the fuck I want to do. You know what I mean?
Definitely. Who else is on the panel?
Uncle Pete, give me some closing thoughts, man. Oh yeah, stay on, Dead Game, stay on.
What do you want?
Closing thoughts, fucker.
Oh, closing thoughts? Yeah, I don't know. You guys got too many acronyms, man. I'm a little bit behind here with all this. I don't know all these YTBC, LD, WBC,
Lions,
WBA, LGBT. When I hear more than 2 letters, I go to get a orange pill from the pharmacist because I think I fucked up. So if you're in any of the, if you ever get caught up in any of those YTBC, LD, LGBTQ, don't worry about it. It's not the end of the world. You just go get some amoxicillin, a couple orange pills, and be careful next time. But don't not go back though. Go back. But otherwise, man, thanks for having me, D. Sorry I got on late, brother.
No, you all good. Appreciate you coming through, Pete.
And listen, if Teo's going to do anything, just remind him you got my cell in the private chat. Y'all take it down. If you see him do anything without hearing from me first, check with me now. Call me up.
I'm gonna hit you right away.
You got to get with me first.
All right, Uncle Pete, got to get with him first. Got you.
Restrictions. See y'all. That game. Peace.
No restrictions.
Peace out, bro.
Peace out, Pete. So look, everybody. We have difference of opinions here, which is always good. I don't want no fucking yes men coming through the chat or on the panel. T-Tone Toledo, I always appreciate your difference of opinions, and Pete Boxing and anybody else, Dead Game. We shouldn't all agree on everything, because if we all agree on everything, then it's sort of like we living in a system. Living like we fucking robots, right? We are individuals, so we have our individual perspectives and such, and that's what I want you guys to do. Give your thoughts. I might not agree with them. I don't agree with a lot of shit, right? But that's what we're here to do. All right. And I still say Lomachenko is acting like a little bitch, but maybe not. You know what I mean? I think he showed less sportsmanship than he should have, especially to the fact that he was put on a pedestal of being this super classy guy. And just because you lose, you can't get off of that. You know, act as gracious in victory as you do in defeat. You know what I mean? Keep it the same. And appreciate all y'all coming through. I'm going to have some saucy topics again. Y'all already know it. And y'all know how I always end this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.